The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. Talmud. Susie read with you. The Talmud, Part 1, The Wise Daughter, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The farmer did as she said, and when the noble heard the farmer's answer, he said, "You can never think of such a thing. Tell me honestly, who taught you?" "It's your wife." The nobleman was very angry and came back to find his wife. "You didn't keep your promise to never interfere in my affairs," he growled at her. "Go, find out what you think is the most precious thing to take, and go back to your father's house." "Very well," she replied, "I will go, but I hope to have one last supper with you." So they had dinner together, and she poured him a lot of wine. He drank a lot and quickly fell asleep. So she ordered his coachman to be ready. While he was asleep, he was taken to her father's house. When he woke up and found himself there, he was taken aback. "What's going on here? How am I here?" "I brought you," said his wife. "Do you remember, you asked me to choose what I thought was the most precious thing to bring to my father's house? I looked over your possessions and brought you here. Already. Nobles are happy. Since you love me so much, let's go home," he said. So they reconciled and lived a prosperous life ever since. Dream interpretation. Once upon a time, there was a king who was not only wise and powerful, but also had many wives and concubines. One night, he had a nightmare. He saw a Yemeni koala riding on the neck of his wife and concubine and jumping from one person to another. The next morning, the king woke up in a bad mood. He thought gloomily, "This dream must mean that the king of Yemen is going to conquer my country and take all my wives and concubines away from me." It was just at this time that the royal minister came in to carry out his routine, and he heard the king sigh. "Why are you so distressed, Your Majesty?" he asked. "Tell your secret, and perhaps I can help you." The king told him, "My bad dream last night made me very emotional. Do you know anyone who can interpret dreams? I heard that there is a man not far from here. He is very wise, and he can interpret any complicated dream. Tell me about your troubles, Your Majesty, and I will help you find an explanation for your dream." The king told him the content of the dream and told him to leave immediately. So the minister of the imperial court mounted his horse and set out to find the wise man. Early the next morning, he met a farmer who was riding a donkey. "Peace be with you, plowman," he said. "You come from the soil and eat it." The farmer laughed when he heard his words. "Where are you going?" asked the imperial minister. "I'm going home." "Will you take me away, or will I take you away?" asked the minister of the imperial court. The farmer laughed again and said, "I am riding a donkey, and you are riding a horse. Why should I take you away?" So they walked forward together for a while. Before long they saw a field covered with ripe wheat. "How beautiful the fields look, and how full the wheat looks," said the farmer. "Indeed, but the wheat has been eaten up," said the minister of the imperial court. They continued on and saw a tower on the cliff. "Look how strong this fortress is," said the farmer admiringly. "It looks solid, but the inside has been destroyed," said the chancellor. After a while, he said excitedly, "Look at the snow on that peak." The farmer laughed again, because it was midsummer and there was no trace of snow anywhere. Soon they came to a city and found a coffin in a cemetery with a dead man lying in it. "Is this a dead person or a living person?" asked the former minister. Hearing this, the farmer thought to himself, "This man looks smart, but he's actually the dumbest man I've ever met." At this time, the sun went down, and the minister asked his companion, "Is there a hotel near here?" The farmer replied, "I live in the village, not far ahead. It is an honor to invite you to my house. I have enough space for you to live, and enough forage to feed your horses." The Talmud, Part 1, The Wise Daughter, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. "I am very pleased to accept your kindness," said the minister of the imperial court. So they went back to the farmer's house together. The farmer entertained him, fed his horses, and showed him a place to sleep. Then the farmer slept with his wife and his 2 daughters. During the night, the farmer woke his wife and daughter and said, "Our guests are very stupid." So he said the strange things that the Lord Chancellor had said on the way. The farmer's youngest daughter, only 15 years old, is very intelligent. She said to her father, "You shouldn't call that man a fool. He's very smart, in my opinion. There's a deep meaning to his words, and you don't understand him." She further explained, "When he says that the people who cultivate the land also eat the land, he means that our food comes from the land. When he tells you that you are also the earth, he is quoting the Bible, 'You came from dust and you return to dust.' When he asks you who will take whom, he is only asking who can support whom, because when the spirit of the traveling companion is illuminated, also his journey is illuminated, making him feel as if he is being led." Those things he said about the wheat in the fields were probably true too, since the landowner was poor and heavily indebted and probably sold his grain ahead of schedule. When he said that the tower was not very strong, he just pointed out that there were likely traitors in it and that there was not enough food and water in it. When he said there was snow on the mountains, he was just referring to your white hair and beard. You should answer, "It's time that made me this way." When he asked the dead man whether he was dead or alive, he wanted to know if there were any children left behind him, and if so, he was still alive despite his death. The farmer thought that the minister had fallen asleep, but in fact he was very awake, and he could hear every explanation of the farmer's daughter clearly. The next morning, the daughter said to her father, "Take this food and give it to our guests." She put 30 eggs, a bowl of milk, and a whole loaf of bread in front of her father. "Go to our guest and ask him how many days to a month, when the moon is full and the sun is full." For the food his daughter sent, the farmer had only 2 eggs, a slice of bread, and a little milk. He brought the rest to the front of the imperial minister and told him the question raised by his daughter. After hearing this, the imperial minister said, "Tell your daughter, there are only 2 days left until a month, and neither the sun nor the moon is full." The peasant went back to his daughter and told her the minister's answer. "Tell me the truth, isn't that man stupid?" asked the farmer. He said it was only 2 days before the month, when in fact it is the middle of the month. "Tell me, father," his daughter asked, "did you eat the food I gave you?" "I ate 2 eggs, a slice of bread, and a little milk," answered her father. "Now I'm sure this stranger is a wise man," cried his daughter. When the former minister heard about the girl's wit, he was surprised. "Allow me to speak to your daughter," he begged the farmer. The farmer agreed and introduced the girl to the imperial minister. He asked her more questions, and she got them all right. So he believed her cleverness and told her the purpose of his trip and the content of the king's nightmare. After listening to him, the girl said, "I know what the ape in the king's dream means, but I can only tell the king himself." At this point, the royal minister revealed his true identity to the farmer and his wife, and begged their permission to bring the girl back to the palace. Her parents agreed, and their daughter was brought before the king. The king took her to a secret chamber, where he repeated his dream to her, and she said, "Your Majesty, cast away all your troubles. The koalas you see have no sign of evil." Meaning, "But I dare not tell you the meaning of the dream, for fear of causing your pain." The king looked at her and said firmly, "Tell me quickly, this is my order." "Very well," said the girl, "search your entire inner chamber, and among your concubines you will find a manservant dressed in a woman's clothing, a wicked man, the koala of your dreams." So the king ordered the whole thing to be investigated. As the farmer's daughter said, they found a young man dressed in women's clothes. To teach his wives and concubines a lesson, the king let them see the man beheaded. He also ordered to kill all wives and concubines who had an affair with this man. Having done all this, he drove away all his wives and concubines. He took the farmer's daughter as his wife, and put a crown on her head, and he made this wise girl his only companion. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and Gods, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. There is a reason why a ghost is condemned to go to hell, and he refuses to accept the sentence. How well he lived in the Yang world: health, beauty, money, honor. He had everything, why did he die? But to be tortured, the darkness of hell, the dampness, the hunger. The ghost told God of his dissatisfaction and asked to go to heaven. God smiled and asked, "Why do you want to go to heaven?" The ghost then told everything he had in the Yang world, and then he asked back, "Aren't all these enough to make me go to heaven?" After speaking, he smiled smugly. God wasn't angry about this, and he said quietly, "Don't you know that you don't have the most important thing, allowance into heaven? As you have seen, I have a lot of things and am fully qualified to enter heaven." The ghost said with a smile. Facing this shameless ghost, God got a little impatient, and he said directly to him, "You once abandoned one of the most important things, don't you remember? On the ferry of life, you abandoned a rucksack for life, isn't it?" The ghost remembered, "When I was young, I once took a boat across the sea and encountered a big storm and the boat was in danger." The old man made him abandon one thing. He thought about it: beauty, money, honor. He was reluctant, and finally, he abandoned integrity. The ghost refuses to accept, "You can't let me go to a terrible hell because of this. I still have the right to go to heaven." God became serious. "What did you do after that?" The ghost recalled, that time when he returned home, he promised his wife that he would never betray her, that his mother would take good care of her, and that his friends would do a business together. Later, he recalled that he had a lover abroad. His mother advised him he would never give up on his mother, he would not allow her to destroy his happiness. He did business with a friend, but in the end he also swallowed his share and sent him to prison. God interrupted him, "Did you see it? After losing your integrity, how many perfidious things have you done? Heaven is holy, how can a ghost like you be allowed in?" The ghost was silent. He didn't have everything, but nothing. Family, friendship, love, all went away with integrity. God looked at him and said, "Go to hell. That's where you should go." Smart little donkey. There is a smart little donkey grazing leisurely on the hillside. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf appeared in front of him, pounced on it with its fangs and claws. The little donkey had an idea and sat on the ground, pretending to be injured. Then he greeted the wolf with a calm expression, "Hi. Mr. Wolf, how are you?" Seeing that the wild wolf was not afraid at all, he didn't know what medicine it was selling in the gourd. So he threatened the little donkey loudly, "You can't escape from my palm, so just lie down on the ground and let me have a good meal." The little donkey suppressed the fear in his heart and summoned his courage to say, "Okay, Mr. Wolf. But I want to remind you that a long thorn has just been stabbed into my leg. I haven't had sex yet. You are eating. You have to be careful, or it will easily hurt your throat." What did the wolf think it was? The little donkey continued, "Why don't you give me the thorn first, so you can rest assured?" The wild wolf believed it to be true, so he ran behind the little donkey and searched carefully. At this moment, the little donkey used all his strength and kicked his hind legs sharply, hitting the wolf's head. The wild wolf was dizzy after being kicked, and fell to the ground all of a sudden, unable to get up. The clever little donkey took the opportunity to escape. The lazy horses and the farmer keeps two horses, one of them is diligent and the other is lazy. One day, the farmer wanted to transport the grain to the grain store in the town to sell, so he used two horses each to pull a cart. Diligently pulling a car in front, although the cart is heavy, it still struggles to move forward. The horses behind always stopped after walking for a while. The farmer thought the horses in the back had no strength, so he moved some of the grain from the cart in the back to the cart in front. The Talmud Part 1, Ghosts and God, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. At this time, the horse in the back took a relaxed step and said to the horse in front, "Look at you, it's very hard, isn't it? Why do you work so hard? The harder you work, the more people will torture you. Look at how comfortable I am now." Lazy horse hummed a little song after saying that. The horse in front ignored it, still pulling the cart very hard. Lazy horses are getting lazy. After a while, the farmer tied the industrious horse at home. He only took it out, and the lazy horse happily thought that the owner would take it for a walk, but it didn't expect the owner to take it to the slaughterhouse. When he came back, the master had an extra bag of silver in his waist. Share your food. Once upon a time, in a small town, there lived a man who was determined to raise his son to be a man of integrity. Put your bread into the water, and maybe one day, you'll be rewarded 100-fold. Every day, he repeats the same commandments to his son. Later, the man died. The words his father taught him were firmly etched in the boy's mind. Every day, he goes to the beach and throws a small slice of bread into the water. One day, just as he threw the bread into the water, a fish swam over and swallowed the bread in one bite. From that day on, the fish always waited there early, waiting for the boy to throw the bread. The fish grew bigger and stronger, and gradually became domineering among the fish. The fish around were worried about their lives. In panic, they gathered together and complained to the sea king Leviathan. God, in the sea, there is a big fish. It is very powerful and threatens our life and safety at all times. Before the day is over, it has swallowed at least 20 fish. Sea King Leviathan was very angry when he heard this. He ordered, "Bring this prisoner to me," and sent a messenger to summon him. But the fish didn't take the messenger seriously at all, and when he heard the order, he taunted it and swallowed it. Sea King Leviathan waited for a long time, and when the messenger did not return, he sent another one, which also suffered the same bad luck. "I'm going to bring the criminals back myself," Leviathan shouted angrily. When he found the fish, he asked it, "There are so many fish in the sea, why is there not one as big as you? How did all this happen?" The fish replied, "You're right, it's a secret. There is a boy who throws me a piece of bread every day on the shore, so that's why I'm so strong. From now on, I'll take 2 pieces of bread every day. 10 fish for breakfast and 30 fish for dinner, and I'll be stronger." Leviathan sternly asked, "Why do you eat your own kind?" The fish replied, "Who keeps them close to me? How can I withstand this temptation?" Leviathan got impatient. "Go. Bring the boy who fed you to me," he ordered. The fish replied, "I'll bring him to see you tomorrow." So he swam to the beach, dug a hole where the boy stood when he came to feed him every day, and covered it with seaweed. The next day, the boy came as usual. He just stood there when he fell into the sea. The fish took him in its mouth and quickly swam to the Sea King Leviathan. Leviathan ordered, "Spit the boy out." So the fish spit the boy into the Sea King Leviathan's mouth. "My boy, why are you throwing bread in the water?" Leviathan blamed the boy. "Oh, Your Majesty, my father told me to do this when I was very young," replied the boy. Hearing his answer, Leviathan was very happy. He spat the boy out of his mouth and kissed him lovingly. He thought the boy was a teachable man and taught him all 70 languages of mankind. He also made him a great scholar, taught him the 5 books of Moses, and after Leviathan had taught the boy everything he knew, he threw him on land 300 meters from the sea. When the boy woke up, he found himself lying on a deserted beach. Because he was very tired, he lay there and continued to rest. Suddenly, 2 crows flew over his head. Because Leviathan taught him the language of birds, he could understand what they were saying. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God 3. Susie accompanies you to read. "Dad, look at the boy lying on the ground below. Do you think he is alive or dead?" the bird asked. The crow replied, "Son, I don't know. I'm going to peck out that boy's eye." "I haven't eaten a human eye for a long time," cried the little crow. "Don't do this, boy, you'll suffer, because the boy might still be alive," his father warned it. However, the little crow didn't care about his father's words at all, so he pounced on the boy. The boy heard everything they said, but he pretended to be asleep. As soon as the little crow stopped on his forehead, he grabbed its legs and held it tightly in his hands. "Dad! Dad! Come down and save me!" screamed the little crow. Seeing this, his father cried out, "My poor child." Then he called out to the boy, "If you can understand me, let my child go." If you let me go, I will repay you, boy. The lost treasure of Solomon, king of Israel, is buried where you lie now." So the boy released the bird and started digging. He found that the raven did not deceive him. There were many pearls and gems in it, each of which was priceless, and he really found Solomon's wealth. Since then, he's become very rich, and after his death, his descendants will be left with countless wealth. Thief's wisdom. A thief was caught stealing, and the king ordered him to be hanged. On the way to the execution, he told the governor that he had a secret. It would be a pity to go into the coffin with him, and he was willing to tell it to the king. He will put a pomegranate seed in the ground, and through that secret, he will make it bloom and bear fruit overnight. The thief was taken to the king. Early the next morning, the king and those high-ranking officials came to the place where the thief had said. There, the thief dug a hole and said, "This seed must be put in by someone who has never stolen or taken anything that is not his. I am a thief, I have stolen things, and I cannot do it." So he turned to a minister, who was horrified, and said that he had taken things that did not belong to him when he was young. The Chancellor of the Exchequer said that he was always dealing with a lot of money, and it was inevitable that he was a little dirty, and even the king admitted that he had taken one of his father's necklaces. The thief took the opportunity and said, "You powerful people don't have to worry about food and clothing, but you can't avoid touching other people's things, and you are not qualified to put the seed. I am going to be hanged because I stole some food for my life." Convinced by his wisdom, he forgave him. Reason to believe it was Passover, and a Jewish carpenter was on his way home after 3 months at Gomer, his wages in his pocket. As he was walking through a large dark wood, suddenly, a robber pointed a gun at his head. "Hand over the money, or I'll shoot," shouted the vicious robber. The poor man had no choice but to give him the money. When the robber put the money in his pocket, the poor man pleaded, "Look, it's going to be Passover soon. The money you stole is what I used to buy wine, chickens, and clothes for my wife and children. I went back and told my wife that my money was robbed by robbers in the woods, and he certainly wouldn't believe me." "That's your business," cried the robber. "I know, but will you help me anyway and make my wife believe me?" "Then what should I do?" "Shoot my hat." The robber laughed, threw the poor man's hat into the air, and shot it. "Very good," said the carpenter happily. "Now play on my clothes again." The robber shot him again in the corner of his shirt. "One more shot," pleaded the carpenter, raising the other corner of his coat. "No more bullets," the robber complained. "If so, my friend, go to hell," cried the carpenter happily. He beat the robber badly. Then, I got my money back and headed home excitedly. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Thief's request. In a village, a thief was caught and beaten all over. The thief screamed, "Do whatever you want with me. Hit me, hang me, shoot me, but for God's sake, don't throw me over the fence." When the villagers saw that he was so afraid of being thrown over the fence, they thought, something really terrible must have happened to this villain. So they threw him over the fence and cried, "This is what you deserve." When the thief found him on the other side of the fence, he smiled happily and ran away. No advice needed. When a beggar begged the baron, he was rejected by the baron. He couldn't be more angry, so he decided to create some confusion and let the baron lose face in public. The beggar came to a hall of many people and began his chaotic plan, and he shouted loudly, "My family is starving to death, and the baron refuses to give me money." The baron heard the cry. "You're doing well," he shouted. "I'll give in. $20. But I have a suggestion. If you hadn't shouted so loudly, I could have given you $40. The beggar packed the money and said, "Sir, you are a banker. If you need banking advice, I can give it to you. I am a beggar, and I don't need your advice on begging." Never met. Thursday came, and Heschel Osterbury went to the rabbi to ask for money for the Sabbath. The rabbi had promised him with certainty Heschel would tell him jokes to relieve his worries, and the rabbi would pay him weekly wages. But the rabbi, who was naturally melancholy and unsmiling, was reluctant to give him money this time. Heschel and his wife and children had been starving for a long time, and despite their best efforts, could not buy the necessities for a decent Sabbath. What do you think? Do you think money can grow on trees? The rabbi asked. Heschel was still very determined, as if he would never give up until the money came. The rabbi smiled and said to him, "If you tell me a nice story, I'll give you some gold coins to buy food for the Sabbath." Heschel was so angry when he heard these words that he decided to take revenge on the rabbi. He thought for a moment and began to tell the rabbi a story. 2 weeks ago, I had no money to buy Sabbath food and was in a hurry. I didn't know where to get help. I was walking on an empty road when I saw something coming out of the ground and rising up in front of me. It turns out that the god of evil appeared. "Why are you troubled, Heschel?" asked the evil god. "How can I be so happy?" I answered. "It's the Sabbath soon, and my wife doesn't have a single penny. How can I go to the market to buy things for the festival?" The evil god heard this and laughed. "What a fool," he laughed at me. "You go to the rabbi's house and quietly take him a silver spoon, and won't you have a good Sabbath?" I did as he said. I did have a rich and happy Sabbath. But the good times didn't last long. On Thursday a week ago, there was no money for the Sabbath. I decided to go to the rabbi's house again to get a silver spoon. But on the way, I met the God of goodness. "Where are you going, Heschel?" he asked. "I'm holding back a bit. I'm going to the rabbi's house to get a silver spoon so I can buy food for the Sabbath," I replied. Hearing this, the God of goodness began to educate me. "How could you do such a foolish thing, Heschel?" he rebuked. "A man of knowledge like you should know the difference between evil and good. How could you have such a thought? You should shame at the thought. Didn't the 10 Commandments say, 'You shall not steal'? It doesn't make sense." I replied. "I know it's a shame to take a spoon from a rabbi's house, but what can I do if the rabbi hires me to tell him jokes and he doesn't pay me?" The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God 5. Susie accompanies you to read. "Take my advice," said the good God, "and stop stealing, and God will help you. The God of goodness haunts me, and he won't let me go unless I accept his advice. I have no choice but to return to my humble hut to spend the Sabbath. There is nothing worse than this Sabbath, God. Now, Rabbi, Thursday is here again, and again you haven't given me money, so my Sabbath will be ruined again. My poor brain is fighting whether I should follow the advice of the good gods or the evil gods." When I was fighting with myself, the God of goodness appeared again. "Look, Heschel," he said triumphantly. "One should be honest. Can't you live the Sabbath without stealing yourself?" Indeed, I answered him sadly, but what a miserable Sabbath it was. My wife and children were starving to death, although this day was only slightly different from the rest of the week. But don't worry, my dear brother, I don't want to have a second time. This week, I will listen to the evil gods again. The God of goodness almost jumped. "It's just 3 things, Heschel, how dare you steal?" he cried. "This is my last straw. If you're a saint, then why don't you go to the rabbi's house and tell him that I should be paid to spend the Sabbath like other Jews?" Do you know how the God of goodness answered? "Trust me, Heschel," he told me tearfully. "I'd love to help you with this little favor, but I swear before God I don't know him at all. In fact, I've never seen him in all these years. Pass him." Reasons for being deaf. As soon as Heschel Oskelbury went to tell a joke at Rabbi Brish, the rabbi's wife treated him rudely, and she did everything she could to insult him. Once, when he tried to defend herself, she turned away contemptuously and said dismissively, "Your reasons deaf me, and you are as shameless as yours." Her insult stung Heschel deeply, and he vowed revenge. After a while, the rabbi's wife said to Heschel, "Let your wife come to see me. I think the time has come for us to get to know each other." "Very well," Heschel replied, "she must be honored, trust me. But I must remind you, of course, of dogs. She is deaf as a wall. You think you have to be loud for her to hear what you have to say." I understand, the rabbi's wife assured him. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to make her hear what I'm saying." When Heschel came home, he said to his sassy wife, "The rabbi's wife said she would like to meet you. I must warn you in advance, she is as deaf as a stone. You have to yell at her to hear you." The words said. "I see." Heschel's wife understood, and went to see the rabbi's wife. When the two women met, they started yelling, getting louder and louder. Their cry alarmed the rabbi, who was secretly talking with the believers. Terrified, the rabbi ran to his wife's room, followed by the believers. The rabbi saw a scene that he will never forget. Both women were about to collapse. Their voices were hoarse like two crows. "What is this doing?" the rabbi exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" "Heschel's wife is deaf," his wife said breathlessly. "How can she hear if I don't say it aloud?" "Then what do you call?" the rabbi asked Heschel's wife. "What can I do?" "Your wife is as deaf as a stone," Heschel's wife said in a crow's voice, her tongue sticking out. "My wife is as deaf as a stone." "You are crazy, woman," the rabbi was furious. "Who told you that?" "Of course Heschel." Heschel had been standing beside the rabbi, enjoying all that he had made. "Bold guy," growled the rabbi. "You explain it to me right away. What's the joke?" The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and Gods, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. "I am innocent, Rabbi," said Heschel. "Is that my fault?" said the rabbi sharply. "Blame your wife if you want to," urged Heschel. "She was mad at me for some reason that day. And I'm totally innocent." Then he turned to the rabbi's wife and said to her, "You remember? I was trying to explain it to you the other day, but you turned your back to me and said, 'You'd deaf me as much as your shameless reasons. I believe in you, why should I doubt you?' Is it wrong for me to warn my wife? You wouldn't hear her if she spoke in a low voice. Besides, it's obvious she doesn't care about others." "Then why did you tell me that your wife is deaf?" the rabbi's wife asked in a hoarse voice. "Don't you think this question is stupid?" Heschel said. "I can deaf you with my reasons in just a few months. Think about it, I've been married to her for 20 years, how can she not? Are you deaf? Don't blame me for not reminding you." Benevolent Dog, a Jewish family has a dog, and everyone likes it, especially a boy in the family, who loves it very much. He feeds the dog every day, and lets the dog sleep under his bed, which can be said to be inseparable. But unfortunately, one day, the dog suddenly fell ill and died. My father thought that this was a no-brainer and that the dog would die one day. But the son was sad because he lost his faithful friend. So, instead of burying it in the wild, he wants to bury it in his backyard. The father listened and firmly disagreed. As a result, the father and son had a quarrel. In desperation, my father called the rabbi to find out if there was any precedent for the ritual of burying dogs in Jewish tradition. After listening to his narration on the phone, the rabbi didn't know what to do for a while. Although he often received various consultations, he never involved the funeral of the dog. The rabbi's first thought, though, was that the child must be sad when the dog died. So he told the father that he would talk to his house later. As is customary, the rabbi does not discuss issues with others on the phone. Putting down the phone, the rabbi opens the Talmud, looking for precedents for dogs. As a result, he really found a suitable story. The rabbi came to the father and son's home and told them the story. In ancient times, there was such a thing in a family's home. Once, a venomous snake crawled into a bucket of milk, and its venom was dissolved in the milk. At that time, no one in the family noticed the problem, only one dog saw it. So, when the family poured the milk into the human cup and picked it up to drink, the dog barked. Everyone didn't know why the dog barked like this, so they ignored it and just picked up the cup to drink milk. At this moment, the dog jumped up, knocked over the cup, and drank the milk on the ground. As a result, the dog was poisoned. Only at this time did the family realize that the milk was poisonous. Everyone is very grateful for this dog. The rabbi at the time praised the dog vigorously. After listening, the father finally buried the dog in his backyard according to his son's wishes. Toss the whip, Heschel's wife yelled at Heschel. Money. Money. Where did I get the money? He said. God will listen to you, she yelled. I just know the kids are hungry. Hearing this, Heschel stood up solemnly. Go to the neighbors and borrow his whip, he said sternly to his oldest son. Good God, she thought, terrified. He's going to give me a whip. But that's not what Heschel had in mind. The son gave him the whip, and he went to the market with it and threw it loudly in the air. Go to Red Chef, half price, he shouted. It's cheap, people thought, and soon he had a lot of customers. Heschel took the money and gave it to his son to take home. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Where's the horse? Asked the passenger, following him on the road. Go ahead, don't worry. Heschel told them. I'll take you to Right Chef. So they followed him without asking any more questions. They had not seen a horse since they left the city. In the distance, they saw a bridge. They thought the horse should be on the bridge. But when they reached the bridge, there was still no sign of the horse. By this time, they were halfway there. They knew the man was a liar, but it wouldn't do any good to switch back now. At last they reached Letzhoff. You liar. Give us your money back, they accused Heschel. You lied to us. I lied to you? Heschel laughed sarcastically. Have I promised to take you to Letchef? Yes, but on horseback, not walking. Shit, said Heschel disdainfully. Did I say a word about riding a horse? The passengers stared, but they had nothing to say and walked away with a contemptuous bah. Heschel came home and saw his wife smiling at the door to greet him. I really don't understand, Heschel, she said. You only have one whip, but God knows where you got your horse? What a stupid question, laughed Heschel. What do I want horses for? You know the proverb, if you flick the whip, you can always find some horses. Dinner at one point, Heschel was traveling with a group of Hasidic people. They were all very wealthy men, and they kept making fun of Heschel along the way. He didn't like their jokes at all, but he had no choice but to endure it. You wait and see, you rascals. My name is Heschel. You're so proud of me now, and you'll pay the price later. Heschel, said one of the gang, you still owe us a meal. I owe you food? Is there such a thing? Didn't you tell the rabbi a joke the other day? And we haven't had a drink yet. A treat. A treat, cried the rest. Where did I get the money? Sell your clothes, your wife's jewelry. Be sure to treat. My wife has no jewelry. Your wife doesn't have jewelry? Buy it for her and pawn it. No matter what, Heschel had no choice but to reluctantly agree, you are right. I owe you a meal, and I will pay for it. So they went on a journey. At noon, they came to a hotel. The believers were hungry and wanted to stay there. But Heschel didn't want to be with them. I owe the innkeeper money, he said. I don't pay him now. They laughed and advised him, then go ahead. Let's rest here for a while and meet you at the hotel in the next village.
Heschel is gone. 3 hours later, he arrived at the next hotel. Before entering, he took out a robe from his bag and put it on, looking like an important person. When he saw the owner of the hotel, he shouted hello, and said, a big carriage will come with a group of rich people in a while. I will let you know first, so that you can prepare the most delicious fish, the fattest fish, the goose and the most expensive wine. Just be prepared, the money is no problem. Just hurry, because they're coming soon. Can I ask why they celebrated? Asked the innkeeper. Heschel said without hesitation, they met robbers in the forest a few days ago. Luckily their business escaped unscathed. They have a feast for gratitude. The innkeeper told his wife the good news. Soon, everyone was busy, cooking, scrubbing, and sweeping, all preparing for the arrival of important guests. They also lit a lot of candles because Heschel demanded that the place be bright. When the Hasidic came to the hotel, they saw Hasker running towards them, and they were a little worried at first. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. What are you doing in such a hurry, Heschel? They asked. What happened? God is so good. Have you found the baby yet? Don't you want a banquet? God has arranged it? There, in the hotel, they have been preparing it for a week. Every passing Jew can attend the hostel's banquet without spending a cent. The innkeeper is crazy, they all thought. You shouldn't say he's crazy. Heschel retorted. There's a story in it. A week ago, the traveler's owner was robbed while walking through a dark forest. He escaped unscathed, so he prepared a feast to thank God. Is that a sin? We mustn't let such a good feast be missed. But remember, never mention the money, or you'll embarrass the innkeeper. Hearing this, the Hasidians were delighted, so they went into the hotel. Everyone saw that Heschel was telling the truth. The hotel is beautifully decorated. There are all kinds of delicious food on the table. The host couple were clean and decent. So these believers sat down and drank without hesitation. The innkeepers do everything possible to please them. They ate, sang, and danced. They had a great time all night. As the hotel door opened at dawn, the Hasidic coachman rushed in. It's time to leave, he announced. I don't want to delay for a moment. Hearing this, Heschel snuck out of the hotel. The believers stumbled out of the room in a daze, and as soon as they climbed into the carriage, the hotel owner ran to stop them. You want to leave without paying, he yelled. The believers all screamed, and no one knew what the master was talking about. Like 5 thunders, the believers were stunned. They began to argue loudly with the innkeeper. How dare you ask us to pay? Heschel told us that you invited passers-by to your Thanksgiving, and that you escaped safely from the forest bandits last week. It's just nonsense. The owner of the hotel was also furious. It was Heschel who told me that you escaped from the bandits, so he sent him to inform me to prepare a feast of Thanksgiving. It turns out that you are the real bandits, the real hypocrites. I guarantee my life, if you don't give me money immediately, I'll throw you in jail. They had no choice but to pay the money. Wine merchant. One year the grape harvest was not good, and the wine merchants in the town took advantage of the opportunity. What a customer, he said arrogantly. I won't lower the price. His attitude kept the town people from drinking, so they were always looking for revenge. Wait. Heschel told them, I'll teach him a lesson that he will remember for the rest of his life. Heschel found some luxurious clothes that made him look respectable. Accompanied by young people from the town, they went to visit the wine merchant. Those companions were waiting outside when he entered.
Good morning, said Heschel. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm from Lviv, a well-known winemaker. I can make good wine out of bad grapes, and out of good grapes. To make better wine. The wine merchant was overjoyed. You're going to be in town for a long time, aren't you? No, I'm just passing by. I want to see how my business is doing in these places. I would like to ask you how to improve the quality of wine. I'm glad. Heschel replied. Take me to your cellar and I'll teach you. So they came to the cellar. Heschel pulled a hole punch out of his travel bag and punched a hole in a wine barrel. He put his fingers in the hole and licked it with his lips. Yes, he nodded, like an expert, like me. You put your finger in the hole and I'll taste the second barrel. The wine merchant did so. Heschel also punched a hole in the next barrel and tasted the wine with his fingers. Yes, he said cautiously, please plug this hole with the fingers of your other hand. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. The wine merchant did so. With both his hands occupied, Heschel called for his companion. The wine buyer realized he had fallen into a trap and was furious. "You rascal," he cried, "you will be thrown into prison." "You'd better look at your hole," said Heschel cheerfully. "You'll be standing here all night, teaching you a lesson not to be as stupid as a pig." What the father did once, Heschel spent the night in a small hotel. The hotel has no other guests at this time. The innkeeper went out, leaving his wife to entertain Heschel. "I'm going to starve to death soon," Heschel said to her. "Please give me something to eat." The owner's wife saw him in tattered clothes and thought, "Why should I cook for a homeless man? I'm sorry to tell you that I really don't have anything to eat at home." "What? No food?" Heschel jumped up. He thought for a while, then muttered, "If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to do it like my father did." The innkeeper's wife heard this and became alarmed. "What did your father do?" she asked, a little trembling. "My father did what he was supposed to do as a last resort," said Heschel displeasedly. "God knows what this man's father did," thought the innkeeper's wife. "It's dangerous, it's just me and him at home. Maybe his father is a murderer if he does what his father does, OMG." Without saying a word, she cleared the table and made Heschel the best thing to eat. Heschel was so hungry that he devoured it. After eating, he licked his lips and said, "This is the best meal I've had since Passover." Seeing that Heschel was in a good mood, the woman asked cautiously, "Good-hearted man, please tell me what your father did." "Oh, my father," said Heschel innocently. "As long as my father has nothing to eat, he goes to bed. Died a rich man lives in a village, he is stingy and hard-hearted, but he is also smart and knows how to maintain his reputation. So those who didn't know him thought he was a kind man. On the Sabbath, he would invite some poor people to dinner, but these people often left miserably. As a matter of sincerity, he made the poor people sit at the head of the table. Then, the game begins. He kept asking these poor people questions, and rudely insisting on their answers. He doesn't give them a chance to eat. At the same time, he enjoyed his food and the success of his tricks. In order to make this insult even more hurtful, when someone wanted to leave the table, he also showed a very concerned look, pulled the guest, and said gently and reproachfully, "Why don't you eat it? My friend, how do you talk so much?" The poor have nothing to do but thank the hypocrite and go to bed hungry. Once, Heschel lived in this village. Hearing about the rich man's tricks, he decided to treat him and vent his anger for the poor. On Friday night, he had the church janitor make him a guest on the rich man's Sabbath. The handyman tried to persuade him to give up, but Heschel insisted. So the handyman arranged for him. After prayers on Friday night, Heschel followed the rich man home. The rich man put Heschel at the head and introduced him to his family. After they had praised the wine God had given them, the servant brought the first plate of fish. Its scent made Heschel feel hungry. The rich forked the best part of the fish into his plate. Then, pretending to be unintentional, he didn't hand the plate to Heschel, but put it beside him. "Where are you from, uncle?" he asked. "Wishnitz." Heschel said a random place. "Wishnitz? Then you must know Shaul the miller. Who is he? What is he doing?" The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. Shaul, the miller, answered Heschel. He died. Then, without further etiquette, Heschel stretched out his arm, took the largest piece of fish with his fork, put it on his plate, and began to eat. The master was stunned by his words, his face was pale, and he put down his fork. "Did you hear that, Mark?" he said aloud to his wife, unable to believe his ears. "My old friend Shaul is dead. Why didn't his wife let me know? I think something must have happened to him, and he must have left a lot of money. So what happened to Willow, you know?" "Which Lyle?" "Certainly, Shaul's eldest son, the one who runs the hotel in Wishnitz." "Willier, the man who ran the hotel, is dead, too," said Heschel indifferently, picking up another piece of fish. "Willer's dead," cried the rich man in disbelief. "My God. He still owes me 500 rubles. What about Willer's partner, Jesh, the wine merchant? He's running the business now. Hotel? No. Heschel sighed, munching on the fish. He died too. What? Jesh is dead too? My God. Then I'm out of money. Heschel ate peacefully and smiled while the rich continued to yell there. Uncle, the rich man asked tremblingly, with a fluke, do you know what Aram, the younger brother of the textile wholesaler in Shirayar, is doing? His brother? Heschel asked innocently, having just eaten a big mouthful of white bread. Oh, don't you know him? That textile wholesaler. He lives in a big white house by the lake. Oh, him? How could I not know him? Replied Heschel. He's dead too. Are you crazy, uncle? The rich man said in an inhuman voice, jumping up from his chair. Aren't you going to tell me that everyone in Weschnitz is dead? My friend, said Heschel slowly, nasally, everyone is dead to me when I eat. But my good master, how can you be so busy talking and forget what about dinner? You know? Your fish is delicious. Saints and sinners. A debauched rich man died in town. The town mourned for him and sent his coffin to the cemetery. There was cries all around as his coffin was put into the grave. Older residents of the town recalled that when priests and saints died, people were less saddened. Another rich man in town died the next day. His character and way of life are the complete opposite of the previous rich man. He was frugal and abstinent, and was very religious all his life. He only ate dry bread and radishes, and studied the code in the laboratory all day long. However, after his death, his funeral was deserted, and no one mourned him except his family. A stranger came to town, bewildered, and asked, "Please explain this strange behavior to me. Why do you respect a shameless man and ignore a saint?" A resident of the town replied, "The rich man buried yesterday, although he is a lecher and an alcoholic, is always kind to the whole town. He likes all the good things in life, and he is easygoing and cheerful. Everyone is his beneficiary. He buys wine from one, chickens from another, goose from a third, cheese from a fourth. He's very generous. That's why each of us miss him, mourn him. And what's the use of the rich man who eats bread and radishes all day? No one can make a penny from him. Trust me, no one will miss him." Anger comes from the heart. Once upon a time there was a man with a great temper, who would get angry at every turn, and even went to war with others. One day, he was lying in bed wondering why he had gotten angry and fought with others before. He thought about it for a long time and felt that it was someone else who had offended him or else offended him. The next day, he packed his luggage and went to live in seclusion in the mountains alone. He felt that in this isolated place, there was no harassment from other people, and he could quietly cultivate himself. Only in this way can you change your self-cultivation. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. One day, he went to draw water from the creek at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, as soon as I turned around when it was filled with water, I accidentally overturned the jar, and all the water was splashed. He had to go to fetch water again, but before halfway back, he spilled all the water in the jar. The third time he was careful, but still didn't get the water back. In a fit of rage, he smashed the jar on the stone. Looking at the debris on the ground, he seemed to understand something, and said to himself, "I used to get angry at others, and I thought it was others' fault. Now I can be so angry by myself, so it can be seen that it is still from my own heart." Portrait of a rich man. There was a young painter who lived in a small house and made a living by painting portraits. One day, a rich man passed by, and seeing that his paintings were very realistic, he asked him to paint a portrait of himself. The two parties agreed that the remuneration was 10,000 yuan. A week later, when the picture was finished, the rich man went to pick up the painting from the young painter. The rich man bullied him into being young and not famous, and wanted to break the agreement. He thought to himself, "The person in the painting is me. If I don't buy this painting, no one will buy it. Why should I spend so much money to buy it? What about it? So the rich man refused to pay, saying that he could only pay 3,000 yuan for the painting. The young painter was stunned. He didn't expect the rich man to be a dishonest person. The painter did not back down, but argued with him rationally and asked the rich man to abide by the agreement. Stop talking nonsense, I can only sell this painting for 3,000 yuan. The rich man said, I will ask you one last time, 3,000 yuan, is it for sale? The young painter knew that the rich deliberately defaulted on his debts and was very angry. He firmly said, I won't sell it. I would rather keep this painting than be insulted by you. In the future, I will definitely ask you to pay 10 for today's dishonesty. Double the price. The rich swaggered away. After this incident, the painter moved out of this place. He learned art from a teacher again, and after several years of hard work, he finally broke into a world and became a well-known painter. On this day, a few friends of the rich visited his house and talked to him about a strange thing. These days, we are going to visit an exhibition of paintings by a famous artist. One of the paintings is priced at 100,000 yuan, and the characters in the paintings are with you. They look exactly the same. Even more bizarre is that the title of the painting is The Thief. The rich man didn't understand why this happened. He pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered the picture he didn't buy before. In the end, the rich man found the painter and spent 100,000 yuan to buy back his portrait. Napoleon's feelings: when Napoleon was withdrawing from Russia, he passed a Jewish village. Seeing that the pursuers were about to arrive, he had to run into a Jewish tailor's house. Let me hide. If the Russians find me, they will kill me, he pleaded, tremblingly. Although the little tailor did not know who the visitor was, he still felt sympathy for him. Lie down under that fur bed and keep quiet, he said to Napoleon. Napoleon lay on the bed, and the tailor covered him with layers of fur. After a while, the door was kicked open and 2 Russian soldiers rushed in with spears in hand. Is anyone hiding in there? They asked. The tailor replied, who would be so foolish to hide with me? Soldiers looked everywhere, to no avail. As they were leaving, they poked at the woolen mattress with their spears. They left at last, and Napoleon crawled out of the fur mattress, sweating and ashes. He turned to the tailor and said, Dear friend, do you know who I am? I am Emperor Napoleon. Because you have saved me, you can make 3 demands. Whatever it is, I will satisfy you. The little tailor thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, my house has been leaking, but I have no money to fix it. Can you fix it for me? Napoleon said impatiently, Idiot, are you talking to the great emperor like this? Well, I'll fix the roof. You can say your second wish, and be careful this time. Your Majesty, a few months ago, he said, across the street another tailor opened a shop, and he took my business away from him. Would you give him another place if you could? The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 12. Susie accompanies you to read. Napoleon gave him a scornful look and said, What a fool. Well, my friend, I'll let him go. Now you can make one more request, remember, this is your last chance. The tailor thought for a long time. Suddenly a mischievous look appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Can you tell me how you felt when the Russians poked their spears on the woolen mattress? He asked, curiously. Napoleon said angrily, Fool, how dare you ask such a question to an emperor? Because of your rashness, I will shoot you at dawn. He did what he said and called 3 French soldiers to send the little tailor to prison. The tailor could not sleep that night. He kept weeping and chanting prayers, asking God to keep him safe. Early the next morning, he was taken to a tree. A line of soldiers stood across from him and aimed their guns at him. An officer next to him was holding a watch, ready to issue an order to shoot. He raised his hand and began to count, 1, 2. Before he finished speaking, he saw the emperor's bodyguards galloping over on horseback, slow. Don't shoot, he shouted. His Majesty the Emperor has pardoned you, and he told me to give you this note, he said to the tailor. The tailor breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the note. Napoleon wrote, "You want to know how I feel when I hide under the fur mattress in your house? Well, now you know." Available Japan's Hamburger King Fujita, the business was very prosperous when it first opened, and opened 4 branches in succession, and is preparing for the 5th branch. One day, a Jew came to visit him. The Jew asked nonchalantly, "Mr. Fujita, are you free now?" Mr. Fujita replied angrily, "What a joke, I'm too busy to die." "No, Mr. Fujita, I see that you are indeed free." "No, absolutely not. How come there is no time to open 4 branches? And you are planning to open a 5th? This means you are free." Mr. Fujita, who refuted this sentence, was speechless. Different oils. A certain oil tycoon visited Picasso, a famous painter. During the conversation, the oil tycoon talked about his oil, but he was embarrassed to not mention Picasso's paintings. Rich. There is a difference. "My oil lights the heart and yours warms the body," Picasso said. Everyone knows me anyway. When Einstein was still unknown, he met an acquaintance on the street and asked him, "Why are you dressed so shabby?" "No one knows me anyway," Einstein replied. After Einstein became famous, the acquaintance saw Einstein again, and he said, "You are so famous now, why are you wearing such shabby clothes?" Einstein replied, "Everyone knows me now anyway." Ignore age. At a social banquet, a beautiful young woman in the conversation with the oil tycoon Rockefeller seemed to inadvertently ask a question. "Excuse me, Mr. Rockefeller, how old are you this year?" Rockefeller patted his forehead and said, "I think about it, it's probably either 75 years old or 76 years old." The young woman couldn't help laughing. "It's really interesting, how come you can't even remember your age?" Rockefeller said, "It's not surprising. I've got all kinds of other numbers in my head, stock counts, land area counts, gem weight counts, so I just ignore my age. It's nothing to worry about anyway, because it will not have a reduced or lowered crisis." Daddy is different. Once, Rockefeller to a hotel accommodation, the waiter warmly received him. But when Rockefeller chose a room, he asked the waiter to arrange the cheapest room for him. The waiter felt incomprehensible and said to him, "I really don't understand, Mr. Rockefeller. Every time your son comes here, he wants the most expensive room, and you want the cheapest room." The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 13. Susie accompanies you to read. "He has a millionaire father, and I don't," Rockefeller replied with a smile. Rumor Rockefeller died at the age of 98. In his lifetime, he made at least $1 billion. But he knew that too much money would bring trouble to his children and grandchildren, so he donated as much as $750 million in his life. However, before he donated money, he never donated money indiscriminately, and he must figure out the purpose of the money. One day, Rockefeller was stopped by a strange passerby on his way off work, told him his misfortune, and then complimented him, "Mr. Rockefeller, I came here to find you from 20 miles on foot. Everyone says you're the most generous big man in New York." Rockefeller knew that the man was begging him for money, but he didn't like this kind of donation very much, but he didn't want to embarrass the other party too much. How to do it? Rockefeller thought for a moment, then said to the man, "Excuse me, do you want to go back the same way in a while?" "Yes," replied the passerby. "That's fine. Please do me a favor and tell everyone I've just met. They're all rumors," Rockefeller said subtly. Of course the stranger knew what Rockefeller meant, so he couldn't say anything else, he just retreated. Good and evil. A long time ago, the flood submerged the earth, and all animals boarded Noah's Ark one after another in order to escape. Spahn also came in a hurry, but was blocked by Noah and could not get on the boat. "I only carry doubles," Noah said. After listening to the good, he had to go back to the forest and look for an opponent who could match him. In the end, he found the evil, and only it was willing to walk with it, so they boarded Noah's Ark together. From now on, where there is good, there will be evil. God's candlestick. God is going to choose some of the children and make them angels. He came to the world and gave each child a magical candlestick. Tell them to keep the candlesticks bright and spotless, saying that only in this way will the candlelight never go out. After a few days, he will come back to retrieve the candlestick, and if the candlelight on the candlestick is not extinguished, whoever can become an angel. The children were delighted. The candlesticks were carefully wiped clean each day, and they looked forward to being angels. The days passed quickly. It had been more than 2 months, and God still did not appear, except for a few impatient children whose candlesticks were extinguished. Most of the children's candles were still bright. Some say that God will come on the 100th day. On this day, the children eagerly awaited the coming of God very early. However, God did not appear until it was dark. Many children say that God is a liar, and throw the candlesticks into the woods and the gutter in anger. 2 months later, God still did not come. The children play together every day, and no longer manage the candlesticks. But there is a child they call stupid who still insists on wiping the candlestick clean every day. On the 200th day, God came. He came to take back the candlesticks and brought the angels to heaven. The other children, hoping to become angels, found the candlesticks one after another, but they could not be lit no matter what. And Benbonet's candle has not been extinguished, so only she has grown a pair of white wings, a beautiful little angel. Your masterpiece Picasso spent his life defending world peace and opposing wars of aggression. During World War II, German generals and soldiers frequented the Picasso Museum in Paris. These uninvited guests were greeted coldly. Once, at the exit of the art gallery, Picasso handed each German soldier a copy of his famous painting Guernica, which depicts the devastation of the Spanish city of Guernica after the German bombing. "Is this your masterpiece?" a German Gestapo leader asked Picasso, pointing to the painting. "No, this is your masterpiece," Picasso said grimly. The Talmud Part 1 Ghosts and God, 14. Susie accompanies you to read. A little big once, in Paris, the famous painter Picasso and an American soldier talked about painting. The soldier told Picasso frankly that he did not like modern paintings because they were not real. Picasso said nothing after listening. After a while, the soldier showed Picasso a picture of his girlfriend. "My God, is she just that big?" Picasso said, pretending to be surprised. Honest boy McClure was born into an ordinary working-class family. In order to make a living, he went to the railway station to work as a handyman when he was a teenager. The honest Mike Luo was often teased by his co-workers. He trusted everyone very much, so anyone who teased him would succeed. One day, the sun was baking the earth, the ground was hot like a big steamer, and all the workers at the station were sweating from the heat. So they found a shady place to rest. Everyone felt bored, and saw that Mike Luo, who was wiping sweat, was not far away, so they used him to make fun. "The oil in the red light is running out today. You go to a roundhouse about 1 kilometer from here and ask for some red oil." A foreman named Bergerons said to Mike Luo. The honest Mike Luo did not know that the foreman was playing tricks on him. After receiving the order, he immediately went to find the red oil. After walking 1 kilometer against the scorching sun, Mike Luo finally found a graphic house. When the people there heard that Mike Luo wanted red oil, they replied, "You must be mistaken. We don't have red oil here at all. You should go back and ask the station master first." Mike Luo didn't dare to ask the station master, so he asked around to his colleagues. When everyone saw him so stupid, they gave him random directions. Mike Luo was convinced and followed the direction they pointed to. The last old worker couldn't bear to see Michael running around in the sun, so he grabbed him and said, "Young man, you are too honest. Where's the red oil? Everyone is lying to you. The one in the lamp, the red light, is because of the red glass leaning there." After listening to the words of the old workers, Mike Luo woke up like a dream, but he didn't complain about anyone, and he didn't think about how to retaliate against them. Instead, he reflected on himself. He felt that he lacked the ability to think independently. Thinking, or a little common sense, or a little doubt about others, will not be tricked by others. From then on, Mike Luo not only treated people honestly, but also learned to prevent others from deceiving him. Change Charlie Yabin was one of the greatest basses and was very popular, and Mr. Hurock was his manager for 3 years. But Charlie Yabin was a tough guy, in Mr. Hulock's words, "He's a headache in every way." During one performance, Charlie Yabin called Mr. Hulock at noon and said, "Mr. Hu, I feel a little uncomfortable. My throat seems to be blocked by a hard object, and it is impossible for me to participate in the performance tonight." After finishing, Mr. Hulock immediately rushed to the hotel where Cherubin stayed. On seeing him, Mr. Hulock expressed sympathy, and said sadly to Charlie Yabin, "My poor friend, how pitiful you are. Of course, you will not be able to appear, and I will immediately notify them of the cancellation of the show. But you're going to lose $1,000 or $2 for that, but it's nothing compared to your reputation." At this time, Charlie Yabin finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Perhaps it's best if you come back at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to see how I feel at that time." At 5 p.m., Mr. Hulock arrived at his hotel again, still very sympathetic to him. He canceled the performance again, sighed, and said, "Oh, you'll see later, I'll probably be better then." At 7:30, he finally agreed to perform on stage. But he asked Mr. Hulock to come to the stage to announce that he had a bad cold and his voice was not very good. Mr. Hulock agreed to his request, but only dealt with him. Finally, the great bass artist overcame his mental illness and sang on stage. Don't panic. In 1933, Hitler established the Third Reich and had already expressed his ambition to annex Austria, and Austrian Jews had fled. Members of the Rothschild family in Vienna also sought refuge in Paris or Switzerland. Only Baron Louis Rothschild insisted on staying in Vienna to protect the family's property in Austria. The Talmud Part 1, Ghosts and God, 15. Susie accompanies you to read. Louis is an open-minded, calm personality. When Hitler issued an ultimatum to Austria, he didn't care, and went to the Alps to enjoy skiing with a calm heart. A few days later, the Germans quickly occupied Austria. One evening, 2 black shirts wearing Nazi armbands showed up at the Rothschilds' house in Vienna. Unexpectedly, the butler told them that the Baron was playing golf and was not at home. The 2 menacing Nazis were taken aback by the way the high-ranking figure was behaving and reluctantly went back. The next day, another 6 team members came to take Louis. The Baron was not nervous at all, and he declared calmly that he had to finish his breakfast before going out. The Nazis were overwhelmed by His Majesty and had to agree to his request. Surrounded by the Nazis, the Baron came to a luxuriously designed and fragrant room, and as usual, he enjoyed his hearty breakfast, fruit, and a cigar. Before satisfied, she stood up. Louis' departure here is a lot of mischief, but he is not nervous at all, still maintaining an arrogant and aristocratic style, and boarded the car with the Nazis. High-ranking Nazi figures began to figure out how to use this trump card to seize the property and power of the Rothschild family. In the end, they proposed that the Baron's release was conditional on handing over to the Nazis half of the Rothschild family's Austrian holdings, as well as the entire stake in the family's Wickowitz company. This exchange condition is very harsh. If they agree to their conditions, it is equivalent to declaring the bankruptcy of the Rothschild family in Austria, and the family's equity in the company is equivalent to at least £5 million. The largest ransom. But the Rothschild family has long been prepared and is not in a hurry to redeem people. 2 years before the Baron was kidnapped, the Rothschild family had considered the possibility that Germany would annex Austria one day, and had already transferred the equity of Wickowitz to a British company. This work was done so secretly that the Hitler regime certainly didn't know it. Of course, if a strategically important company like Wickowitz wants to transfer equity, it must first obtain the unanimous consent of the relevant countries, otherwise it will never be possible. However, with the Roche family's prominent position in the European political economy, it is not difficult to do so. After a number of twists and turns, the management of Wickowitz was finally transferred to the name of a British insurance company, which actually still belongs to the Rothschild family in London. Wake & Whites is now under the protection of the United Kingdom and is a British company. Under international law, although Germany annexed Austria, it could not get British property. The Nazis thought that if they annexed Austria, they also controlled all Austrian enterprises. Unexpectedly, the Rothschild family dared to put forward a request for negotiation. The Rothschilds didn't make easy concessions on the quid pro quo, because they didn't have much to worry about losing their property. Their answer to the Nazis' demands was that, after the safe release of the Baron, the management of Wickowitz could be sold for £3 million. Hitler was very annoyed after hearing this. He had planned to do a business with no capital, but now he has to pay £3 million. It is really outrageous. An angry Hitler threatened the Baron's life with the Rothschilds, but the latter had no fear. The contest between the two sides continued. At this time Germany annexed the Czech Republic and occupied Wickowitz. It was only then that Hitler learned that it was now a British company, protected by the United Kingdom, and under the constraints of international law, Hitler had nothing to do. In the end, an agreement was basically reached on the terms of the Roche family, but this agreement was not fulfilled due to the outbreak of World War II. The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that humor is the privilege of outstanding people, so Jews attach great importance to humor. According to the Jewish people, laughing can comfort them in times of pain and make them more energized in times of joy. In the eyes of the Jewish people, laughter is one of the best medicines for no money. However, the Jewish people believe that laughter is more than that. Among all the innate abilities of human beings, laughter is one of the most powerful weapons to overcome difficulties. Jews believe that humor is all about making people laugh. A joke circulated among them. Once, a matchmaker came to a young man and introduced him to an ugly girl. The young man knew the girl, and he kept staring at the matchmaker like she was crazy after listening to the matchmaker's introduction. "What are you kidding me for?" he asked angrily. "You're wrong," said the matchmaker. "I don't like to joke around, you know that. I swear to God, I mean it. What's wrong with her? Why don't you like her?" "She's blind." "Do you think that's a disadvantage?" "In my opinion, it's an advantage. You're free to do anything and she can't see it. But she's still dumb. Isn't this a woman's virtue? You can't hear her scolding you at any time. She's still deaf. Wouldn't it be better? You could scold her as much as you wanted, and she wouldn't hear. She's still lame. Is this also a disadvantage? When you chase other women, she won't follow you. She's still a hunchback. You are such an incomprehensible person," cried the matchmaker desperately. "She has so many advantages. Can't you tolerate her a single mistake?" This is how Jews enrich their lives, with humorous jokes. Joy and laughter are good recipes for Jews to adjust their lives, and they can always maintain an optimistic attitude towards life. For the Jews, discrimination, persecution, and pursuit cannot stop their laughter. They use humor to face and laugh at the cruel life. They use humor to express the ridicule to themselves and the enemy. There is such a story. Hitler was the enemy of the Jewish nation. He killed 6 million Jews. However, even such a murderer is actually very afraid of others assassinating him. One day, an astrologer was invited to his mansion, and he wanted the Jewish astrologer to figure out when he would be assassinated. "You will be assassinated on the day of the Jewish celebration," the astrologer answered with certainty. After hearing this, Hitler was very frightened, and hurriedly summoned his own captain of the guard, ordering to be especially vigilant whenever there were Jewish celebrations in the future. It's useless, because the day you were assassinated was the day of the Jewish people's celebration. The Jewish astrologer said, coldly. The demon who slaughtered Jews was quelled by the astrologer's righteousness. Even the Jews, after being badly beaten by the enemy, had to be humorous to the enemy. In the eyes of the Jews, only the strong can have humor, so they attach great importance to humor, because humor is the most powerful kind of power a person has. Many Jewish folk tales and legends contain deep tragic humor, and like many Jewish folk songs, there is always a lingering sadness that echoes in the melody. But this sadness did not degenerate into despair or self-pity. They always maintained their dignity and sharp criticism of life in the process of purification. Humor is still the most effective adjustment and entertainment that can help them relieve pain. Good way. The humor is so pleasing that some call it Jewish wit. Pain is also ennobled in firm conviction, and even in defeat they gain moral victory for having justice. The humor in Jewish character is associated with their optimism and courage to face adversity. Jews believe that humor is a good medicine. It can make people feel relaxed and good for physical and mental health. The Talmud, Part 1. Humor is medicine. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Every embarrassing scene, the Jews will use humor and jokes to clear the siege. While not all humor is effective, some may even work the other way around. Jews don't care about effectiveness, they think one's state of mind is the most important thing. Therefore, the Jew said, as long as humor can make people relaxed, and only the wise can always maintain a relaxed mood under all circumstances. Humor keeps people calm at all times. People who are overwhelmed by trivia have neither humor nor laughter, which shows that the role of humor is very large. The Jews have always attached great importance to humor and laughter. Some people often say that they are the nation of books. In fact, it is more appropriate to call the Jewish nation the nation of laughter. For a long time, Jews have survived countless persecutions because they have a comprehensive understanding of the function of laughter and can make full use of it. Therefore, no matter how persecuted they were, the Jews would use laughter to relieve their troubles and pains. They know the meaning of laughter very well. It is necessary to laugh when they are happy, but it is even more inseparable from laughter when they are sad. There are many ethnic groups who do not take jokes seriously, because they think that jokes can only change the mood for a while, so they only treat it as a non-staple food, such as condiments. But Jews think that jokes are the most important spiritual food in human life and an indispensable staple food. Laughter is defiant, and it is difficult for a person to laugh when he is concentrating. Jokes and humor are the best tools for honing creativity, so Jews will teach children the power of laughter when they are very young, hoping to use this method to promote children's breakthrough and indomitable spirit. Spirit. A Jew can't be a Jew if he can't have the Bible. Likewise, a Jew can no longer be called a Jew without the laughter. Not talking about work at the dinner table, the work of the Jews was very intense, almost as full of combat as fighting. They never let a minute go easily. But the Jews have a habit of never talking about unpleasant things at the table, because unpleasant things will spoil the pleasant atmosphere of the meal and make them unable to enjoy the delicious food. Most of the Jews are erudite, from slang to entertainment, art, scenic spots, life, etc. Many interesting things in the world are almost all within the scope of his discussion. However, they would never talk about politics, war, and religious persecution, as these topics tend to cause controversy and spoil the convivial atmosphere of a meal. Also, obscene topics are avoided. When the Jews eat, they put all their troubles behind and relax their minds as much as possible, so that they can fully enjoy the joy of life in the process of eating. Jews like food. They say that people live to eat, and they should enjoy the fun of eating well. They also say that a delicious meal is a gift from God and must be enjoyed, never taken lightly. They treat eating as an advanced enjoyment. In order to eat well, Jews had to work hard to make money. Jewish commercial law can also be boiled down to 4 words: eat to make money. How can you eat well without money? How can you enjoy the joy of life? Jewish commercial law is a classic. And the eating of Jews makes people suspect that this classic is eaten. And what is work for? Work is to eat. So Jews don't talk about work at the dinner table. Jews pay great attention to enjoyment in their lives, and they eat well, which makes their bodies very healthy, so that they can maintain strong energy in their busy work, and will not let the intense work pressure overwhelm them. Rockefeller could forget everything when he was working, but he never talked about work when he was eating, so people said, only when he was eating and sleeping, Rockefeller didn't talk about work. When Rockefeller was eating, he just enjoyed food to the fullest the joy it brought him. This good habit kept him energized to work at the age of 90. Rockefeller was the richest man in the world at the time and the oldest of all business tycoons. The Talmud, Part 1. Humor is medicine. 3. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish nation is a nation that enjoys a lot. In their daily life, they pay attention to the enjoyment of food and drink. The better the food is, the better the health will be. The greatest asset of the Jewish people is health. In history, the Jews were wandering everywhere and were persecuted everywhere, but the Jews did not disappear from the earth because of this, which cannot but be attributed to their well-preserved skills, paying attention to health. Jews also pay great attention to rest, because health is also inseparable from rest. Learn to enjoy life is colorful. In addition to work, study, earning money, and seeking fame, there are many beautiful things that we should enjoy, such as a warm family, delicious meals, green trees and safflowers, splashing waterfalls, snow-capped mountains and grasslands, vast seas, distant galaxies, distant fossils. These are wonderful for anyone, but the only people who understand and enjoy them the most are the Jews. Because in their view, people who have no free time and can't arrange their time reasonably are people who can't make money. Jews believe that in order to make money, you must first have time to make money, and you must arrange time reasonably in making money, otherwise time will be wasted in vain. Human life is very short, and many people do not realize this. They do nothing all day, and their days are wasted for no reason. These people do not arrange their time reasonably and are destined to fail. Some people are busy people because they have been working hard and busy for money. According to Jewish business, you should be busy when you should be busy, or you will not be productive. However, busy and leisure are relative. Only by learning to take time away from busy schedules will life become more enjoyable. The real people are those who can live. Therefore, Jewish businessmen are often idle people. Jews regard time as money, and they talk objectively and nonchalantly about their own and others' lifespans when doing business. Sir, I think you're 75 years old, and I think you have 5 to 10 years left to live. For any other ethnic group, if they talk about this kind of unlucky for the first time, it will definitely arouse the other party's disgust. But the Jews are very calm. They think that people can't live in this world forever, and there will always be a day of death. Therefore, do not be too afraid of death, but face it calmly. Knowing how much longer you have to live means knowing how much money you can still earn. Jews live to old age and earn old age. They have a calm attitude towards death. Once they know that they have a few more years to live, they will seize these few years to enjoy and make money. There is a rich Jewish man who is 75 years old, but he still does not want to buy a house, but rents it. People feel incomprehensible. You are a very rich person. Buying a house is easy. Why do you want to rent a house? The old man said frankly, what's the use of buying a house? You can only live a few years. Why leave the house to others? Since Jewish children have received very independent education since childhood, the Jewish elderly will not expect their children to retire for him. It is because the Jews have this kind of thinking that makes them take the time to make money desperately. At the same time, they are the most enjoyable people in the world. The American poet Whitman said, "What is the purpose of life but enjoyment?" With money, you can do what you want and enjoy your leisure time. There are 2 kinds of leisure, one is pleasant and the other is tormenting. Do you still remember the classic story of the fisherman and the rich man basking in the sun? But many people have misunderstood what it means, thinking that after a lifetime of hard work, what a rich man can enjoy in the end is to lie down and bask in the sun. And all this, fishermen can enjoy every day. Wrong. When the rich man and the fisherman bask in the sun, the mood is very different. The rich man enjoys leisure, but the fisherman cannot enjoy this leisure. He has to worry about whether he will be hungry if he can't catch fish. If he has a wife and children, the situation will be even worse. He must worry about the life of his family. Do you think his mood will be rich? The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Time with nothing to do is poetic for the rich, and a terrible ordeal for those who go about looking for work to no avail. So, each of us is working hard in order to make a lot of money and make our leisure time poetic. If you have a high enough salary, you can retire at 40, and then it's up to you to decide whether to go hiking in the mountains or travel the world. Butler said, except human beings, all animals know that the most important thing in life is to enjoy life. In fact, life is like this, money can never be earned. As long as it is enough, it is not just for enjoyment, live. If you only know how to make money and not enjoy it, isn't life too meaningless? Jews believe that fame and fortune are the most beloved of human beings, because these superficial things can satisfy personal desires and realize personal values. It is impossible not to admit this. Don't we have any envy in our hearts when we see those gigantic wealthy people with tens of thousands of wealth, and at the same time they are dismissive? After earning money through a lot of hard work, we take it calmly on the surface, aren't we excited? The great thing about Jews is that they are born with the right attitude towards money, they love money with honesty, and they go after money openly and painstakingly in order to enjoy life better for themselves. In life, Jews take holidays very seriously. In Israel, Jews have many holidays, and Jews all over the world often make holidays an important part of their lives. During the holidays, Jews don't think about work, don't talk about work, don't do work calculations, don't read books about work, and fully integrate themselves into the holiday. During the holidays, people can visit friends, talk to each other, talk about life and art. Parents get along with their children, parents can look at their homework, ask them what they have learned in school, or make friends or bring the whole family to travel around the world, both eyes and mouth. In the Jewish mind, work is good for life, but if a person does not know rest and only works, they will lose their humanity. So during the holidays, they can really leave work behind and take a break. The Jews knew how to rest, so they had a prosperous life. Choose the right spouse. Jews believe that there is no happiness, no joy, no good things in life for those who are not married. Therefore, the Jewish rabbis emphasized the idea that a man without women is imperfect and cannot be counted as a man in the full sense. Jews believe that getting married means starting a family, and a wife means a home, and they even refer to a wife as a man's home. Rabbi Yossi never called his wife, but called her my home. Neither Judaism nor rabbis applaud people for choosing celibacy, they think celibacy is incomplete. It is not only a requirement of human nature, but also a requirement of society to advocate that people get married. The Jews objected not to marry, and regarded single people as incomplete, which showed the wisdom of the Jewish people in understanding human nature and their superb wisdom in dealing with marriage and family. The Jewish nation is very rational when it comes to love. When it comes to choosing a mate, Jews take eugenics very seriously. Regarding the choice of a spouse, there are many provisions in the Jewish scriptures, among which there is this advice. Male dwarfs cannot marry female dwarfs, lest they have smaller dwarfs. Men who are too tall cannot marry women who are too tall, lest their children be tall and thin. Jewish rabbis have another piece of advice: take a step down when choosing a wife. If you only value the beauty of each other when choosing a spouse, then infidelity may occur between husband and wife after marriage. Jews believe that when choosing a mate, the family background of the other party should be considered more important than the appearance. Because the Jews regarded knowledge as wealth, they considered the other's family to be the best scholar's family. The Talmud, Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. How to choose the ideal family? Jews have this view: first, in order to marry the scholar's daughter, one could sell all of one's possessions. Second, if you cannot marry the daughter of a scholar, marry the daughter of a great man. Third, if you cannot marry the daughter of a great man, marry the daughter of a Jewish leader. Fourth, if you cannot marry the daughter of a Jewish leader, marry the daughter of a philanthropist. Finally, if you can't marry a philanthropist's daughter, marry a teacher's daughter. However, it is absolutely impossible to marry the daughter of someone who does nothing all day. Why did the Jews put the scholar's family first when choosing a mate? One rabbi said, any sacrifice is acceptable as long as he can marry the daughter of a scholar, on the grounds that if he is exiled or dies, he fully believes that his child will be learned and will take the business as inherited. He doesn't want to marry a daughter from an ignorant family, because once he's exiled or dies, his children won't be able to inherit his career. This is the criterion for the selection of mates by the Jews. They believe very much in genetics, and they value not only the biological inheritance of people, but also the inheritance in terms of knowledge and social content. The premise standard when choosing a mate is eugenics, which shows that the Jews treat love rationally and reflects the outstanding wisdom of the Jewish nation. While in love, pay attention to the other party's family background, choose the right spouse to have a good family life, and a good family will be safe and happy. A safe and happy family can make your life the greatest happiness. Loopholes in the law. Jews abide by the rules. They will not violate the regulations expressly stipulated by the law. But in the process of dealing with the law for a long time, they have become accustomed to thinking of ways outside the legal regulations, and concluded that as long as they study the law carefully and try hard to find, we must be able to find loopholes in the law. The reason why the Jews carefully study the law comes from a legend in the Bible. There was a young Jewish man named Jacob, who had gone to the east to work and was attached to his uncle's family, and married 2 cousins as wives. Later, with the promise of God, Jacob returned to Canaan with his wife. One night on the way home, a man was going to wrestle with him, and Jacob agreed, and the 2 fought until dawn, and Jacob gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing that he couldn't win against Jacob, the man twisted the socket of his thigh. Unexpectedly, Jacob's thigh was twisted. "It's almost dawn, I have to go," the man said. "If you don't bless me, I won't let you go," Jacob said firmly. "What's your name?" the man asked Jacob. Jacob told the man his name. The man said, "Your name will be Israel, not Jacob, because you have when you're wrestling with God." When the Almighty God wrestled with others, he used irregular little gestures. This was obviously a very dishonorable thing to God, who always blamed the Jews for not keeping the covenant, so he was ashamed to tell Jacob his name. Perhaps, when the ancient Jews were wrestling, there was no express rule not to touch each other's thigh sockets, so didn't God exploit the loopholes in the rules? And as God's people, the Jews, why do they remember an illusion of God's exploiting loopholes? Probably out of the need to deliberately sanctify the illegal or legal act of drilling loopholes. For Jews who saw the study of the law as an ancestral craft or an obligation in life, there were loopholes in either type of law, and there were many regulatory loopholes bigger than the doors of the courts. As long as the means are clean and the method is appropriate, you can come and go as freely as you can. Especially those laws made by those who discriminated, persecuted, or were unfriendly to Jews, the Jews had to despise it. However, from the perspective of Jewish habits, instead of breaking out of the net, it is better to just drill through the loopholes in the law. If you do it unknowingly, it will neither disturb your heart nor attract attention, so why not do it? The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. During the World War II, Poland was occupied by the German fascists, and the small Lithuania on the edge was at stake. So the Jews of Lithuania fled one after another and moved to other countries via Japan. One day, a correspondence censor from a Japanese government agency went to the Japanese Jewish Committee to investigate the contents of a correspondence sent by a Jewish Rabbi Kalish to Lithuania. The message read, 6 people can wear a headscarf to pray. The chairman of the committee, Anan, didn't know what the message meant, so he had to explain, this is a religious issue in Jewish society, and did not stop him, let him send the telegram. Later, Anan finally found the rabbi and asked him what he meant by 6 people can wear a turban and pray. After being silent for a long time, the rabbi said, this is a famous Talmud adage, haven't you heard of it? 6 people can go on the road with 1 document. Anan suddenly realized. Rabbi Kalish came to Japan from Europe, and he cared deeply for his fellow Jews in Lithuania. He knew that Japan's borders apply for visas on a family basis. So, he suggested to his compatriots in Lithuania that 6 people who did not belong to a family could apply for a visa as a family, so that more Jews could leave there as soon as possible. The Japanese did not understand the Talmud very well, and even Anan, the chairman of the Jewish Council, could not understand the rabbi's message. Therefore, when one after another Jewish family of 6 set foot on the Japanese archipelago through various channels, the Japanese would only marvel at the high degree of homogeneity of Jewish families, but never imagine that the number of Jewish families was determined by Japan's immigration regulations. Decided. Here, the Jews found a loophole in Japanese law and took advantage of a big loophole. Take care of your wife. Since Jewish law gives husbands absolute legal and property rights in the family, the sages go out of their way to remind men that the foundation of a happy marriage is not majesty, but love and kindness. At the same time, they realized that, despite the legal limitations of women, they had a significant influence in marriage and family life. Therefore, Jews believe that caring for one's wife is the foundation of a happy marriage. If your wife is short, bow down and listen to her. If a man loves his wife as he loves himself, praises his wife more than himself, leads his children on the right path, and arranges for them to marry when they grow up, then this man's tent is full of peace. A man should always be careful not to wrong his wife, because she is vulnerable and likes to cry. A man should always respect his wife, because God blesses the family all for her. Once upon a time, there was a man whose wife had a deformed hand, which he never noticed until she died. The rabbi said, "How humble this woman must be that her husband never found her handicapped hand. It's normal for her to hide her disabled hand in this situation, but how humble this man is, because he never examines his wife's limbs," Rabbi had told him. Jews believe that a nagging woman is like a drop of water that keeps falling on a rainy day. There is nothing worse than a bad wife, only evil can subdue her. A quiet husband lives with a nagging and fussy wife, and happiness is as difficult as an old man climbing a dune. A good wife makes a happy husband, and she doubles his life. The charm of a wife is the joy of her husband, who, with feminine skill, makes flesh grow out of his bones. A good wife means a good life, and she is a gift from God to those who worship God. A firm wife is the joy of the husband, and he will live in peace. The youthful and beautiful face is as bright as the lights on the altar, and the toned legs and feet are like the golden pillars on the ginza. In the eyes of the Jews, a great wife can make a man successful, so they respect their wives in their lives and regard them as the source of their success. The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Authority cannot be abused. Even if the parents are bad, so bad that they have been sentenced to death and are on their way to the execution ground, the children cannot curse them, because the children owe their parents so much that they will never be able to pay them back. But the children, there is no need to go against your own will and blindly obey your parents. Parents cannot prevent their sons from marrying so that he can continue to work for them, nor allow him to live with them after he is married. If he can support and take care of his parents, he has the right to find a wife and live somewhere else, but he needs to know that his parents are not emotionally unwilling to accept her. If he has a crush on a girl of good origin, but his parents want him to marry someone of bad origin, because she has a wealthy relative, then he does not have to obey his parents, because they are to be blamed for their actions. Rabbi Eliezer ben Hickness was 22 years old and had not studied the Torah. Once he made up his mind and said, "I will go to Laban Johanna ben Zakkai and study the Torah with him." His father Hickness said to him, "If you do not plow the whole piece, you don't want to eat anything until you land." He got up early, plowed the whole field, and set off for Jerusalem. When his father Hickness heard that he was studying the Torah with Laban Johanna ben Zakkai, he declared, "I'm going to forbid my son Eliezer from using my property." It is said that on that day, Laban Johanna ben Zakkai was giving a speech in Jerusalem, and in front of him were all prominent men in Israel. When he heard that Hickness was coming, he called the guards and said to them, "If Hickness comes, don't let him sit down." When Hickness came, they wouldn't let him sit down. But he squeezed forward, sitting among wealthy, senior city leaders. "We can't talk," Rabbi Eliezer pleaded. Laban Johanna and his classmates were urging him, so he got up and gave a speech no one had ever heard before. As he uttered these words from his mouth, Laban Johanna ben Zakkai stood up, kissed his head, and exclaimed, "Master Rabbi Eliezer, you have taught me the truth." Before it was time to rest, his father Hickness stood up and said, "Master, I have come here to forbid my son Eliezer from using my property, and now I should give all my property to my son Eliezer." But who is more important, parents or children? The love of fathers is given to children, and the love of children is given to their own children. Once upon a time there was a bird, with its children, 3 little chicks, to fly over the rough sea. The wind on the sea was too strong, and there was no end in sight, so the father had to take his children one by one with his claws. When he was halfway through the flight with the first bird, a strong wind suddenly blew, and he said, "My child, I worked so hard to take you there. When you grow up, can you take care of my old age like I do?" The bird replied, "Just take me to a safe place, and when you're old, I'll do what you want me to do for you." So the father unceremoniously threw the bird into the sea, and when the bird fell into the water, the father said, "This should be done to a liar like you." Then the father returned to the shore with the second bird. During the flight, the father asked the same question, but the answer was the same as the first bird, so the second bird was also thrown after drowning in the sea. His father shouted at the sea, "You are also a liar." Finally, he took the third bird across the sea, and when he asked the same question again, the bird replied, "My dear father, you risked extreme danger to get me to safety. If you are old and I do not repay, it is obviously wrong. However, I cannot restrain myself. However, I can guarantee that if I grow up and have my own children, I will treat them like you treat me." The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. To this, the father said, "Well said, you are a wise boy. I will spare your life and take you to safety." These little stories are widely circulated among the Jews, and they all reveal that parents should not abuse their authority over their children, and they also teach us that we should not abuse our own authority in our relationships with others. A good wife makes a man successful. Rabbi Ajwa's wife, Raj, was a role model for Jewish women in the Jewish region and small European towns. Rabbi Ajwa was a shepherd to the wealthy Kalba sow in Jerusalem in his youth. Karba's beautiful and dignified daughter found the shepherd very noble, and said to him, "If I get engaged to you, will you go out and study the Torah?" "Yes, I totally agree," he replied. They got married in secret, and he went to study the Torah. But when her father heard about it, he kicked her out of the house, vowing not to leave her any property. Ajwa studied abroad for 12 years and brought back 12,000 students when he came home. When he was about to get home, he heard an old man say to his wife, "How long are you going to wait? If he listens to me, he should study outside for another 12 years, replied his wife. Hearing these words, Ajwa returned to the academy to study for another 12 years. The second time he went home, he brought 24,000 students. When his wife learned that Ajwa had returned from her studies, she hurriedly went out to greet him. The neighbor said to her, "Put yourself up and change out of this old dress, it's too shabby." But she refused. She came to him and bent down to kiss his feet. His students tried to push her away, but Rabbi Ajwa yelled, "Don't touch her. She gave us everything we have today." When Raj's father, Karba Sao, heard that a scholar had come to town, he said to himself, "I must go to him, maybe he can break my oath." He was already saying that for himself. Regretted the oath. Rabbi Ajwa asked him, "If you knew your son-in-law was a scholar, would you still take that oath?" "If he knew a chapter or even a law, I wouldn't have sworn that," Karba said. "I'm the one who helps you herd the sheep." "I go out to study for your daughter," Rabbi Ajwa said. When Karba Sao heard this, he prostrated himself at Ajwa's feet and gave him half of his fortune. Jews believe that a good wife can give direction to their career and strengthen their courage to struggle. Therefore, Jews see wives as a driving force for success. Respect women. The history of the Jewish nation is also the history of the patriarchal society, but Jews have great respect for women. A Jewish proverb says, "God created meekness because he cannot be everywhere." In Jewish society, a man must marry a wife, otherwise he is not a fully independent person. The ideal man must have both the strength of a man and the tenderness of a woman. The Talmud teaches people, love your wife as you love yourself, protect her well, and don't let her cry. On Sabbath night, the whole family sits around the table, and the husband is to sing a hymn to his wife, "You are clothed with strength and gentleness, and you speak wise words with one mouth. May God bless you and protect your children." After singing, the wife lit the candle. The Talmud says, if there are two orphans, a boy and a girl, you should save the girl first, because the boy can be a beggar, but we can't let the girl do that. In Jewish society, beating one's wife is a very dishonorable thing, and will be reviled by others. This is completely different from the medieval Catholic Church. The Catholic Church's legislation states, wives may be beaten if necessary. At work, Jews have great respect for female employees and never exclude them. The majority of Mr. Keffel's company is full of women, and the number of capable and beautiful women continues to grow. The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. Some friends persuaded him to pay attention to this issue, lest his wife have an opinion in his heart, but Youthful calmly counted the advantages of women, loyal to their work. They are generally loyal to their bosses and rarely betray. Don't be greedy for cups. Very few women are happy when they see wine. They don't spend money to play with men. The advantages are that one is not distracted by work, and the other is that it is not easy to make mistakes. From these three advantages, it can be seen that even if a woman can't achieve something, it will never be a bad thing, while a man often fails to achieve enough and more than fails. On this basis, a woman is a natural communicator. Often a wink and a soft word can do things that men think are difficult to do. But female employees also have flaws. Like male employees, they tend to be content with the status quo, do not think ahead, and have a tendency to evade responsibility. In the long run, their potential will not be fully explored, and they can only engage in some simple and easy jobs. In response to these situations, successful Jewish businessmen mostly start from the following aspects and strictly restrict female employees. 1. Encourage them to consciously become professionals. Point out clear goals and specific requirements to them, so that they understand the meaning of work. 2. Cultivate the self-motivation of female staff. The most effective way is to let them do responsible work, and encourage them to form their due professional awareness and professionalism. Don't suddenly put pressure on them that they can't bear, but assign some easy tasks first, and then gradually increase them as appropriate. 3. An excuse not to accommodate female staff. When bosses assign difficult jobs to female employees, they often say, "These jobs are not suitable for us women," in order to avoid responsibility. If you go along with them blindly, they will use these excuses as a talisman. In this case, the boss has to set an excellent and capable role model for female employees. With your positive guidance, women across the company will become more motivated. Of course, the key to not accommodating is to move people with affection and convince them with reason, so that they realize that work is not allowed to be influenced by personal feelings. 4. Do not favor female staff. Don't judge them with your own personal eyes. Pay special attention to fair treatment. Women are relatively small-minded, and their feelings are more delicate. Once they find that they have been treated unfairly, they are prone to dissatisfaction. If the boss favors the female employee he likes too much, it will also damage his image, so that he will be criticized by people and cause him unnecessary trouble. Right family into a nation. In Jewish society, apart from the church, the family is the collective form of the second space of the Jewish people. Home itself must occupy a certain space and area, no matter how small. This material space, directly framed by various materials, is often a veritable country within a country. Moreover, there must be other groups among family members' blood ties that are not present in them. It is for this reason that a great deal of communal activity exists in Jewish family activities. On the door of the living room, the Jews would put a small box with a scroll of parchment with scriptures in it. Some also have pictures or signs nailed to the walls facing Jerusalem. When people enter or leave their homes, they either kiss the scripture lintel with their mouths or touch them with their hands. This arrangement actually makes the family room a small physical space in the midst of a foreign culture, a real Jewish cultural territory. At home, Jews will not be idle either, and pray 3 times a day. On religious festivals, they also perform a full set of lifestyle dramas, from Passover, Feast of Tabernacles to the 7-day Sabbath, a large part of community activities. It's all done on a family basis. Thousands of families doing the same thing at the same time make up the thousands of living cells of the highly integrated Jewish nation. The family became the molecular form of Jewish national space existence, one of the densest repositories of all Jewish culture. The family is the community, the epitome of the nation itself. Because of this, Jews attach great importance to family relations and always spare no effort to coordinate family relations. Talmud Part 1. Humor is Medicine. 10. Susie accompanies you to read. There are many stories about this in the Talmud. A long time ago, there were 2 brothers. The older brother was married and the younger brother was single. Both brothers are hardworking. Before their father died, he distributed the property to them. The brothers evenly divided the harvested crops into 2 parts and hid them in their own warehouses. In the evening, the elder brother thought that he had become a family and had no worries about the future, while the younger brother was still single and should prepare more for the future life, so he moved some of his agricultural products to the younger brother's warehouse. At the same time, the younger brother believes that the elder brother has a wife and children, and the expenses must be large, so he took a part of his own income and moved it to the elder brother's warehouse. The next morning, when the brothers woke up, they went to the warehouse and found nothing missing. It was like this for the next few days. On the fourth night, the two brothers met on the way to move their respective things to the other's warehouse. When they found out what happened, they threw down the crops in their hands, hugged each other tightly, and cried. Let's look at another story. Once upon a time, there was a rabbi named Meir who was very good at speaking. On the eve of the weekly Sabbath, Friday night, he would go to the synagogue and speak to hundreds of people. One of them was a woman who enjoyed listening to Rabbi Meir very much. By convention, the Jewish housewife would stay at home every Friday night to prepare dishes for the Sabbath meal, etc., but she would not stay at home and would listen to the rabbi's speech at this time. At one point, Meir was a little longer than the speech, and by the time she got home it was late. Before she could enter the door, her husband stopped her. "The Sabbath dishes are not ready. Where have you been?" he asked her angrily. "I went to hear Rabbi Meir," replied the wife. The husband listened and said to her, "If you want to enter this house again, you must spit in the rabbi's face." When he was done, he closed the door. In desperation, she had to live with her friends. After hearing about this, Rabbi knew that because of his long speech, he had created a conflict for a family. So, the rabbi asked someone to invite the woman over, told her that her eyes often hurt, and asked her to spit and wash her eyes. This is a desert area, and people often use this method to clear the gray sand from their eyes. The woman spat into the rabbi's eyes. In this way, the family conflict between her and her husband is also eliminated. "You are a famous rabbi, why would you allow her to spit in your face?" the disciples asked the rabbi in confusion. "I will do everything in my power to restore peace to their families," the rabbi replied. Obviously, the more sinister the social environment is, the more the diaspora Jews can feel the warmth of the community, and thus generate a strong centripetal force. This centripetal force towards the direct community family, when gathered together, is the entire Jewish nation. Of cohesion. Keep secrets. Jews respect the privacy of others very much. In order to prevent others from exploring their privacy in any way, they elevate the right to privacy to the height of resorting to the law. In daily life, in order to show respect for the privacy of others, Jews pay great attention to keeping secrets. They believe that those who can keep secrets are the ones who can really live. Jews believe that as long as you have a secret, you are the master of it, but when you tell it, you become its slave. When a secret is known, people can't help but want to reveal that secret and take it for granted. Because when a person has some kind of secret in his hands, he can use it to attract the attention of others. Everyone wants to know other people's secrets, and also wants to attract other people's attention. When the secret is told, it will definitely attract people's attention and make people feel superior to others. Secrecy is the touchstone of a person's trustworthiness, and Jews often measure a person's worth by the degree to which secrecy is kept. The Talmud, Part 1. Humor is Medicine, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. Once, the soothsayer Balaam went to curse the Israelites, but when he saw their camp, he prayed for them. It turned out that the tents of the Israelites were not facing each other. After seeing this, Balaam thought that they respected each other's privacy, so he prayed for them. In the Jewish nation, personal privacy is inviolable, and no one can go to someone's house without saying hello. Even when a person borrows money from a neighbor, he can't just break into someone else's house to take things as collateral. Instead, he should wait outside quietly until the other party comes out with the pledge. Although Jewish rabbis realized that keeping secrets was very difficult, both professionally and personally, they unanimously emphasized respect for trust. As the Hasidic Rabbi Abda pointed out, even speaking in private among those who know the secret is a sign of low quality. Friends or foes, don't tell stories about them. Even if you feel like you have nothing to say, don't give out other people's secrets. Because when he knows you have leaked his secret, he no longer trusts you, and will hate you deeply in his heart. The best way is to keep it in your heart forever. In this way, you will win the friendship of your friends, and you will become very happy. Otherwise, a fool with a secret is as miserable as a woman in labor. One of Rabbi Amy's students is said to have leaked a secret lecture 24 years in advance. Rabbi Amy was so unhappy with his behavior that he had leaked a secret and drove him away. If a judge walking out of court says, "I don't think the prisoner is guilty, but my colleagues think they're guilty. They're in the majority, what can I do?" To this kind of person, you should say, "Don't tell the truth in the crowd." Once a distinguished woman came to Rabbi Apta's house and asked him for advice. The wise rabbi cried out when she saw her, "You know? Now you dare to enter my house." The woman said excitedly, "God is patient with sinners. He doesn't punish them right away, and he doesn't leak his secrets, lest they be ashamed when they face him. And he doesn't turn his face away from them." Yet the rabbi, sitting in the house, could not bear for a moment, but had to reveal God's hidden secrets. As a result of this incident, Rabbi Apta used to say, "No one has beaten me, except one woman." The Jews have many maxims for keeping secrets for others. Information that is known to more than 3 people cannot be called a secret. It's easy to hear a secret, but it's hard to keep it. Drinking the secret drink makes your tongue dance, so you should be very careful. Fools and children can't keep secrets. Try to keep the marriage intact. Although the decision to divorce is a personal matter, every effort should be made to keep the marriage intact. Rabbi Zusia's wife insisted on divorce because she was unhappy with their marriage. The rabbi said to her one night, "Look here, handle." The wife looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that his pillow was all wet. God is a witness to marriage, and if a man divorces his wife, the altar will weep for him. Tears wet my pillow. Now, are you still insisting on divorce? From then on, Rabbi Zusia's wife became happy and content. Everything can be changed except for a young wife. There is a couple who have been married for 10 years and have no children. The husband asked for a divorce, so the two went to the rabbi. The rabbi was adamant against divorce and tried to convince his husband to change his mind, but the husband was very firm. Now that you have decided to divorce, the rabbi told them you should have a party to commemorate the breakup, just as you would have a wedding. The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 12. Susie accompanies you to read. The couple agreed. During the party, the husband drank a lot. He looked at his wife and said, "My dear, before we part, you can take the most precious thing in the house and take it to your father." Provoked by alcohol, the husband fell asleep, and the wife asked the servant to carry the husband to her father's house and put him on the bed. My husband woke up in the middle of the night. "Where is this? Where am I?" he cried. "In my father's house," replied his wife. "You agreed to take away the most precious things in the house before I go. There is nothing in this world that is more precious to me than you." The wife's love moved the husband so deeply that it prompted the husband to change his mind and continue the marriage, and they have lived happily ever after. If the relationship between husband and wife is not good, especially if the wife does something unfaithful to her husband, the Jews believe that it is okay to divorce. But it must be mediated by both parties and the local Jewish community after sober thinking. When all efforts to restore harmony in the family have failed, with the consent of the man and the woman, the Jewish Inquisition will issue a divorce document, signed by 2 witnesses under the auspices of the rabbi, and handed over by the husband to the wife. This divorce paper heralds the end of the couple's relationship, freeing her from all marital obligations to her husband. Now, without such a process, even if the 2 parties go through the divorce formalities with the government authorities, they will not be recognized by the Jewish Church. In most cases, the parties to the divorce need to enter into a civil divorce, followed by the issuance of a divorce letter by the Jewish religious court, as confirmation of the divorce by the religious institution. Show your vanity skillfully. Jews believe that vanity will always accompany a man since he came to this world. When I was young, everything was self-centered. When I grew up, I just learned to give in. Even if a person dies, vanity will not disappear, and the tombstone will show off its glory to others. There is a little bit of self-love in everyone, and to some extent vanity is allowed. In addition, Jews believe that vanity also has a good side, because it can make people value themselves, and self-respect, self-reliance, and self-motivation can grow in the soil of self-love. However, love has a kind of blindness. When a person is too indulged in self-love and vanity, he will not see the disgusting eyes of others, and it is easy to make people feel disgusted with him. Self-love can be a human strength, but it can also bring human vulnerability. When a person is complimented by others, they appear happy and often get carried away. The judge Samson was so powerful that he beat the Philistines and fled. After the victory, Samson met Delilah. Driven by his vanity, he told the reason why he was so powerful, so he was captured alive by the Philistines. Jews believe that, after a mistake has been made, after being forgiven by others, there is often a situation where they cannot forgive themselves. After a long period of time, every time I think of that mistake, I still feel a dull pain in my heart. Why does this happen? The reason is very simple. It hurts people's vanity, so the scars are not easy to heal. In the church, Jewish people are aware of this. They may not feel bad about sin, but they are restless because they feel that they have hurt the vanity of others, because they have a strong sense of self-blame. Self-love is absolutely healthy, and it's not wrong to be self-centered, because man is the only animal that can say, I, but it can't be too much, because if a person blindly pursues vanity and self-indulgence, that is to hurt yourself. When the Jews wanted to manipulate a person, it was often to inspire the other person's vanity, and to do what the other person wanted. Therefore, in real life, Jews often compliment others on their behavior, life, clothing, etc. Compliments have even become a way of life and a habit of the Jewish nation. Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 13. Susie accompanies you to read. There must be a measure of vanity, especially when dealing with competitors or enemies, and you should avoid vanity, otherwise others will take advantage of you. To this end, the Talmud admonishes, the best companions of self-love are humility and concern for others. Burial of the dead, both solemn and simple. In the Jewish concept of life, one must pay respect to the dead, and the dead must be permanently protected. The Jews treated the dead more wisely, bury the dead, both solemn and simple. After the death of their relatives, Jews will not, like other ethnic groups, to organize funerals, feast guests, and make a lot of pomp. But the death of a person is not a trivial matter after all, and the Jews deal with it very wisely, that is, they only emphasize crying, prayer, and condolences. The Jewish mourning for the deceased is more wise and worth learning in the following aspects. Although it is a very sad thing after the death of a loved one, excessive sadness is not good for health, so Jews can go out after a week of mourning, expressing the days of grief are over, don't mourn any longer. In addition, the form of Jewish funerals does not vary according to people's status and wealth. Because the Jews value people's inner morality, and do not distinguish the value of people by external material conditions. Whether a learned scholar or an illiterate, a rich man or a poor man, every Jew will die wrapped in the same white cloth. People also wear the same clothes when they go to funerals. In Israel, except for the state funeral held after the death of the head of state, head of government, political or military dignitaries, there is no difference in the funerals of other people. The burial ceremonies are the same and very simple. In short, for the Jews, they both have great respect for the deceased and adopt sensible principles for the funeral of the deceased, solemn and simple. Always keep hope. Jews believe that passively killing bacteria or toxins is not the best way to get rid of disease. The best way is to try to make your body strong. In the Jewish view, when people have adequate sleep and rich nutrition, the body's ability to resist disease will naturally increase. In the same way, Jews believe that the balance of life is always fluctuating between hope and despair. As long as the weight of hope is increased, life can be saved, and the pointer of the balance can be tilted in its own direction. Therefore, in the wisdom of life, the Jews firmly believe that maintaining hope is the wisest choice, and fighting despair may lead to a desperate situation. A Jewish rabbi admonished people, we must be brave and use the good qualities that we have in order to survive, and even more so to know ourselves. Our activities are often judged by terror, prudence, cowardice, and so on, so our biggest enemy is the instinct that gets in the way, the innate desire and personality. There is also a sentence in the Talmud, "We don't know what will happen today, so why worry about tomorrow?" Jews believe that there are 3 doors in life, leading to the past, the present and the future. None of these 3 doors can be closed. At the same time, there must be hope for each door, and the past experience can be used to grasp the present and create the future. This is the real purpose of life. In the eyes of the Jews, a person's life is not only composed of the past and today, but also includes many elements of tomorrow, and that part of tomorrow also contains the things that will definitely improve tomorrow. Hope section. Therefore, man is not only an animal that can live in the past and present, but also an animal that can live in the future. Why do Jews have so much respect for older people? Because they have a past door with treasure in it. Why are young men and women so beautiful? Because they now have treasures in their doors. Why are children so cute? Because they symbolize the future. Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 14. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews are never willing to be left behind by others. They are stubborn, strong, and indomitable. They think that whoever is discouraged is a loser. Jews believe that there are sunny days and rainy days, so since things are in the past, there is nothing anyone can do about it. God gives man a future to make up for his past, and as long as hope is not lost, man will be able to create the future as he pleases. Therefore, Jews never lose heart or discouragement in the face of difficulties, and always keep hope and live tenaciously. Keep a thin heart. Success is the goal that everyone pursues, which cannot be questioned, but there is one thing that should be paid more attention to, that is, the insatiable desire and the insatiable ambition. The more self-disciplined a person is, the less he will be affected by the extremes of good and bad. In this way, when he obtains what philosophers call illusory happiness, he will not get carried away, nor will he become extraordinarily remarkable in his own eyes. If he encounters great distress, such as many of the world's sufferings, which philosophers call illusory evils, he is neither surprised nor afraid, but endures. When people think about the truth of things and understand the nature of some reality, they will have wisdom in their minds and understand that a person cannot always have the good things in the world. After a person dies, the body will slowly decay until it disappears. Since human beings, like other creatures, inevitably die, what use are those good things to humans? So this is the greatest misfortune in the world. The thought that there is no way out of death makes any misfortune seem unimportant, no doubt. So it is better to be unfortunate than to die, which we cannot escape. When people leave this world, half of their wishes are often not fulfilled. When a person has $10,000, he will think how to turn it into $20,000. If he has $20,000, he wants to turn it into $40,000. Those who force time are driven back by time. Those who give in to time will find that time is always by his side. A man was hurrying on his way. The rabbi saw him and stopped him. "What are you chasing?" "I want to catch up with life," the man replied. "How do you know that life is ahead of you?" the rabbi continued. "You're trying to keep going, trying to catch up with life, but do you know where life is? Why don't you look around? Actually, life is chasing you after you. You just stand still and it will meet you, but you are running faster and faster. In fact, you are trying to escape life. When all the decorations are gone, you are left with only yourself, who you have become." There was a lion who was very old and had a disease in his waist, so he was in great pain. Its future is at a loss, whether it is dead or alive. The beasts came to visit the sick lion for different purposes. Some out of the love of visiting the sick, some to see its pain, some to inherit its dominion, and some want to know who will rule after it dies. It was so sick that no one could tell if it was still alive. The bull came to butt him, wondering if the lion had any strength. The heifer trod on him with his hooves, the rooster pecked him with his beak, the fox gnawed his ears with his teeth. Not dead? The lion's spirit came back, and seeing what was happening, it cried out, "Alas! My friends I once trusted despise me, my strength and glory are against me, and my former servants are against me. Those who once loved me have become my enemies." This fable is about a man with wealth and honor whom his neighbors come to flatter, but when he is humbled and suffers misfortune, those who once loved him will leave him. Learn to share. Jews believe that no one can own everything. Therefore, in the Jewish view, sharing is a very important concept. However, most people do not want others to share their interests with themselves, but always want to share the interests of others. In this regard, Jewish rabbis often used Israel's two inland seas, the Dead Sea and the Sea of Galilee, to teach the Jews this lesson. Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 15. Susie accompanies you to read. The Dead Sea is 392 meters below sea level, and on the other side is the territory of Jordan, surrounded by an endless desert. The Dead Sea contains a large proportion of salt, and when people fall into it, their bodies float on it without drowning. There are no fish and no other creatures in the Dead Sea. The Sea of Galilee is a vibrant freshwater lake with many creatures, famous for the fish that Jesus Christ once fished here. The Sea of Galilee is rich in a kind of St. Peter fish. Although this fish is ugly in appearance, its meat is refreshing and has become a specialty of this area. There are many seaside restaurants on the Sea of Galilee, all of which sell St. Peter's fish. Tourists who come here can eat delicious St. Peter's fish. There are many trees on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, with dense branches and leaves, and birds passing through them. It is a green world full of vitality. And the Dead Sea can't be compared to it. There is no living creature in the Dead Sea, there is not a tree around, let alone the singing of birds, giving people a feeling of lifelessness. Never an animal living in the desert has come to the shore to drink water. Because of this, people will call it the Dead Sea. Why is the difference between the two so big? The Jewish rabbis explained that the Sea of Galilee is not like the Dead Sea, which only receives, but does not come out. After the Jordan River enters the Sea of Galilee, it flows out again, and finally, it will flow into the Dead Sea again. As much as the Sea of Galilee receives, it also gives to others, so it is full of life. And every drop of water, when it reaches the Dead Sea, will be occupied by it. The Dead Sea only knows to possess all things, but does not know to pay, so creatures do not like to live in it, and the Dead Sea becomes a lifeless scene. The water does not flow, the fish do not live, and there are no creatures drinking water. They only know how to take and not to give. If this is the case, it is a very abnormal phenomenon. Because the Dead Sea never gives anyone anything, that's why it dies there. In one's life, one often encounters people like the Dead Sea who can only enter. Therefore, the Jews believed that one cannot learn from the Dead Sea, only to enter but should be as active as the Sea of Galilee, giving often. The way of life of a wise man should be in and out. The Jewish people often pay attention to this point in their life. They not only accept what others give, but also know how to give their own things. They regard sharing as the creed of life. This is one of the reasons why the Jews are the best people in the world. For yourself first, then for others. A person who knows how to cherish himself will know how to cherish others. A person who does not even love himself is absolutely impossible to love others. The Talmud says, guests, like fish, are delicious when fresh, but stink after 3 days. The right side of the road is frozen into ice, the left is a sea of fire. If you go to the right, you will freeze, if you go to the left, it will be charred. Only the middle of the road remains lukewarm, which is an appropriate route. The way forward. During their long wandering life, Jews were bullied. They are in a foreign land and have no one to rely on, but rely on themselves. So they develop the belief that they can save themselves by themselves. In their view, when people live in the world, they must first learn to think about themselves and seek benefits for themselves. Only when their wealth becomes enough will they be able to help others. If a person wants to live a worthwhile life, he must continue to struggle and struggle, so that life will become more fulfilling. Those people who worry about the world all day long, while they are very poor, are worthy of respect, but they have not done anything worthwhile to the society. Jews believe that only those who know how to cherish and improve themselves can be able to help and rescue others. Looking at the struggle history of those successful Jewish people, we can know that they all took their destiny in their own hands, started from themselves, constantly surpassed themselves, and finally became strong in life. In the eyes of the Jews, those businessmen who are famous all over the world and have huge wealth are the representatives of starting from nothing, starting from scratch, constantly accumulating, constantly strengthening their own strength, and finally becoming famous. The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 16. Susie accompanies you to read. Lubin, an American chain pioneer, also started out as a penniless pauper. When he was 16 years old, there was a gold rush in the West, and he went to California with the gold rushers. But the gold rush didn't make him much money. Later, he started to make money by doing some small business and hawker business, and he made more and more money. On this basis, he expanded his business to the city until he invented the way of chain operation. His business grew bigger and bigger, like a snowball. After years of development, he finally became a famous millionaire. Rothschild was a poor boy born on a dirty Jewish street in Frankfurt, Germany. He started selling ancient coins. He has been doing this for more than 20 years. Due to his efforts, he finally made the world interested in ancient coins, and his fate has changed since then. He became a rich man and eventually got involved in the financial field. And it was impossible to recoup, and finally became the financial helmsman of Megatron in Europe and the world. In addition, Levi Strauss, the founder of jeans, the clothing king Rosenwald, the stock god Kongfield, the American telegraph king Sarnoff, etc., all started from themselves, starting from nothing, and eventually the Jew who became a tycoon. Suffering makes the Jewish nation stronger. Saul, David, and Solomon were 3 generations of kings in the Hebrew kingdom. They all came from the 2 tribes of Judea and Benjamin in the south. Therefore, the other 10 tribes living in the north were suspicious and resentful of each other. After Solomon's death, his son Rehoboam succeeded to the throne. How did Rehoboam deal with this thorny problem? Rehoboam was an incompetent monarch. He was extravagant and lecherous, jealous of the virtuous, obedient to slander, and many of his servants were scheming. During his reign, the power of the Hebrew kingdom rose and fell. People's resistance is getting higher and higher. Rehoboam not only does not comfort the people and eases this contradiction, but insults and reprimands them. My father has given you a heavy burden, very well. Now, as your king, I will place an even heavier burden on you. My father whips you with a whip, and I will whip you with a barbed whip. In this way, the contradictions became more and more acute. Finally, the 10 northern tribes refused to recognize Rehoboam, and a new king was elected, and Samaria was set as the capital, which was called the Kingdom of Israel. The Jewish and Benjamin tribes in the south remained loyal to Rehoboam, calling him King of Judah, and the capital remained Jerusalem. In this way, the Jewish state was divided into 2, and the Jewish kingdom, which had been unified for more than 100 years, was divided. In the 8th century BC, the Assyrians in the Mesopotamia became stronger and changed the situation in West Asia. Israel was forced to pay tribute to Assyria. Not long after, in 722 BC, Assyria captured Samaria, the capital of Israel, and the people of 10 tribes disappeared into history without a sound. Since then, they have been called the 10 missing tribes of Israel, which has remained a mystery for centuries and has been haunting future generations. Although the Kingdom of Judah continued to maintain for more than 100 years, it was not much stronger than Israel. However, this continued state of the Kingdom of Judah did not last long. In 605 BC, Neo-Babylon destroyed Assyria, and its king Nebuchadnezzar II competed with the Egyptian pharaoh Necho for Palestine, and Jerusalem faced a crisis. In 586 BC, Jerusalem was captured by the army of Nebuchadnezzar II. The temple was sacked, and Jerusalem was in ruins. Tens of thousands of kings, priests, nobles, and craftsmen of the Kingdom of Judah were captured and taken to Babylon. The Jews were taken to Babylon as captives, known in history as Babylonian prisoners. During this great exile, they were once again forced to leave their homeland, fleeing in all directions of the world, becoming unwelcome foreigners to their homeland. However, the Jews who were exiled to Babylon were much luckier than the people of the 10 northern tribes who were assimilated, and were not forcibly dispersed to various places, but gathered together and still carried on their own nationality. With traditional customs and beliefs, they gradually formed a stable Jewish immigrant area. But since then, Jews has become the name of Jews and their descendants, and has also become the general name of the entire Jewish nation. Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 17. Susie accompanies you to read. In the beginning, the Jews hated Babylon very much, with the hatred of subjugation. The Covenant Psalms recite this verse, "Children of Babylon, we want to bless those people who take revenge on you, as you did us." The one who threw your child on the rocky cliff in 538 BC, the emerging Persian Empire destroyed the Neo-Babylonian kingdom, and at this time, the situation of the Jews got some changes. Cyrus, the king of the Persian Empire, found that the Jewish religious ideas were of great help in consolidating the rule of the empire. At the same time, because the Jews attached great importance to the education of their own nation, the Jews generally had a high cultural literacy, and this kind of knowledge was of great help to them. It is also a kind of spiritual wealth. Thus, Cyrus adopted a policy of borrowing and exploiting the Jews. As a result, the Jews lived in a more relaxed environment. Under the rule of the Persian king, despite having a comfortable material life, there was a crisis in spiritual life. In this tempting environment, it is not easy for the Jews to maintain their nationality. At this time, the prophets appeared again, and they rescued the Jewish nation from the brink of mental breakdown. This period occupies a special place in the history of the development of the Jewish nation. The Jewish nation has so tenaciously maintained its national identity during its long exile, and has drawn strength from it to stand up again. It is very remarkable that the diaspora can be loyal to their own nation. It is unique to the Jewish nation, which is unmatched by many other nations. In 538 BC, the Persian king Cyrus allowed the Hebrews to return to Palestine and supported their revival of Judaism and the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. If you want to stay in Babylon, you can still stay. About 40,000 Jews returned home. In 516 BC, the people who returned to Jerusalem and the very few Jews who remained there united, and after 20 years of hard work, the reconstruction of the temple was completed, which is historically known as the Second Temple. But it is far less luxurious and larger than Solomon's temple. In 445 BC, Nehemiah, a Jewish official in the Persian court, was appointed governor of the Jewish province and returned to Jerusalem to govern the local Jewish autonomous community according to the priest's views on Jewish teachings and canons. In the history of the Great Diaspora, the Jewish nation suffered hardships, and they endured long nights full of bitterness and humiliation, but these hardships did not break them, but made their will stronger. The independence of the nation is maintained by the transcendence of religion, and the firmness of religion is promoted by the loyalty of the nation, which makes the Jewish nation not disappear in the hardships. The outstanding wisdom of the Jews can be fully reflected here. The Ten Commandments of Moses. In 1250 BC, the Israelites were led out of Egypt under the leadership of Moses. During the difficult journey through the Sinai desert, the ragged Jews faced the threat of hunger, thirst, disease, fatigue, and the pursuit and obstruction of powerful enemies. Many people miss it. Began to live in Egypt, where they were enslaved, but were able to ensure their own survival. In addition, they had been in Egypt for many years, and were influenced by the beliefs there, so that when Moses hid in seclusion on the journey, many people took the opportunity to worship idols. To this end, Moses took the necessary measures. He stopped his march in the Sinai desert and, in the name of Jehovah, launched a puritanical movement against the apostates to unify spiritual beliefs. He claimed that on Mount Sinai, the Lord gave him the Ten Commandments as a covenant between the Lord and the Jews. These 10 Commandments, known as the 10 Commandments of Moses, were engraved on stone tablets, namely, 1. You must not believe in any other gods but Yahweh. 2. You must not make or worship any idols for yourself. 3. Do not take the honored name of Jehovah in vain. 4. Keep the Sabbath day holy. Work on the first 6 days, rest on the 7th, and do not do any work. 5. Those who are filial to their parents will have a long life. The Talmud Part 1 Humor is Medicine, 18. Susie accompanies you to read. 6. Do not steal. 7. Do not kill. 8. Not. 9. Do not give perjury to frame others. 10. Don't be greedy for everything from others. Moses asked 12 Jewish tribes to set up an altar at the foot of Mount Sinai, slaughter cattle and sheep, sprinkle half the blood of the livestock on the altar and pour half into the basin to perform the covenant ceremony. From this, Moses initially founded Judaism, which is the earliest religious religion of mankind. The 10 Commandments of Moses not only became the basic doctrine of Judaism, but also one of the earliest laws of mankind, and had a profound impact on later Christianity and Islam. In addition, in the process of wandering, Moses also adopted the advice of his father-in-law Jethro, and divided the Jews into social administrative units with 1,000, 150, and 10 people at various levels, and selected capable people to serve as thousands of husbands. He was the head of administration at all levels and assisted Moses in management, ending the chaos and disorder of the Hebrew tribes. Moses made great efforts to win the independence and freedom of the Jewish nation, and became the first person whom the Jewish nation has respected and admired for thousands of years. Prophet is the spiritual pillar of the Jewish people. After Solomon's death, the Hebrew kingdom was divided into Judah in the south and Israel in the north. Internal wars against each other, external threats from powerful enemies, and a crisis of belief, in this case, the two kingdoms are slowly on the road to decline. At the critical moment of national peril, a group of prophets stepped onto the Jewish political stage and launched a far-reaching prophetic movement. Thus began the great era of the prophets in the history of Judaism. So what is a prophet? The prophets were the ones whom the Lord God chose among the Jews to convey his will. Everything the prophets said was true and reliable. The greatest prophet was Moses, whose prophecies were true. Some of them are eloquent, but not just eloquent orators. Many of them were great poets, but far more than poets. One thing they have in common is that they dare to stand up for the truth. Although many of them are relatively narrow-minded and cannot tolerate any disagreement, they stick to their beliefs and dare to sacrifice everything, even their own lives, when faced with problems of principle. Prophets, who had extraordinary wisdom to foresee what was to come, warned those facing calamity that if they went their own way and persisted in disobeying God's teachings, great calamity would befall them. Prophets were rich in pursuit of justice and truth, and often fearlessly communicated God's will to rulers, demanding that they obey the law God revealed to Moses. In Jewish society, whenever anyone strayed from the central idea of the Most Holy, the prophets communicated God's will to him and didactically warned offenders, even kings. During the long-term exile, the Jews were able to maintain a high degree of national identity, and the key was that the national conscience flashed in the ideological works of the prophets, which not only consolidated and developed Judaism, but also regulated Jewish life, and even human nature also has a very important contribution. Amos, Isaiah, Hosea, and Micah are the greatest and most prominent representatives of the prophets. The representatives of the prophets all started from the same basic idea, that of one God. A single creator and judge, a non-mythical, non-magical God, a supreme will that is free from any restraint and unyielding to fate. They firmly believe in the need to maintain and spread their beliefs and demand that people obey moral precepts. They conveyed God's prophecy and will to the Jews. The Jewish nation will suffer from subjugation and exile, but God will not forget his chosen people, and the Jewish nation will eventually return to its own place after suffering great suffering, build their own country. The Jews must hold fast to this belief, or they will not be freed from suffering. Although the prophets lived through different periods of turbulent Jewish society and each saw different historical events, they transcended their respective eras and historical events to construct common ethical norms and religious principles. This has eternal significance for the belief of the Jewish nation. Talmud Part 1, Humor is Medicine, 19. Susie accompanies you to read. The prophets whipped and enlightened people with their own wisdom, so that the Jewish nation did not perish after suffering severe disasters, and at the same time formed the source of the Jewish nation's beliefs. Take medicine when you are sick. Living in this world, people will inevitably be attacked by diseases. When they are sick, they have to take medicine. This is human nature. One day, Rabbi Ishmael and Rabbi Ajawara and one other person were walking through the streets of Jerusalem. On the way, a patient asked them, "Sir, please tell me how to heal." Soon, they suggested taking some kind of medicine until you felt better. The man with them asked, "Who made this man sick?" "God," they replied. Are you planning to intervene in areas that do not belong to you? The man said loudly. He is in pain. How could it be your turn to rescue him? What do you do? They asked the man. I am a farmer, he replied. As you should see, I have a sickle in my hand. Who created the fields and vineyards? God. How dare you intrude into his realm? He created these, and you enjoy their fruits. Didn't you see the sickle in my hand? Said the man. If I don't plow, tidy, fertilize, and weed, nothing will grow. Fool, said the rabbi, like a tree that cannot grow unless it is fertilized, plowed, and weeded. Even if it is grown, it will die if it is not watered, and the human body is like a tree. A tree, medicine is fertilizer, and a doctor is a farmer. Indeed, medicine is fertilizer, and doctors are farmers. Just like a tree, the human body needs to be fertilized, watered, and weeded regularly, otherwise it will definitely get sick. Poverty can inspire courage in Jewish society. Poverty was not discriminated against by others. Jews believe that it is better for a person to be poor when he is young, because poverty motivates a person to keep moving forward and eventually succeed. As long as a person has the vitality of youth, then there is no greater force in the world than the impulse of poverty. Poverty in youth gives us effort and hope, and we should be grateful for it. But after middle age, it would be too miserable for a person to remain impoverished. Work hard when you are young, and you will reap the fruits when you are middle-aged. Being poor after middle age shows that there are problems with the level of effort and the method of cultivation. But the Jews never regarded poverty as a sin and shame, but simply found it inconvenient. From the perspective of human happiness, poverty is the biggest enemy, and it can be said that it is difficult to maintain spiritual independence in poverty. The Bible says, "Wisdom is better than courage, but the wisdom of the poor is despised, and his words are not heeded." This concept has not changed since the Bible. However, we must see that this society is constantly changing and developing. The rich today may not be rich tomorrow, and the poor today may not be poor tomorrow. Once upon a time, there was a rich man who had no children when he grew old. "I've made a lot of money in my life, but what's the use? I don't have a child now," he said sadly. He was advised to take some of the money and donate to charity. But he replied, "No, my money is only for people who have lost all faith and are completely desperate in life." One day, he saw a beggar on the road. The beggar was lying next to a pile of garbage. "This man must have lost hope in life," the rich man said to himself. He took out 100 dinars, gave it to the man, and explained to him why he did it. When the rich man finished explaining, the beggar returned the money to him and shouted, "Only the dead ask for nothing in this world. As for me, I believe in God, who can help me by raising me to a new level." The rich man was very disappointed by this, so he decided to go to a cemetery to find the dead and bury the money among them. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, years pass, and the rich man loses all his possessions. Out of desperate desire, he ran to the cemetery and dug up the money he had previously buried. Thinking he was here to rob a tomb, the police arrested him and took him to the mayor. After seeing the rich man, the mayor asked, "Do you know me?" "How could I know someone as important as you?" replied the rich man. "I'm the beggar from a few years ago, the one you thought was desperate for the world. You see, God remembers me, my destiny has changed," the mayor said. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Drink in moderation. Susie accompanies you to read. In the eyes of the Jews, wine is both a good thing and a bad thing, and their view on drinking is, the morning wine is stone, the noon wine is copper, the evening wine is silver, and the wine that is drunk once in 3 days is gold. The Jews are wise in their attitude towards alcohol. While introducing the joy of drinking, they warn people to drink in moderation and not to overdo it. The Jewish nation and wine have an inseparable relationship. Jewish children know the taste of wine from an early age. On the Sabbath, wine can bring joy to them, which is indispensable. In addition, the Bible also repeatedly explained the function of wine. However, compared with other ethnic groups, very few Jewish people get drunk. The Jewish nation is a nation that will enjoy, and they taste wine slowly like life. Therefore, many Jews can listen to beautiful music or open a book after drinking in moderation to relieve the stress of a stressful life. Jews do not advocate abstinence, but they place great emphasis on abstinence of desire. From the point of drinking, it can be seen that the Jewish character advocates temperance. There is a story about wine in the Bible. When Noah was planting grapes in his garden, Satan appeared before him. "What are you planting?" Satan asked. Noah replied, "I grow grapes." Satan asked again, "What do grapes look like?" Noah replied, "The fruit of grapes is sweet, and it can be used to make wine and make the mood happy." "Let's find company in the vineyard?" Satan suggested. "Very good," Noah said. So Satan brought a lamb with great speed and killed it under the vine. Then he brought a lion, a pig, and a monkey, and killed each of them, letting their blood drip down and seep into the soil of the vineyard. In this story, the Jews, through Satan's actions in front of people, imply that before drinking, people are as quiet as lambs and as simple as sheep. When he drinks the right amount of wine, he feels that he has the power of a lion, thinks that there is no one stronger than him in the world. When he drinks more, he is like a pig, rolling on the ground. When he is completely drunk, he becomes a monkey, running around, spreading with an unpleasant smell. He didn't even realize what he was doing. However, the Jews will not blindly oppose drinking because of this. In the Talmud, there is such a teaching: if you drink a moderate amount of alcohol, it is still very beneficial. It can keep the body healthy and cure many diseases. But many people are not very clear about this. They drink without limit. "I just want to get drunk, but I don't know that drinking too much can hurt my body." Children should stay away from alcohol because it damages their body and soul. For older people, alcohol is good. The elderly need it most. The Jewish attitude towards alcohol is to drink in moderation, insisting on a balanced moderation. Eat more healthy foods. Among the various foods that are beneficial to the human body, fish, eggs, dates, and honey are the most respected by Jews. Jews believe that fish is very good for health. People who eat fish regularly will not suffer from indigestion, and small fish can help people's fertility to some extent, and at the same time make the body strong. However, the Jews also believed that salted fish was not good. Therefore, the Jews also have this saying: on the 7th, 17th, or 27th day of the month, pickled fish sometimes kills people. Others say it is on the 23rd of every month. However, Jews think this only applies to fish that are not burnt through, and if they do, there is no problem. If the fish is cooked through, the fish eater will be fine if they drink beer. It may happen again if they don't drink beer after eating. Of all the eggs, the Jews consider them to be the most nutritious food. Interestingly, the Jews also compared foods of the same size and concluded an egg is more nutritious than any food of its size. A well-baked egg is more nutritious than 4 servings of cheese. Stronger than 6 times the volume of fine powder. There's this saying about boiled eggs: nutritionally, boiled eggs are better than anything of the same size. However, Jews also believe that eating too many eggs is also harmful to the body. Among the fruits, dates are the most satisfying to Jews. Jews believe jujube adds calories to the body, makes people feel comfortable, straightens the stool, enhances physical fitness, and does not hurt the heart. Eating it in the morning and evening is good for the body. Eating at noon is the most beneficial. When jujube can help digestion, drive away depression, hemorrhoids heal. Eating in the afternoon is not only bad for the body, but harmful. Honey and all sweets help wounds heal. From the point of view of modern science, fish, eggs, dates, and honey are indeed quite nutritious or contain various elements that are beneficial to the human body. Jews are indeed discerning and can pick out these beneficial things from many foods. Most Jews are vegetarian. Therefore, the Jews especially respected eating vegetables, and they discussed the health benefits of vegetables in great detail. Regarding the unique benefits of vegetables, the Jewish book says, beet soup is good for the eyes and heart, and even more so for the gut. However, beet soup should only be used if it is always on the fire and making a gulp sound. It works. Jews have their own unique views on vegetables. People who get into the habit of eating lentils every 30 days don't get asthma. but they can't eat it every day because it doesn't smell good in the mouth. Horse beans are bad for the teeth, but good for the gut. The cabbage is nutritious and the beet is healing. Garlic has 5 functions: to satisfy hunger, to kill parasites in the intestines, to brighten the face, to keep the body warm, and to strengthen one's strength. Some say it can also drive away jealousy and promote love. Little radish is the panacea of life. Onion should not be eaten because it contains a pungent liquid. In the eyes of the Jews, eating raw vegetables is harmful to the body. Judaism does not allow the disciples of the sages to live in cities without vegetables, because vegetables are good for health. However, the rabbi has another instruction for the believers: thousands of rough bread, freshly brewed wine, and vegetables can increase feces, reduce physical fitness, and can take away 1/50,000 of the luster of people's eyes. Vegetable, and it means raw vegetable. Jews believe all raw vegetables make the complexion pale. Jews have their own set of wonderful ways to eliminate the harmful consequences of eating certain vegetables, that is, to eliminate the danger of lettuce, eat radishes; to eliminate the danger of radishes, eat leeks; to eliminate the danger of leeks, drink hot water. Drinking hot water can eliminate the harm of all vegetables. The Jewish respect for vegetables and the fact that they seldom eat meat in large quantities are in line with modern dietary science. As an ancient nation, the Jews were able to recognize the advantages and disadvantages of eating meat and vegetables very early, which is undoubtedly an advanced understanding and an outstanding discovery. Talmud Collection, Part 1: Eat in Moderation. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believed that the prerequisite for a healthy body was a moderate diet. The basic principle of Jewish dietary degree is eat 1/3, drink 1/3, and leave 1/3 empty. Usually, Jews, whether out of poverty or thrift, usually eat the simplest food meal. The Talmud mentions that the poor people eat bread and salt for dinner when they get home from work. However, even the very rich break bread with salt and a jar of water for breakfast. This is the way of the Jewish diet. They think it will drive away all diseases. There are also many good Jewish insights about diet, such as eating before age 40 is good, drinking after age 40 is good. Jews believe that a reasonable time to eat is when you feel the need to eat, drink when you are thirsty, and eat when you are hungry. Jews eat 2 meals a day, and 1 extra meal on the Sabbath. Breakfast is eaten by workers in the workplace, and dinner is eaten at home after the day's work is done. In terms of eating time, one view holds that the common people are in the 4th hour, the working people are in the 5th hour, and the disciples of the sages are in the 6th hour. The Talmud states, the swordsman had breakfast in the 1st hour, the robbers in the 2nd hour, the rich in the 3rd hour, the laborers in the 4th hour, and the common man in the 5th hour. Rabbi Akiba advised his son, get up early and eat first. As the proverb goes, eat breakfast earlier and run faster than anyone else thought. Jewish people believe that people should not talk while eating, lest food will be sucked into the windpipe and life-threatening. The Jews also believed that one should sit while eating because, in their view, eating and drinking standing up was not good for health. When traveling, Jews tend to eat less. People who travel should not eat more than the normal amount of meals, and by doing so, they can avoid gastrointestinal distress. One of the important reasons why Jews can be healthy and successful in their careers is diet and diet. Cherish nature in order to make people live in a clean environment. The Talmud also stipulates, it is forbidden to live in a city without a green garden. The Jews believed that one should live in a clean environment and prohibited anyone from doing anything that would be detrimental to the hygiene of the town. In order to keep Jerusalem clean and beautiful, the Jews made many special rules. Don't keep chickens, because chickens run around and are very polluting. Do not make dung heaps in the city, because vermin will breed in the dung heaps. Brick kilns are not allowed, the billowing smoke will pollute the environment. Gardens or orchards must not be cultivated, manure and rotting flowers and fruit give off an unpleasant odor. Dead people can't spend the night in the city after death, the body is easily decomposed and polluted. The Jews are arguably the most powerful environmentalists in the world, and because of their constant efforts, they can live in a clean environment. Taking people's living environment as an important part of life civilization is the advanced consciousness of the Jewish nation compared with other nations, and it is also their outstanding wisdom in maintaining good health. In the Jewish wisdom of life, there is another piece of cherishing nature as cherishing life. In the eyes of the Jews, cherishing nature means respecting God. This Jewish concept is derived from the records and teachings of the Bible. The Bible says that after God created the first man, he took him to the Garden of Eden and saw all the trees. God said to man, "Look, everything here is my masterpiece. Aren't they worthy of admiration for how charming they are? You know, I've made all this for you. Think about this, and don't let my world rot, nor break it, for if you break it, no one can mend it for you." Jews believed that the world was created only by God's choice and the chosen ones. The greatest thing about the Jewish nation is that it cherishes nature and protects the homeland of human beings. The concept of life that pays attention to hygiene. Jews pay special attention to keeping clean, pay attention to hygiene, and even raise this to the height of religious belief. After the rabbi had finished his lecture to the students, they went on another walk together. "Teacher, where are you going?" the students asked him. "To fulfill a great religious duty." "Which religious duty?" "To take a bath." "To take a shower?" "Is that a religious duty?" the student asked. The rabbi replied, "If someone is sent to scrub a king's statue, he not only gets paid, but also has the opportunity to meet the nobles. Shouldn't I, who have been created in the image of God, take care of my body?" In this Jewish anecdote, keeping the body clean is called a religious duty, because the Jews believed that the human body was the work of God, and that the body as the work of God must be honored. Jews believed that God and their parents gave themselves a body, and out of respect for the Creator, everyone should insist on washing their face, hands, and feet every day. Rabbi Akiba was imprisoned by the Romans, and Rabbi Joshua, who sold semolina, went to tend him every day and brought him some water. When the jailer met Joshua one day, he said to him, "You brought in too much water. Are you trying to make a hole in the prison with water so that the prisoners can escape?" So the jailer emptied half of the water and gave the rest to him. When Rabbi Joshua met Rabbi Akiba said, "Don't you know I'm old? My life can't be separated from what you bring." So Joshua told Akiba what had just happened. "Give me water and I'll wash my hands," Akiba said. "That's not enough," Joshua exclaimed. "Since the law says that anyone who doesn't wash their hands deserves to die, what can I do? I'd better die of thirst for my own sake and not go against the views of my colleagues," Akiba replied. Sure enough, he didn't drink a drop of water before washing his hands. There is no doubt that the Jewish concept of life that pays attention to hygiene helps people to maintain and obtain a healthy body. Moreover, paying attention to hygiene is the minimum living requirement for scientific life and healthy survival. Talmud Collection Part 1. Enjoy delicious food. Susie accompanies you to read. If you ask the Jews, "What is the purpose of life?" and you thought they would answer, "It's to make money," then you would be wrong. Their answer will surprise you. The Jewish answer, "The purpose of life is delicious food." If you go further and ask, "Then why do people work so hard?" The Jews will tell you without hesitation, man does not eat to save energy for work, he works to eat. Ask the Japanese the same question and get the opposite answer, eat for work. Jews like to wear beautiful dresses and enter luxurious restaurants to enjoy a delicious meal. It can be said that the Jewish nation is the nation that knows how to enjoy life the most. In order to show sincere friendship and high respect to friends, Jews will definitely invite guests to a sumptuous dinner, which can be at home or in a luxurious restaurant. A sumptuous dinner is not only for enjoying life, but also has a very important meaning, which is to symbolize the authority of the Jewish people in the financial world. The Jews have been subjugated for more than 2,000 years, scattered all over the world, and suffered from persecution and abuse. They are confident that they are the chosen people of God and hold huge wealth in their hands, so as to force the pagans in the world to bow their knees to them. Jews regard eating as an important part of life, and of the 3 meals a day, dinner is the most important. That is to say, the joy of life can almost only be experienced at the dinner table. So it's never a matter of minutes. A Jewish dinner can take at least a few hours. They will not hesitate to spend their hard-earned money on a sumptuous dinner to enjoy the joy of life. A wonderful day of rest. Sabbath Jews pay great attention to eating. If you eat well, your body will naturally be healthy. During the more than 2,000 years of living in diaspora, the Jews did not disappear from the world despite the hardships they endured. Also, the Jewish people also pay great attention to the time of rest, which has the same effect on health as the diet, and for this reason the Jewish people have a specific day of rest, the Sabbath. The Sabbath does not do anything related to work, and even cooking is prohibited. It is a pure rest day. So the Jews put meals prepared before Friday on the well-lit stove to avoid starvation. No fire was allowed on this day, which was a painful day for Jews who liked to smoke, but pagans were allowed to smoke. When visiting relatives and friends on the Sabbath, you must not take any means of transportation, but must walk. But those driving for foreigners are allowed to drive. This day is a truly holy day and a truly holiday day. Traditional Jewish families have one such happy day every week. When that day came, all the Jews had a holy light on their faces, as if they had been favored by God. Before the Sabbath, the tables and chairs in the home were wiped clean by the women, the utensils were dazzling, and much time was spent preparing food. Thanks to the careful preparation of the housewives, Friday's dinner is the most hearty dinner of the week. In order to welcome the Sabbath, the Jews had to keep their bodies clean, so the Jews had to take a bath, put on clean clothes, and then the whole family went to the chapel to worship. After returning home from the service, put a bottle of fine wine on the table and light a candle. At this time, the host picks out some compliments from the Bible, praising his wife's ability and beauty, and then the whole family prays together, hoping the week that starts the next day is the best week. After dinner, the family ends the day by singing a song in praise of the Sabbath. The Sabbath is a real holiday, and whenever the Jews don't talk about work, they go to visit friends, or stay at home and enjoy life, and the topics they talk about are just outlook on life, and art. The Sabbath is a wonderful day of rest for the Jews. Beware of being controlled by jealousy. Jealousy is a more typical response than happiness to the success of others. When jealousy and hatred control people, it not only destroys the relationship between people, but also destroys the self. A person will be jealous of everyone except his son and students. Some people feel uneasy when they see their friends succeed, become sad and depressed, and even the good things they own can't make him feel happy. This is how the success of friends affects him. Moses thought it was better to die 100 times than to be provoked by jealousy once. And the wise Solomon said, "Jealousy rots the bones." There are two people, one greedy and one jealous. Both of them hated each other. The greedy man looked at the jealous man and said loudly, "Almighty God, how unfair you are! Why am I so poor and my hateful neighbor so rich?" The jealous man says with his habitual hatred, "God is the fairest, and he will never take care of you." The angel of God found them in a wilderness, and he came to them and said, "Listen, I am here today by order of God, and you may speak your wishes. I agree, whoever may be among you, as long as you say your wish, it will be fulfilled immediately. But one thing needs to be explained is that the person who speaks later will get twice as much as the previous one. You can't break this rule." The angel disappeared after saying these words. After hearing these words, both of them were very happy. But then they all frowned. The greedy man said, "You make a wish first. You get double the gift of everything I ask for." "Am I so stupid?" replied the jealous man. Enraged by his words, the greedy man threw himself furiously on the jealous man, raised his hand high, and beat him savagely. So the two scuffled together, and at last the jealous man spoke, "God, please, gouge out one of my eyeballs, so that my enemy will be blinded with both eyes. Let one of my eyes be blinded. One hand is crippled so that my enemy will lose both hands." The word came to God, and just before the jealousy could say a word, a dreadful darkness descended, they were blinded. But the greedy gets double, he is blind in both eyes, his hands hang weakly in his sleeves, he has no strength. The two of them sat there blankly, feeling very helpless. Their desires and hatreds are gone, because the greedy man no longer desires great treasures, he only desires to go to the grave. The jealous man no longer resents others. Jealousy left after he lost everything. He was devastated. When a friend is successful, we should be happy for him. Don't be controlled by jealousy and hatred, otherwise you will harm others and yourself. Talmud Collection Part 1 Jewish Health Guidelines 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish health guidelines are divided into great detail. First, pay attention to cleanliness. Cleanliness is the most important factor in taking good care of the body. It is the most important part of piety. You must wash your hands before and after meals. Using unwashed hands to eat bread is like visiting a prostitute. It is a crime. If washing your hands is not taken to heart, this person will be wiped from the world. For eating bread with unwashed hands is like eating unclean bread. Unwashed hands after waking up in the morning cannot touch any part of the body. Such unwashed hands can deaf ears, blind eyes, and can make oneself seriously ill. So hands should not touch any part of the body without washing. People should not pass the drinking cup to others. It is unsanitary and life-threatening. Second, eat in moderation. Jews believe that the stomach has a limited capacity, and eating too much will increase the burden on the stomach, which is not good for the body. Therefore, the diet must be moderate. Third, sweating a lot is good. Sweating in sickness, sweating in bathing, and sweating in labor, all three kinds of sweating are beneficial to health. If you don't wash with cold water after taking a hot shower, it's as if the red-hot iron was not put into cold water to cool it down. Fourth, exercise in moderation. Don't stand for too long, it's bad for your heart. Don't sit for too long, you'll get hemorrhoids. Don't walk too much, it's bad for your eyes. The best way to do this is, stand 1/3 of the time, sit 1/3 of the time, and walk 1/3 of the time. Fifth, exercise regularly. If you want to stay healthy forever and stay away from disease, you must exercise regularly. Exercise is a good thing. Because the movement of the body stimulates natural thermal energy and creates supernormal forces in the body, otherwise, they will be excreted from the body. When the body rests, the extraordinary strength is maintained and the natural thermal energy is suppressed. In addition, Jews also believe that the damage caused by many bad habits, which many people have, can be undone by exercise. According to doctors, physical activity is more beneficial than any exercise. However, exercise should be determined according to your own situation. If an exercise is very laborious, doing more of this exercise will affect your breathing. Vigorous exercise can make people tired, and not everyone needs to be tired and can experience it. Therefore, in order to stay healthy, exercise time should not be too long. Sixth, maintain mental health. Don't let yourself grieve too much, and don't ask for trouble. A happy mood will keep people youthful, and joy will prolong life. People who are in a happy mood and have normal desires eat deliciously. Stressful cravings tend to age, and jealousy and anger shorten life. Beautiful sounds, sights, and smells are three things that can restore a person to a good state of mind. Seventh, maintain youthful vitality. Emotions also physically register changes in a person. A strong man with a high spirit and a pleasant and powerful voice. When he is suddenly attacked by bad emotions, his face will lose its original look, his mood will be low, his voice will be hoarse and weak, so that his whole body will be weak, and sometimes he will tremble with weakness, and his pulse will become weak and weak. You can see the exact opposite in the same person, someone who is depressed, weak, and has a low voice, and when something excites him, you see an immediate radiance in his face, a radiance in his body. Immediately I got better, and my voice became louder. He moves quickly and has a strong pulse. His body is warm, and his cheeks and eyes reveal his joy. Health and optimism know no borders. The Jewish concept of health is universal. They not only know how to make money, but also know how to enjoy life and take care of their bodies. Personal talent is more important than lintel birth. There is this Jewish story. There was a princess who said to Joshu ben Hannah, Rabbi, "You are indeed a saint, there is no doubt about that, but why are you so ugly? I can't understand how God poured wisdom into in a container like yours." Talmud Collection, Part 1 Jewish Health Guidelines 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Rabbi Joshu replied, "Tell me, Your Royal Highness, "What is your father's wine vessel like?" "Clay pots, of course," said the princess. Weeks' rabbi pretended to be surprised. "How can that be?" he cried. "Everyone uses clay pots for wine, but your father, after all, he's a king, he should use good vessels." "Then what kind of container do you think my father should use for the wine?" "As a king, gold and silver vessels should be more suitable for him." The princess went back and told his father, "As a king, you are no different from a common man in a clay pot." The king agreed, and ordered the soldiers to put all his wine into vessels of gold and silver. This was all done, but soon the wine was sour. The king was angry and asked his daughter, "Where did you get this advice?" "From weeks of Ben-Han and Rabbi." So the king passed on to the rabbi of the week number. "Why did you give such evil advice to my daughter?" he asked angrily. For weeks, the rabbi had told the king and princess that he was carrying wisdom in an ugly vessel and that he wanted to prove that sometimes beauty is a flaw. The king retorted, "Isn't there anyone who is both beautiful and talented?" Rabbi Weeks replied, "It's guaranteed if a person is ugly, he can develop his talents better. People born rich do not necessarily have profound knowledge. Therefore, when Jewish poor people meet rich children, they will never think that they are inferior to them. On the contrary, they think that such people are not great. But when you meet a learned person, you will have great respect for him, whether the person is poor or rich. Because Jews value not his family and origin, but personal talent. In fact, there are many outstanding Jewish rabbis, from poor backgrounds, shepherds, masons or carpenters, etc. For example, Akiba was a shepherd and Hillel was a carpenter. It was because of their own abilities that they became prominent among the Jews, despite their humble origins. It is precisely because the Jews do not value lintel birth, but value individual talents, so many outstanding figures have appeared in the Jewish nation. In their daily life, they rarely tend to follow the trend. In social interactions, their family background does not determine their status in society. Their principle is that no matter what field you want to do, you must rely on hard work and wisdom to get it. Personal talent is more important than lintel birth is an important concept of Jewish life. It inspires many people with low social status to be active and enterprising, and then reflects the principle of fair competition. Be loyal to love Jews or loyal to marriage and do not allow infidelity. If either side is disloyal, there will be retribution. Once upon a time, there was an active girl who was very charming. One day, she went out to play alone and lost her way. She was thirsty and tired. At this time, she saw a well in front of her, so she hurried to the well and went down to the well to drink water, but after drinking the water, she couldn't get up. It was getting dark, and the more the girl thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she couldn't help crying. At this time, a young man happened to pass by here. After he heard the cry, he tried his best to rescue the girl from the well. The young man saw that the girl was beautiful, and the girl saw that the young man was of good character and saved his life. The two of them had mutual admiration. But the young man must continue on his way without delay. When they parted, they swore to each other, "For this love, the girl will wait and never change her mind. For this love, the young man will come back and marry her." Just when they swore to each other, a mole came to drink water, and they broke up reluctantly, using the well and the mole as evidence. Time flies, and years have passed in the blink of an eye. The girl still kept her oath, waiting for the boy, who still had no news. The girl would never have imagined that the young man had already married and had children with another girl in a foreign land, and he had already forgotten the oath of the year. One day, the son of the unhappy man went to play outside the house. When he was tired, he lay down on the grass to rest. Suddenly a mole came, opened his mouth, and bit his son's neck, and the son died. The couple mourned for a long time for their dead son. Not long after, their other son was born, and the son grew up slowly. Under the careful care of his parents, the child lived happily. But children grow up to play independently. One day, he went to a well to play, and suddenly found some shadows swaying in the well. Driven by curiosity, he probed into it, but he was fascinated by it, and accidentally fell into the well and drowned. After the heartless man experienced the pain of losing his son twice, he suddenly remembered the oath he made back then. "Isn't it the two witnesses who took his son's life?" he said in a sad tone. So, the man told his wife what happened, and the wife divorced him. The heartless man returned to the original place and found the girl. She was still single, and they got married and grew old. The Jewish people believe that being loyal to love will bring happiness, betraying love is betraying yourself, and you will be punished. The Talmud Part 1, Giving Everything to Love, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that for true love, both parties can dedicate everything they have. Once upon a time, a princess of a country fell ill, and the imperial physicians were helpless. The king posted a notice that whoever can cure the princess' illness will marry the princess to whomever he will be, and will inherit his throne in the future. The princess is a smart and beautiful girl, but the disease has made her emaciated. As soon as the king's announcement was posted on the city wall, it was seen by a man with clairvoyance from a distance. This man has two younger brothers, and after discussion, they decided to save the princess together. This man's second brother has a flying carpet that is faster than a horse, and the younger brother has an apple that can cure all diseases. After the agreement, the three brothers quickly came to the palace on the flying carpet. The younger brother took out the apple and gave it to the princess. After the princess ate the apple, she was cured. Immediately, cheers filled the entire palace, and the three brothers had a conflict while being happy. "The princess belongs to me. If I hadn't seen the notice, we wouldn't have come to treat the princess. The princess should marry me. Without my flying carpet, the princess wouldn't be cured so quickly. My apples are gone." There was the smallest voice. This is really a problem. The king didn't know how to deal with it. He fell on the throne and fell into deep thought. 3 men marry 1 woman. This is absolutely forbidden in Jewish law. It requires everyone to keep the covenant, even the king. No exception. How to make up for the loopholes in the notice, contract. At this time, the princess walked up to the younger brother, looked at him affectionately, and said, "In order to save me, you lost your only apple. From now on, I will be your wife." "No, we don't agree." The eldest brother and the second brother shouted at the same time. At this time, the king stood up from the throne and announced loudly, "Our holy book Talmud said that the most valuable thing about a person is to dedicate everything to himself. Since the eldest still has clairvoyance, the second still has clairvoyance. If you have a flying carpet, then please go home after the princess wedding banquet." This is the attitude of the Jewish people towards love. For love, those who sacrifice everything can be entrusted for life. Way of controlling temperament. Jewish tradition sometimes believes that anger at social injustice, or the prophets' anger at the corrupt age in which they lived, was necessary and important. However, if a person does not control the anger of others, then he will be condemned. A person's character is known from the way he treats 3 things: his wine, his money, and his anger. When anger is out of your control, you say things out of your control. There are 4 personalities: easy to anger, easy to comfort. His gains are obliterated by losses. It's hard to get angry, it's hard to console. His loss is compensated for by what he gets. Hard to anger, easy to comfort, saint. Easily irritable, extremely difficult to comfort, villain. He who smashes furniture in rage, or rips his clothes in rage, will finally worship idols. Because that's the trick of evil impulses. Today it says rip your clothes, tomorrow it says worship your idols. So he went to worship idols. But what do people do when they can't control their temperament? There was a devout man who had a bad temper, and when people quarreled with him, he would curse loudly. After calming down, he regretted his actions. So he came to the sages. "How can I not curse people when I'm angry?" he asked. The sage replied, "You can say to yourself after the curse, everything I cursed him will happen to me. Or before the curse, everything I cursed him may fall on my head up. That way you won't curse." But the man didn't do what he said. On the contrary, every time he shouted and cursed, he made up his mind to give a charity, and the thought of giving out so much money made him restrain his emotions, and for him, charity was against bad temper. Compensation, but for charity, bad temper is the source of profit. This is a very effective way to control your temperament. Talmud Part 1, Giving Everything to Love, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Hilaire was born in Babylonia, but two idlers deliberately devised a series of irritating questions about this matter. How did Hilaire keep himself from getting angry? Two people bet, and the stake is 400 zuz. Whoever annoys Hilaire, those 400 zuz are theirs, they said. One of them went. It was the eve of Sabbath, near dusk, and Hilaire was washing her hair when the man knocked on the door. Is Hilaire at home? The man shouted. Hilaire put on a coat and came out to greet him. Son, what's the matter? He said. Can I ask you some questions? The man said. Ask, Hilaire said. Why are the Tatamorites' eyes blurred? The man asked. Because their home is in the desert, the wind and sand are always blowing, so their eyes get blurry. The man left, and not long after, came back and knocked on the door. Hilaire! Is Hilaire there? He shouted. Hilaire put on her coat and came out. Boy, he said, is there something wrong? I need to ask a few questions, the man replied. Ask, Hilaire said. Why are African feet flat? The man asked. Because they live in damp swamps and walk in water all year round, their feet are flat. The man left, waited for a while, and came back to knock on the door. Hilaire! Is Hilaire there? He shouted. Hilaire put on her coat and came out. What do you want to ask? He asked. I want to ask some questions, the man said. Ask, Hilaire told him. With his coat on, he sat down in front of the man and said, What do you want to ask? The man said, Is this the prince's way of answering a question? There is no one like you in all Israel. My God, said Hilaire. Tame your soul. What do you want? Why did the Babylonians have long heads? The man asked. Son, you have raised a very important question. In Babylonia, since there was no midwife, after the baby was born, slaves and handmaids tended the child on their laps. That's why the Babylonians had long heads. But here, there are skilled midwives, and when babies are born, they are well cared for in their cradles, and their heads are rubbed. So Palestinians have round heads. The man suddenly held his head and shouted, You made me lose 400 zuzi. You lose 400 zuz because of Hilaire, and you're better off losing your temper than Hilaire, Hilaire told him. It is not difficult to see from this story that in a situation that would make most people furious, Hilaire was able to control his anger, control himself in a gentle way, and finally tame the other party. 3 friends. One day, the king called a man into the palace. This man has 3 friends, and the first friend holds him the most and is his best friend. Although he likes the second friend, he doesn't pay as much attention to the first friend as he does. As for the third friend, the relationship is much more distant than the first 2. The king's summoning made the man very uneasy. He wondered if he had done something to displease the king. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he did not dare to go to the palace alone, so he decided to invite 3 friends to accompany him. First he went to the house of his closest friend, who turned him down. Then, he went to the second friend's house and replied, I can send you to the gate of the palace, but I won't go in with you. Finally, he went to the third friend's house in disappointment. The 3 friends readily agreed to his request. So why are the attitudes of the 3 friends so different? The Talmud believes that the first friend is money. Although mortals are greedy for money, they do not bring it with them in life or death. The second friend was a relative and could only send him to the crematorium and then leave him alone. The third friend is good deeds, although he is not usually very close, but after his death, he will sleep with him forever under the Jochuan. Talmud Collection Part 1, Choose a city with a doctor to live in. Susie accompanies you to read. Health is very important for everyone, so doctors have become an indispensable person in social life. The Talmud says, a disciple of a sage should not live in a city without a doctor. This is because once a person is ill, they will not receive timely treatment, and learning will be affected as a result. Therefore, the Jews expressed this rule as a religious prohibition. It is forbidden to live in a city without a doctor. Although the profession of a doctor is respected, Jews believe that those who practice medicine are not always praised, and are sometimes bad. For this reason, Jews often accuse doctors, even in the Jewish motto, the best doctor should go to hell. In the eyes of the Jews, doctors were very greedy and would not give proper care to their patients if they were not paid a certain amount in the process of practicing medicine. To this end, the Talmud also stipulates that doctors should be paid. A doctor cannot be charged for giving advice to a patient, because by sharing knowledge and wisdom with the patient, he has fulfilled his religious duty to restore the patient to health, just as God serves gratuitously, so should the doctor. However, the doctor may be paid for the time he spends seeing his patients, for the hard work he spends prescribing medicines for him. Because in Jewish society, some doctors do other things and neglect to practice medicine. So the rabbis, while forbidding people to live in a city without a doctor, gave people the advice, do not live in a city whose leader is a doctor. This is because there is a good chance that he will not be able to take time to look after his patients, he will be busy with other social affairs. The Jewish people attach great importance to the city's medical care, which is the embodiment of their health and wisdom. Because people will inevitably get sick, but once they get sick and cannot seek medical treatment in time, it will be life-threatening. Therefore, a person who cherishes life and health and understands life will pay attention to the choice of urban medical conditions. Life-related stories. A Jew was found by a policeman while he was learning Hebrew grammar. Why learn that stuff? He questioned. When I get to heaven, I need to use it to communicate with God. What if you go to hell? The policeman asked defiantly. Oh, in Russia, I have long felt it, replied the Jew. Jewish prisoner. A Persian escorted 2 Jewish prisoners to Mount Carmel, and was about to leave. Suddenly, the Persians heard one prisoner say to the other, on this road, just past a one-eyed camel, which was carrying 2 kegs, one with wine, the other with oil, and 2 camel drivers. Individuals, a Jew, a Persian. You fools, the Persian scoffed. Your people are strange. How do you know what you just said is true? So the Jewish prisoners began to explain. The camel likes to graze on both sides of the road at the same time, but only one side of the road is gnawed. That means it only has one eye to see. Look at the ground and you'll see wine and oil dripping down the road, so the camels carry 2 kegs, one for oil and one for wine. It is easier to judge the peoples of the 2 camel drivers. When a Jew finishes his meal, he throws bread crumbs on the side of the road, while a Persian just throw it in the middle of the road. In order to verify the truth of this Jewish statement, the Persian stepped forward, and soon he found the camel and the 2 camel drivers. Upon questioning, he found that the Jews were absolutely right. So he returned, kissed the 2 Jews, and took them home. He gave them a rich feast, singing and dancing, and praising, thank God for choosing the children of Israel as his people, and for giving them wisdom. The Talmud, Part 1 Reflections in the Codex. Susie accompanies you to read. One day, a peasant went to the priest. Due to his ignorance, his voice was a little nervous in the presence of this learned gentleman. Sir, our code, I have been studying for a long time. There is still one question that perplexes me. Please tell me, what is a code? What is a code? The priest made the patient smile of a child. The code? Because you're a farmer, you probably won't know what it means for the rest of your life. The peasant looked a little stubborn. Oh, my dear sir, I have never asked you anything. This time I am begging you, you have to tell me what a code is. Well, listen carefully. If 2 thieves sneak into someone's house through the chimney and find themselves in the living room, one with a dirty face and the other clean, who should wash their faces? Asked the priest. The peasant pondered a little and said, of course it's the one with the dirty face. The priest looked a little excited. Look, I said it long ago. It is impossible for a peasant to understand the code. Think about it. The clean face sees the dirty face of his partner, and he will guess whether his own face is also it is very dirty, so he will wash his face. and the one with a dirty face will see that his partner's face is clean, and will naturally think that his face is clean, so he will not wash his face. The peasant pondered for a while, and then, with a happy look on his face, he said, "Thank you, sir, thank you very much, now I understand what the code means." The priest said in annoyance, "Look, just as I said. You are a peasant. You're the only one who thinks that two thieves enter someone's house through a chimney, and only one's face can be seen. Dirty." Real people. After the war in Austria, Napoleon wanted to reward people of different nationalities who had fought bravely in the battle. "Speak your wishes, and I will reward you with them, my great heroes," cried Napoleon. A Pole exclaimed, "Give Poland back to us." "It's yours." Napoleon replied. A poor man cried, "Give me land, for I am a farmer." "My child, the land will be yours." The German said, "I want a brewery." "Give him a brewery." Napoleon ordered. Next will be the turn of the Jewish soldiers. Napoleon asked with an encouraging smile, "What do you want, young man?" "Your Majesty, if possible, I would like you to give me a very beautiful herring," said the Jew timidly. "Give him a herring." Napoleon ordered his men. After Napoleon was gone, the heroes surrounded the Jews. They said in a reproachful tone, "How stupid you are. Think about it, when a man can get what he wants, he only needs a herring. You have failed the emperor's goodwill too much, haven't you?" The Jew said, "Well, let's see who the fool is. You want Polish independence, you want farms, you want breweries, things the emperor can't give you. And what I want is just a herring, maybe the emperor will give it to me." Secret weapon. During the First World War, a Jewish soldier took a lot of prisoners and received a lot of praise. In the middle of the night, both sides of the war ceased fire, and there was no movement around, and he always crawled carefully to no man's land. It will always come back soon with a group of prisoners. He does it all night by surprise, until dawn. He also refused to reveal the secret to the superior officers, and no one knew how he did it. After the general of his unit heard about it, he called him up for questioning. "Young man," he said solemnly, "speak your secrets. If you can easily catch a prisoner, you should tell us your secrets so we can teach others." The young soldier finally confessed, but a little embarrassedly, "General, my method is not from the military training manual. I did it. Late at night, I crawled into the nearest enemy trench and cried in Yiddish, 'Listen, Jews. We want 10 people to recite prayers for a dead comrade.' The Jews were all lined up in the trenches of the German army, and I brought them back. Cold noodles. A rich man was uncomfortable because every time he was going to sit down for dinner, a beggar always walked in. What can the rich do? Just invite him to dinner. One night, just in time for a normal meal, the regular came again. The rich man suddenly asked him, "Do you like cold noodles?" The beggar replied happily, "Oh, I like it." "Okay. Come back tomorrow night, the noodles are hot now," the host said suddenly. Different understanding. The famous German Jewish doctor, Marcus Herz, always went out to see people in a carriage with MH written on it. Don't you know that MH in Hebrew means angel of death? "Why does your carriage have such an acronym?" said his friend. The old doctor smiled and said, "Hey," I said, "you are really a pessimist. In Hebrew, don't you know that MH also means resurrection? New moon. A princess is sick, she wants her father to get her the moon, only in this way can her sickness be cured. The king asked the ministers to give him advice, but no one could do anything, because no one could get the moon, but they could not persuade the wayward princess. Why don't we ask the princess, a minister suggested to the king. So the king asked him to ask the princess. The minister first promised to get the moon for the princess, and then asked the princess how big the moon was, how far it was, and what it was made of. The princess told him that the moon was as big as her fingernails, and at most as high as the treetops in front of the window, and of course it was made of gold. The minister asked the jeweler to make a moon for the princess out of gold, and strung it on a necklace for the princess to wear on her chest. The princess was really happy, and she was cured immediately. However, after thinking about it, the king became worried again, because the moon would come out at night, didn't the princess feel cheated? He hurriedly summoned the ministers to discuss, but the ministers still had no choice. Since everyone has no choice, why don't we ask the princess again? The minister finally said again. So he went to the princess again. It happened to be night, and the princess was looking out the window, holding the little moon that the minister gave her. The minister pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Princess, why did the moon appear in the sky again? Isn't it hanging on your chest?" Unexpectedly, the princess smiled and said, "The question you asked is ridiculous. When I lost a tooth, wouldn't a new tooth grow in the original place?" Immediately, the minister appeared suddenly enlightened, and replied, "Yes. When a deer loses its horns, doesn't it grow new horns?" "It's the same with the moon," the princess told the minister very proudly. Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Luck of the Poor. Susie accompanies you to read. When a poor man goes from house to house begging for a coin or dry bread, he gets no sympathy from anyone. Frustrated as many doors slammed shut in front of him, he left in humiliation. On a cold day, he broke a leg as he stumbled down the slippery road. So he was sent to the hospital. The townspeople were ashamed when they learned that the poor man had broken his leg and was admitted to the hospital. Some people came to comfort him, others bought him delicious food. When he was discharged from the hospital, they gave him clothes to keep him warm and a lot of money. As the poor man left the town, he wrote a letter to his wife, "God bless my dear. A miracle happened, I broke a leg. Transfer money." A young Israeli travels to Paris for the first time. He came to a brothel and asked the proprietress to help him find a girl named Jacqueline. But the request was rejected by her. However, Jacqueline was called when it was learned he would pay $500. They entered a single room. The young man told Jacqueline that he was Israeli. Jacqueline smiled and told him that she was also Israeli. They spent the night together and he handed her $500. The next night, the young man came again, spent the night with her, and handed her another $500. On the third night, he came again and spent another night with Jacqueline, again, handing her another $500. When he was about to leave, he said, "By the way, your grandma said hello to you." Jacqueline was shocked and said loudly, "You know my grandma?" "Yes. We lived in the same building in Haifa. When she found out I was coming to Paris, she asked me to bring you a present, $1,500. Inherit. For the first time for several years, two brothers went to Rothschild's house every month to receive 1 gram alms each. Later, one of them died and the other continued to receive alms. The managers of the Rothschild fund handed him the 1+ mark as usual. "You're mistaken, my brother should have 100 yuan too, so I should get 2+ marks. The beggar protested. "No, your brother is dead, here's your $100, said the accountant. "What do you mean? Am I not my brother's heir? Should it be Rothschild?" said the beggar angrily. Across the bridge, 2 people were hunted down by the robbers, and they ran away desperately. At last they fled to the edge of a cliff, with nothing but a rope leading to the other side. They had no choice but to walk along the rope. The first person quickly reached the other side. The second man came to the rope and looked down at the bottomless valley. He was horrified and asked the man who was passing by, "How did you get there? What's the trick?" The man replied from the other side, "It's the first time I've walked on this kind of rope, and I'm also very scared. The reason why I can come this way is that when I'm about to fall to one side, I use force on the other side and keep it at all times. Balanced and less afraid." Different destiny. There were 2 beggars wandering about, begging for help. One is a giant who has never been sick in his life, the other is a lame man, who is often sick all his life. The lame man has become accustomed to the ridicule of giants. He can only swallow all the ridicule in his stomach. When he is free, he always prays like this, "O Lord of the Holy Light, punish this evil person who mocks me all day long. Make up for my flaws." Finally, he reached the capital, just in time for the king to suffer great misfortune. 2 of his most trusted servants died suddenly. One is his personal bodyguard, and the other is a doctor who can expertly see the royals. So the king sent men all over the country looking for able-bodied men and doctors to fill the 2 vacancies. In the end, among the many petitioners, the king chose the strongest man and a doctor. Then have them show evidence of their competence. Your Majesty, please bring the strongest man in this town, and I will punch him to death, said the strong man. Give me the most hopeless cripple, and I can cure him within a week, said the doctor. So the king quickly sent people to look for such 2 people in the city. Coincidentally, they met these 2 beggars on the street. They brought them both before the king. First was the strong man, who killed the giant with 1 punch. And then there's the doctor who checked the lame man, and in a week he'll be healed. Cell window. During World War II, 2 people were locked up in a small cell in a Nazi concentration camp. The cell had a small window, and that was the only way for them to know the outside world. Every morning, they both take turns going to the window and looking out at the world. What a person sees from the window is the blue sky, and the bird is flying freely in the air, feeling open-minded and relieved, still full of hope for the future. The other person always saw the high walls and barbed wire from the window. His heart was full of anxiety and fear, and he was suffering in pain every minute and every second. Half a year later, the latter died in prison due to depression. The former survived strong until he was rescued. The Talmud Part 1, The Confusion of the Young. Susie accompanies you to read. There is a young man who has never been reused, and he is very distressed. To this end, he made a special trip to a faraway place to ask a wise man. He finally saw the wise man, and the young man asked the wise man, "Why is fate so unfair to me?" The wise man did not answer him directly, but picked up a pebble from the ground, threw it into a pile of rocks in the distance, and said to the young man, "Go and find the pebble I threw out just now." The young man, he rummaged through the rubble for a long time, but couldn't find it. He didn't know which one was thrown by the old man, because each stone looked similar. He returned without success, and the wise man took the ring from his hand and threw it into the pile of rocks for the young man to find it. This time, the young man found it effortlessly, the ring that gleamed with gold. The wise man said nothing, but the young man woke up. "If you are just a pebble, not gold, don't complain that fate is unfair to you." A sudden surprise, an ordinary little clerk, living an indifferent and peaceful life. Suddenly one day, the little clerk learned that he would receive an overseas inheritance, a large house and collection. This sudden good news made him ecstatic. He immediately packed his bags and prepared to go overseas to inherit this windfall. Colleagues and friends congratulated him one after another, saying that he is the accumulated virtue of his ancestors. But just after he booked the ticket, he received a notice that the house was suddenly destroyed by fire, everything was turned to ashes, and the insurance of the house had expired, and he could not get any compensation. The little clerk was rejoicing, and he returned to his original life. But he seemed to be a different person, frowning all day long, sighing, and complaining about God's injustice. The original envy and jealousy of his colleagues have now turned into sympathy for him. After a long time, seeing him still like this, he has no intention of working all day, and they all persuade him well. But no matter how his colleagues comforted him, he couldn't let it go, and he was depressed all the time. Everyone around him was promoted and made a fortune, and his living conditions can be imagined. Mama Fish's admonitions. The mother fish took the little fish to find food in the water, and suddenly a curved red thing appeared in front of them, and it also emitted bursts of tempting fragrance. "It must be delicious," a small fish said, and wanted to grab the first step to eat it. The fish mother quickly stopped the naughty little fish. "Wait. This is not delicious food, it is a hook that was put down by people." The fish mother said to the little fish. The little fish asked his mother again, "But why is it so tempting? Besides, I haven't seen a hook. How can I eat this delicious food?" Mama Fish said, "The hook is wrapped in it and you can't see it. If you're going to eat it, you're taking a lot of risk. So it's better to stay away from it. But it's right in front of you, and you can eat it easily. How can you eat this delicious food without having to work hard?" Xiaoyu still doesn't give up. "My child," said the mother fish patiently, "it is impossible. The best way to keep yourself safe is to not touch it. If you must try this delicious food, you will pay with your life. So you must not touch it." The little fish nodded. "Then how do we know if there is a hook in it?" The little fish then asked. "Actually, you've already said it just now," said the fish mother, "a delicious and delicious food that you can easily eat without any effort, and it is very likely that there are fishing hooks in it." Final danger. During a long journey, a man encountered a wolf. When out of danger, he told others about his encounter with the wolf. As he walked further, he encountered a lion, and he escaped again from the brink of life and death. After that, he told others about his escape from the lion's mouth. Then he encountered a snake. When he escaped from the fangs, he forgot all the dangers of the past. Just tell people about him getting rid of venomous snakes. Answer: so. Two friends met on the road, and one said politely, "Hello," while the other said, "Go to hell." The first person looked very annoyed. "What's the point of this? I greeted you with kindness, and you let me go to hell. Let me tell you, if I answer you politely, you'll ask me where I'm going, and I'll tell you that I'm going to the bathhouse on 8th Street, and you'll say I'm not normal, the one on 6th Street. If the bathhouse is better, I will say that you are crazy, and then you will call me an idiot, and I will let you go to hell. It's easy, I just say let you go to hell, won't you?" The Talmud Part 1, a word from a wise man, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Mas Lebarabi of Sesf has a heart of unparalleled kindness. He can always try to find forgiving reasons to adjudicate disputes. Once, a community administrator got a lot of complaints for lax work. All agreed to expel him, only one defended him. As the case was presented to the rabbi listened to the witness's testimony with a frown. Then he made the amazing decision to absolve the administrator of all the mistakes of his time. Suddenly there was a commotion. "Rabbis," cried one, "how can you object to the testimony of so many, and listen to only one?" The rabbi replied mildly, "When God asked Abraham to sacrifice his only son to the altar, wasn't it only an angel who took his hand? Then God found it just, albeit against his will." God's reason is simple. To hurt a person requires a high authority to decide. To avoid hurting a person, it is only a word from a wise man. Porridge. 7 Jews lived together and shared a large bucket of porridge every day. Since there are too many people and few porridge, there is always not enough porridge. At first, they cast lots to decide who would divide the porridge, 1 round a day. So at the end of the week, each of them can only be full on the day when they divide the porridge. Later, they felt that this method was not very good, so they decided to elect a person with high morals to share the porridge. However, in this way, the problem is even more serious. Everyone began to do everything possible to please the people who divide the porridge, which made the whole small group dark. Later, everyone began to form a 3-person porridge subcommittee and a 4-person selection committee, but they often fought hard, and after the fight was over, the porridge was often cold in the mouth. In the end, they came up with a brilliant solution. 7 people took turns dividing the porridge, but the person who divided the porridge had to wait for the others to pick the last bowl. As a result, in order to keep themselves from eating the least, everyone tries to get an even share. However, they were very satisfied with this division. Since then, these people have been living happily and harmoniously together. Fast brain. Once upon a time, there was a rich rabbi. But at one point, he made a bad judgment and mispressed all his money on a contract for a business. So, overnight, he became penniless. His followers, thinking that he must be defeated, decided to go to him to comfort him. But to their great surprise, the rabbi was sitting peacefully studying. "Holy Rabbi," they cried in disbelief. "We really don't understand. Aren't you sad at all?" "Of course I'm sad," said the rabbi, "but you see, God has given me a quick brain. I only have to worry about an hour for someone else to worry about for a month." Left too long, a customer came to a restaurant and asked for a fish. After the dish came, he approached the fish and chatted with it as if he had seen an old friend. The restaurant manager saw it and came over. "What are you doing?" he asked the customer. Oh, chat with the fish. Chat with the fish? Then what did you say? The manager was stunned. I asked where it came from. It said it came from Lepier. Lepier? What did you say next? The manager decided to figure it out. I asked Leper if there was anything new. How does it answer? It said sorry, it didn't know. It's been out of there for too long. Etiquette. Once, two scholars went to a rich man's house for tea. After being seated at the table, the scriptures were discussed. On many issues, they expressed different views. Just as they were fighting, the hostess came in with a plate with 2 biscuits on it, one of which was larger than the other. Scholars are more observant of etiquette and humility to each other, and they are not willing to be the first to take it. The Talmud Part 1, A Word from a Wise Man, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Mr. Yanker, please go first. One of them seemed polite. No, no. Mr. Isaac, you should come first. Yanker said politely. Finally, when the stalemate was at a standstill, Yanker suddenly reached out and picked a large biscuit. This move surprised Isaac very much. Mr. Yanker, what are you doing? Where's your scholarly demeanor, taking the big cookie without courtesy and leaving the small one for someone else? You're such a rude person. He aggrievedly reproached. Okay, then I want to ask you, if it were you, what would you do? Yanker asked. What do you mean by that? As a person who knows the rules, of course I will pick the small one. Oh, that's right, didn't you get the small piece now? Why are you so upset? Yanker said happily. How to Kill. Once upon a time, there was an Arab caliph who hated Jews so much that he always tried everything to get rid of them. He issued a decree. Every Jew who enters my kingdom is to stop before the soldiers and tell something about himself. If he lies, he is shot. If he tells the truth, he is hanged. The caliph was so shameless that he wanted to completely wipe out the Jews in this way. A Jew came to the caliphate's kingdom, and the caliph's soldiers ordered him to tell his story. I'm going to be shot today, he said. The soldier is confused. How should this kill him? So he was brought before the caliph. The wily caliph mused, this Jew is so clever. If I shoot him, it means he is telling the truth, and by law he should be hanged, then I cannot shoot him. But if I hang him, then it means he lied, and he should be shot by law, then I can't hang him. So the Jew swaggered away. Rabbi's gift. There is a barber shop in town. One day, a Catholic priest came to this barber shop. After cutting the priest's hair, the barber told him that the priest's money was not charged here. The next day the priest brought a bottle of wine to the barber. A few days later, a Protestant priest also came to the barber shop for a haircut. The barber gave the same explanation as last time, and there was no charge. The next day, the pastor brought him a lovely plant. Another week later, a rabbi came in for a haircut. Again, the hairdresser took no money. A week later, the rabbi brought a special gift to the barber, a rabbi who came for a free haircut. Popularity. The tailor's business was sluggish. Only the Messiah can save us, Federberg said to his companions. The companion asked desperately, how can the Messiah save us? Ah, he can bring the dead back to life, of course they need clothes, Federberg said. The companion looked very sad, but some dead people are also tailors. So what? They can't beat us. Do they know what's trending this year? Federberg asked. Dedication. There is a rose flower next to the apple tree. Everyone loves the fragrance and beauty of flowers. Hearing people's compliments, Rose Flower became proud. Who is more important to me? Who dares to compare with me? It asked. Of all the flowers, I am the most fragrant. My flowers are pleasing to the eye. True, the apple tree is huge, but what joy can it bring? The apple tree replied, even though you are taller than me, and have many lovely things and scents, you are not as good-hearted as I am. Tell me, What do you have to boast about? Rose Flower said defiantly. You don't offer flowers to people, and you greet them with your thorns, replied the apple tree. And I, even if people throw stones at me, I will give my fruit. Stay away from false. Reverend Arya was not only a kind man, but also a respected and pious scholar. The Talmud Part 1, A Word from a Wise Man, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. One day, a hypocritical scholar asked him to write a preface to his forthcoming publication. Priest Arya couldn't refuse, so he had to bite the bullet and make one, although it didn't seem sincere enough. Although there was enough space, he signed his name at the bottom of the page. Priest, what do you mean by signing your name so far? Asked the scholar. Reverend Arya smiled and replied, the Bible teaches us to stay away from falsehood. Lame and blind, neither the body nor the soul will be judged. The body can infer the sins of the soul and the soul can infer the sins of the body, the pagan said to the Jewish rabbis. The rabbi said, I will tell you a parable, and you can compare it with your point of view. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a beautiful orchard, and the trees in the orchard were full of figs, and the king arranged for 2 men guard the orchard, one of them is lame and one is blind. One day, the lame man said to the blind man, the fruit trees are full of figs, and I will stand on your shoulders and pick these figs, so that we can have a good meal. So the lame man climbed on the blind man's shoulders and picked the figs, and the 2 of them ate a lot. The king came to the orchard and asked about the whereabouts of the figs that were picked. The lame man said, my legs can't climb trees, eyes can't see anything. What did this king do? He put the lame man on the body of the blind and judged together. God is the same way. He put the soul on the body and judged together. Linen and old coat. There was a linen cloth on the table, which was very nice and had a good texture. What a beautiful coat I'll be made into, it said pompously. Suddenly, a greasy, tattered coat thrown in a corner caught the linen's attention. Sorry for you, you horrible piece of cloth. How monotonous, said the linen to the coat mockingly. In a few days, the master sewed a coat from linen. But when he went out, he still put on the old coat. It resents when the new top recognizes the old coat. It asked, why did you suddenly run out of me and become so important? The old coat replied, in the beginning, they took me to the laundry room. Hit me hard with the mallet and knocked out the dust, sand and mud. When it was all over, I said to myself, it's all worth it, yes, because I'm clean again. Look at me. Isn't it much cleaner and prettier than before? As I was thinking, they poured a pot of hot water on me, and then a pot of warm water. Suddenly, I saw myself a beautiful coat. That's when I realized the value of suffering so much. Little flower, there is a small flower in the forest, growing under a very thick tree. The thin flower has always been thankful that she has the protection of a big tree, so that the wind cannot blow, the rain cannot catch it, and the poisonous sun cannot bask in it. Carefree life. The good times don't last long. One day, some people suddenly came and saw that they were holding strange things that were smoking and could make a loud noise, and in a short while they brought down the tree, and then divided the tree into pieces. Go. Xiao Hua died of sadness. It was crying for the tree and for herself. It cried and shouted, my God, without the protection of the big tree, I will be blown down by the arrogant wind, the torrential rain will be knocked down, the scorching sun will scorch me. A small tree not far away comforted it and said, don't cry, you should be happy. Without the shelter of the big tree, the sun shines on you, and the rain nourishes you. Only in this way will your weak body grow. The stronger you are, the more beautiful your petals will be. Even if the storm comes, you will not be afraid. If you have been hiding in the shadow of the big tree, you have only a short and bleak life. Xiao Hua stopped crying because it saw the sun was smiling at it. Female ghost secret. Once upon a time, there was a couple. Men are kind, women are pungent, and like to nag. One year, there was a famine in the area. On New Year's Eve, he gave a poor man some gold coins. After the wife found out about it, she nagged her husband all day long, causing the man to leave the house. Man couldn't find a suitable place to sleep and had to sleep in the cemetery. In the middle of the night, the conversation between the two female ghosts made him unable to sleep. "Let's go, dear friend, let's go to heaven together to eavesdrop on the secrets of heaven. Let's see what misfortune will happen on earth, because today is the Jewish New Year," said the first female ghost. "Sorry, I can't go. I can't go to heaven in this dress, because I'm wrapped in straw right now. It's disgraceful. Go on your own, and come back and tell me all the interesting things you hear." "No," the two female ghosts answered. So the first female ghost flew away alone, and when she returned, her friend asked, "What did you hear?" "I heard a secret that there will soon be a big hailstorm that will destroy the crops of those who sowed early." After listening, the good man went home. Later, when the sowing season came, he waited until others had finished sowing before starting to sow. Later, the female ghost's words really came true. The big hail destroyed other people's crops, only his family's crops grew well. The next year, he went to sleep in the cemetery again, and heard the conversation between the two female ghosts again. "Come on, let's go to the sky together, eavesdrop on the secrets of the sky, and see what unfortunate things are waiting for people." The first female ghost said, "I already told you that I only had this straw coat. Go alone and tell me when you get back," said another female ghost. So the first female ghost went again, and when she came back, her friend asked, "What did you hear?" "I learned another secret. If you sow in the summer, the sun will dry out the crops." After listening, he went home again. In spring, he finished the seeds early. When the weather became hot, his crops had grown deep into the ground and were growing well, while others' crops were dried up by the scorching sun. Seeing that her husband always had such good luck, his wife was amazed, and pestered him to ask for clarification. So he told his wife what happened. A few days later, his wife got into an argument with a woman who had lost her daughter, and his wife said, "Tell you, your daughter is lying in the straw." One year, he came to the cemetery again and heard the conversation between two female ghosts. As in the previous two conversations, "Come on, let's go to the sky to eavesdrop on secrets and see what kind of misfortune people will face." The first female ghost said. Her friend said uneasily, "Let's keep our mouths shut, God doubts us. What we said in the past quickly reached people, so we can't say it here. At this moment, maybe someone is listening to us." Angels' judgment on the same day, both saints and sinners died, and both came to the judgment seat of heaven to be judged. The saint was called up first. The judge of heaven asked him, "What reward do you think you will get?" "I can go to heaven," he said confidently. The angels all laughed. They asked the saint, "Why do you say you are qualified to go to heaven?" The sage replied, "I have always lived with integrity, I have studied the scriptures day and night, and faithfully fulfilled the 613 commandments. I have been faithful to my ugly wife, and have lived with her for 50 years, and I have given up my life. All the pleasures in it." The angels exclaimed happily, "What a saint!" "Wait! I want a witness to expose his hypocrisy," cried the prosecutor angel. He called the little louse's soul. "Tell me what this man has done to you," the prosecutor angel ordered. "One day I slept on his ear, and this savage crushed me to death with his hands," said the louse. The prosecutor angel asked, "When did this happen?" "On this Sabbath." The prosecutor's angel turned triumphantly to the courtroom and said, "Did you hear that? This saint killed a little defenseless creature on the holy Sabbath." The angels were angry. "It's really a tricky thing. We can't make a judgment right away, we have to wait until the Messiah arrives. Until then, the law stipulates that the accused saint and the witness lice should be kept together," the judge said. Then they took the saint away. Then the sinner, trembling slightly, came before the judge. The judge asked him, "What do you think you'll get?" The sinner burst into tears. "I can't escape the punishment of Skynet in the end. The raging fire in hell is waiting for me, this is my retribution. I do all kinds of evil. I stole money from donation boxes, robbed orphans and widows, chased strange women, and slandered me. Neighbors, say your verdict, and I will accept it." The angels said in disgust, "What a bastard. Better to beat him to the 18th hell." The defense angel cried, "Wait a minute. I wanted to call a witness to prove that he was not a sinner." So he called for the soul of a young and beautiful widow. He ordered, "Tell your story." One day, I was staying in the house and suddenly there was a fire. The flames engulfed the house immediately, and I was about to be burned to death. At this time, this kind man heard my cry for help and came and braved the fire to save me, she preached. The angels were stunned and whispered, "He's not too bad." The judge said, "This case is really tricky, so it will not be decided until the Messiah arrives. Before that, we have decided to keep the accused and witnesses together until the final verdict." Scholars theory: a very hungry fox looked up under a tree and saw a rooster standing on the top of the tree. This rooster looks like a good snack. The fox tried every means to lure the rooster down, but the wise old rooster stood there, unmoved, squinting him with contempt. The fox said mockingly, "Stupid rooster. Trust me. Don't be afraid, you should know that birds and beasts do not attack each other. Haven't you heard that the Messiah is coming? If you are proficient in the Talmud, surely like me, you will know that in the book of Isaiah the prophet said, when the Messiah comes, the lion will sit with the lamb, and the fox and the rooster will live in peace forever." While the fox was there rhetorically, the barking of a hound was heard in the distance. The fox trembled with fright and ran away without life. Stupid fox, a great scholar like you who is proficient in the Talmud, even knows what the prophets in the book of Isaiah say, and has no reason to be afraid. The rooster shouted happily from the tree. The fox fled into the bushes and said, "Yes, I know what the prophet said in the book of Isaiah, but, you see, the hound doesn't know." Fox trick once, a poor woman was selling cheese at the market, when a cat ran up and took a slice of cheese. A dog saw it and tried to snatch the cheese from it. The cats fought desperately, and they fought a fierce battle. The dog barked and bit, the cat scratched and scratched, but neither beat the other. In the end, the cat suggested, "Let's let the fox judge us." "Agreed," said the dog. So they came to the fox. After listening to their quarrel, the fox put on a sensible look. "How stupid, why fight?" it snapped. "If you both want this cheese, I'll cut it in half and make sure you're both satisfied." Both cats and dogs say yes. The fox took out his knife and cut the cheese in half. However, instead of being cut lengthwise, it was cut sideways. The dog protested, "My piece is too small." The fox looked carefully and impartially at the dog's share from behind its spectacles. "You're right at all," the fox ruled. So it cut a piece from the cat's portion and ate it. "That's it," he said. Seeing the fox doing this, the cat started to meow again. "Now my piece is small, look at it." The fox put on his glasses again and gave the cat a fair look. "You're right. Wait a minute, I'll correct it in a minute," said the fox. It ran to the dog again and cut another piece of the dog's share. Cats and dogs are always nitpicking, and things just keep repeating. As a result, the foxes ate the whole cheese in front of them. Bless, when it was time to part, Rabbi Naaman asked Rabbi Isaac to bless him. Rabbi Isaac replied, "Let me tell you a story. There was a man who had been walking in the desert for a long time. Hunger, tiredness, and thirst troubled him. Suddenly, he saw a tree full of sweet fruit. The foliage is lush, casting a pleasant shade, and a brook babbles and nourishes it. The man sat in the shade of the tree, ate the fruit of the tree, and drank the water next to it. As he was about to leave, he said to the tree, 'Beautiful tree, what shall I give you to bless you?' 'I wish you the shade of greenery.' 'Cuter?' 'It's cute enough.' 'May your fruit be sweeter?' 'They're sweeter than anything else.' 'Wish there was a stream.' 'But there's a stream around you.' 'So, I'll do it. Bless you, God bless, may your buds be like you.' The same is true for you." Rabbi Isaac said to Rabbi Naaman, "What can I wish for you?" "May you be knowledgeable." "You already have knowledge." "Already." So I said, "God bless, may your descendants be like you." A glass of water and a lake. There is a person who keeps complaining about this, complaining about that, feeling that there are too many troubles in his life. So he went to ask the saints. He saw the Holy One, Holy Lord. Why is God treating me so unfairly? Others are always happy, but I have so much trouble. The saint asked him to fetch some salt and a glass of water. The man did, and the Holy One asked him to put the salt in the cup for a while before drinking it, and then asked him how it tasted. The man said, "It's hard." The saint asked him to fetch the same salt again, and then took him to the lake with him. The saint asked him to pour salt into the lake, and then drink some water from the lake. The man took a sip. "How does it taste?" the saint asked. The man replied, "It's cool." "Is it bitter?" the saint asked again. "Not at all," the man replied. At this time, the sage said to the man, "God has given everyone the same thing, just as the salt you pour into a cup is the same as the salt you pour into the lake. But why do you taste completely different? So when you also have to have a broad mind like a lake when facing the troubles in life, not a glass of water." Pray. A man encountered wind and waves while crossing the sea. He was afraid of drowning, so he knelt on the deck, folded his hands, and prayed to God reverently, "My wise God, please make me a fish. I can live in to swim in the ocean. Don't be afraid of the wind and waves." God turned him into a fish. Turning into a fish, he was swimming in the sea and came across a shark. The sharks chased him exhausted and managed to escape under the coral reef and hide. He prayed to God to turn him into a shark, and God turned him into a shark. He thought it would be fine if he turned into a shark, but soon he encountered a whaler again and watched the shark beside him being mercilessly killed by spear guns. He still thinks he is awesome. God told him this was the last time and turned him back into a human being. He still returned to the deck. It's more comfortable to be a human being. As he was talking, a big wave hit, the boat capsized, and he drowned. Gain and loss. A fox passed by a fenced vineyard. It had been hungry for a long time. Seeing the round grapes, it was drooling. It tried to enter, but could not. What to do? So it went on a hunger strike for 3 days, and it was so thin that it was considered to be able to get in. It indulges its delicacies in the vineyards. When it was time to leave, it became fat and round again. I had no choice but to starve for 3 more days, until I became skinny again and was able to come out. After coming out, the fox sighed and said, "Vineyard, what use are you and your fruits to me? Although everything in it is beautiful and lovely, what benefit did I get? What did I look like when I entered, and what did I get when I came out? What's it like?" Businessman and bandit. When a businessman was passing by a mountain, he encountered a mountain bandit. The businessman ran away immediately and got into a cave. The bandit also chased into the cave. In the depths of the cave, the merchant failed to escape the chase of the bandits and was severely beaten. All the money on his body, even the torches, were taken away by the bandits. Fortunately, the bandit saved his life. Afterwards, they each searched for the hole. The cave is deep and dark, and there are holes in it. It is like an underground labyrinth. The torches brought convenience to the bandit. With the light of the torches, he could clearly see the stones under his feet and the surrounding stone walls, so he did not bump into the walls or trip over the stones. But when he walked around, he just couldn't get out of the hole. In the end, exhausted to death. The businessman lost his torch and could only grope in the dark. It was very hard. From time to time he bumped into a wall, stumbled from time to time, and fell bruised. However, it was precisely because he was completely in the darkness that his eyes could keenly sense the gleam of light at the entrance of the cave. Bought wisdom. Once upon a time there was a poor and foolish man who suddenly became very rich by seizing an excellent opportunity. But with money, he doesn't know what to do with it. He came to a temple and complained to an old Zen master, who enlightened him and said, "You have always been poor and have no wisdom. Now you have got rid of poverty and become rich, but you still have no wisdom. I advise you. Go to the city and see, there are many people with great wisdom, you just need to pay some money, and others will teach you the method of wisdom." The man went to the city, and when he met anyone, he asked where he could buy wisdom. A sage told him, if you encounter a difficult matter, and don't rush to deal with it, you can first take 7 steps forward, then take 7 steps back, and then go back and forth 3 times, and you will have wisdom in your mind. The man listened with suspicion. Is wisdom so simple? He went home that night, pushed the door, and entered the house. In the dark, he found a man sleeping with his wife. He was so angry that he pulled out a knife and wanted to cut it off. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the wisdom he had bought during the day, and thought to himself, why not try it first? So he took 7 steps forward, 7 steps back, and so on 3 times. Then, when he turned on the light and looked again, he found that it was his mother who was sleeping with his wife. It's fine if you don't know. On a dark night, Private Yoon accidentally runs over an oncoming man as he rushes back to the barracks. In the dark, he saw 5 shining gold stars on the other party's collar, and he was instantly pale with fright. The general got up and roared, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, you're General Eisenhower. Should put you in jail." Yoon asked in a panic, "So do you know who I am?" The general looked very angry and shouted, "How could I know a nobody like you? It's fine if you don't know me." So Yoon took advantage of the darkness and ran away. Take a name. When husbands and wives have their first child, what to name the child is a topic of debate. The wife wants the child to have her father's name, and the husband wants the child to have his father's name. In the end, no consensus could be reached, so they came to the rabbi to ask for mediation. The rabbi asked her husband, "What is your father's name?" "Nanhem." Then, the rabbi asked his wife, "Then what's your father's name?" Also called Nanhem. The rabbi was confused. "Then what are you arguing about?" The wife said, "Rabbi, let me tell you, my father was a scholar and a godly man, but my husband's father was a horse thief. I mustn't let my child bear the name of such a man." The rabbi pondered for a moment, then said, "My decision is that your child will be named Nanhem, and the rest will be left to time. If he becomes a scholar, then know that he is after his grandfather's name. If he caught a horse thief, then he took his grandfather's name." Thief-trick thieves have been targeting the farmer's cattle for a long time. One night he knocked on the farmer's door. "Leave me here for the night, I am a poor traveler," said the thief pitifully. The good-hearted farmer agreed to his request. After a while the farmer was asleep, he went into the cowshed and took the cattle. He led the cow into the woods, tied it to a tree, and returned to the farmer's house. Early the next morning, the farmer woke up and found that the cow was gone, so he looked everywhere, but couldn't find it. Maybe that stranger stole it. He began to be suspicious. He hurried back home, only to find that the man was sleeping soundly. He pushed him awake. The thief pretended to be surprised and said, "What happened?" "Someone stole my cow," said the farmer. The thief said sympathetically, "You are so pitiful." After a while, the thief thought he could escape, so he said goodbye to the farmer. He went into the woods, untied the cow tied to the tree, and sold it to a farmer in a neighboring village. Obvious on the way to Mamerish town, there was a Talmud scholar. In the train carriage, a well-dressed Jew sat on the seat opposite him smoking a cigar. When the conductor came to check the ticket, the scholar discovered that the Jew was also going to the town of Mamerish. This surprised him very much. How is that possible? How could he go to Mamritz, he thought. It would be very rude if he asked directly. "Oh, let me think about it," he mused. He's a well-dressed, cigar-smoking Jew. Who invited Mamerish? Maybe he's going to our town. What about the doctor's wedding? No, it seems impossible. It would take 2 weeks to attend such a wedding. And a man like him wouldn't spend 2 weeks leisurely in a small town. Then why did he go to Mamritz? Maybe there was a woman he loved there. Who would it be? Oh, let me see. Could it be Moses Gold? Man's daughter Aisha? Yes, it should be her, there will be no one else. Let me think about it. No, it should not be her. She is too old. Anyway, she will never be his choice, the object. Or, could it be Heike Wazig? Ah, that's even more unlikely, how ugly she looks. If so, who would the woman be? Maybe the lender's daughter Lil. No, that's not possible. What an unhappy marriage for such a brilliant man. Who would it be? He probably didn't propose, because there was no more suitable candidates in Mamoritz. Then what was he doing there? Oh, I see. Could it have something to do with Mount Cowan's bank failure? But what does it have to do with him? Could he be one of the creditors? It seems unlikely. He was sitting there peacefully, reading the newspaper, looking at ease. There was no sign of anxiety. As you can imagine, he is definitely not a creditor. But I bet he has something to do with this bankruptcy case. What's the truth? I figured it out. Mount Cowan must have talked to a Budapest lawyer about his bank failure. But Mount's treacherous man would never reveal his trade secrets to a stranger. Then there is reason to believe that the lawyer is part of the family. Who the hell is he? Is it the son of Ma's sister, Shiblina? Oh, it's impossible. I remember very well. She got married at 26, and that wedding took place in the Green Church. Yes. The person in front of me is 35 years old at least. How interesting. Who is he? I figured it out. Obviously, he must be the son of Maus' brother Chaim, Maus' nephew. Come to think of it, Chaim Cowan has been married for 37 years. And it was at the market next to the stone church 2 months ago. It should be right, it is him. In short, this person is a lawyer from Budapest, Cowan. And a lawyer from Budapest will definitely have a PhD title. And by extension, he is Dr. Cowan from Budapest, and there should be no problem. No? Wait a minute. As you all know, a lawyer from Budapest can call himself doctor, but wouldn't call himself Cowan anyway. He might have changed his name to Hungary. So, which Cowan name would he be? It should be Cowarks. Yes, that's it, Cowarks. In a nutshell, this man is Dr. Cowarks from Budapest. The priest turned impatiently to his traveling companion, Dr. Cowarks. Do you mind if I open the window? Please, the man replied, but can you tell me how you knew I was Dr. Cowarks? Obviously, replied the scholar. Ready-made happiness, the young man was very angry. He accused the matchmaker and said, "Who are you introducing to me? This woman has 3 children." So what? Said the matchmaker. Listen to me, this is better. If you marry a girl and you decide to have 3 children, what a hassle. Waste of time, energy, and money. A rehab, you even have to send her to the country to recuperate. You work in the city, and you have to part with your wife. Then your life will be a mess. You will eat bad restaurants, hurt your stomach and you have to take care of the children while your wife is away. If you marry a widow with 3 children, these are ready. It saves you a lot of trouble. Healthy mother, 3 lovely children. My friend, grab this rare opportunity, don't miss it, don't let it come again. Don't be a big fool. Minsk Cat Atzar's prosecutor, in a luminous gold-trimmed uniform, was strolling the streets of Moscow when he noticed a thin Jewish tailor hadn't taken off his hat. He grabbed the poor man by the scruff angrily, shook him to pieces, and roared, "You, Jew! You didn't take your hat off when you saw me. You must have no residence permit here. Come on, where did you come from?" The Jew stammered, "From Minsk." The prosecutor kicked his hat and shouted, "What about your hat?" The Jew hesitantly replied, "From Minsk too. Can't drink water, the evil Titus destroyed the Jewish temple." Many Jews, especially in the Faris region, vowed never to eat meat or drink alcohol again. Why don't you eat meat and drink alcohol? Rabbi Weeks asked them. They mourned, the sacrifices that were originally enshrined on the altar of the temple are gone now. How can we eat meat? Originally, the priest poured wine on the altar of the temple, and now the altar is gone. How can we drink? In that case, said Rabbi Josho, then we shouldn't eat bread either, because the temple has been destroyed and the offerings made of flour cannot be eaten. You're right, they replied, but we can use fruit instead of bread. How can we eat fruit? Rabbi Joshu asked. The first fruit brought to Jerusalem was for the temple, and we can't eat such offerings. We may be able to eat fruits that are not offerings. The Pharisees said boldly. We don't want to drink water anymore, because the water used to worship the gods cannot be drunk, said Rabbi Joshu. At this time, the Pharisee people were silent, and they didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, the rabbi for weeks, knowing that it brought them to the essence of the problem, said, My children, please listen to what I say below. It is impossible not to mourn the great misfortune that has befallen us. But we cannot indulge in it, we cannot extricate ourselves. It would be wrong to burden us Jews too much. Converted Jewish. At a racist club on the outskirts of town, 3 Jewish converts to Christianity were drinking together. They each talked about their reasons for conversion. The first said, My reasons are very practical. I want to make a difference in the legal profession, and if I become a Christian, I may be appointed a judge. The second said, Love made me convert my religion, and if I became a Christian, my girlfriend would marry me. A third said, My reason is simple, because I am sure that the teachings of Judaism are not as good as the teachings of Christianity. The first 2 were shocked by this answer and said in unison, Is this true? Do you really think we are Christians? Guaranteed, sir, by this beautiful umbrella. I promise it's real silk. But it's too expensive. Okay, then you can buy this. This umbrella is also good, only 5 marks, it is not expensive. Is this umbrella also guaranteed? Of course there is. After hesitating for a long time, the customer asked again, Guaranteed that it is real silk? No. What's the guarantee? Well, I promise it's an umbrella. Half the money. One night, Goldstein was telling his wife about the rules of the new insurance he had bought. If I die in an accident, you get $10,000, but if I died of natural causes, like old age or sickness, you get $5,000. They call it double insurance. It took a while for Mrs. Goldstein to understand what he was saying. Finally, she spoke, her voice full of anger. It's so unfair, she said. If God gave you a natural death, I'd only get half the money. So what? A little boy walked up to his father and said, Oh dear Dad, please, can you give me more pocket money? His father stroked his beard and asked, What are you going to do with the money? I'm going to go to night school. What happens after you go to night school? That way I can dress decently and go to a lot of places. You dress decently and go to a lot of places to play, so what? Oh, then I might meet a nice girl. Okay, even if you meet, so what? I will marry her. What if you're married? How? Dad, I'll be very happy because of this. Oh, after you've become very happy, so what? Rare. When a small Ukrainian town, people lined the streets to welcome the arrival of millionaire Brodsky. He was led solemnly to a hotel, where he ordered 2 eggs for breakfast. After he had eaten breakfast, the shopkeeper paid him 20 rubles. Brodsky was very surprised. He asked, Are eggs rare here? The owner replied immediately, Oh, no, it's so rare to be a millionaire. Smart Simon, the son of Saudi, Rabbi Simon became the Prince of Israel. One day, people came to the prince and said, There are 80 witches in the caves of Ashland. One rainy day, 80 sturdy young men were called together by Rabbi Simon, who gave each a new container and a new robe. Prince Simon will lead these young people to Ashland, with containers on their heads, to keep their clothes from the rain. Rabbi Simon said to them, I will enter the cave myself. When you whistle the first time, you put on your robes, and when you whistle the second time, you rush into the cave together, and each one catches a witch, lift her off the ground. Once off the ground, they can't do anything, that's the hallmark of witches. Witch, I am one of you, open the door for me. Rabbi Simon came to the cave and shouted loudly. The witches asked him, "Why didn't the rain get your clothes wet?" He replied, "I came through the gap between the raindrops." "What are you doing here?" they asked again. He said, "Put each of your spells out, and then I'll show you mine too. We can learn from each other." One witch chanted a spell and made bread, another witch made meat in the same way, a third made a saucer, and a fourth made wine. "Now, what will you?" the witches asked Simon. "I whistle twice, and 80 young men in dry robes will appear to marry you," he replied. He whistled the first time, and the young men put on their robes. He whistled the second time, and they rushed into the hole together. "Let each one choose his own mate," Simon told them. Following Simon's instructions, each of them picked up a witch and took them outside the cave to hang them. 80 witches in Ashland were thus eliminated. Cooked peas. 2 Talmud students approached their teacher. "Teacher, we made a mistake," they cried. "What did you do?" "We lustfully stare at a woman." The teacher exclaimed, "You have committed a great sin, may God forgive you." "Teacher, we are willing to accept punishment. In this case, you put peas in your shoes and wear them for a week. Maybe it will remind you not to make this mistake in the future." They did as the teacher said. They met on the street a few days later. One was walking in pain and looked miserable, while the other was smiling and looking at ease. So the miserable man blamed the other and said, "Are you being punished? You didn't put peas in your shoes at all, you didn't do what the teacher said." "Of course I put them in. Only I cooked them," another insisted. Worse, Heschel's wife's nagging and nitpicking all day almost bored him to death. "You bastard," she cried. "Idiot, fool, no one thinks you're smart but yourself. If you weren't so rude to the rabbi and the rich people in town, our lives wouldn't be the same." So bad. Heschel was angry when he heard this. "You are such a good man. Teach me so carefully," he said bitterly. "Compared to my 10 waste relatives, you have caused me too much trouble." "What do you mean?" His wife was confused. "I'll tell you a story, and you'll understand," Heschel began. "That was when I was young and handsome, when we were just married. One day I was hiking, and I was tired. Hungry again. Then I met another poor traveler. 'Uncle,' I asked him, 'are there any good Jews around here who can give a man with a sore foot something to eat and a place to sleep?' 'I know, my friend,' the man replied, 'there is a Jewish landlord, not far from here. He had a lot of money, but he was never willing to give even a little moldy dry bread to the poor. The only thing he welcomed was a marriage introducer, because his daughter was ugly and old, so he tried his best to marry her off.' Hearing this, I decided to visit the miser. I told him I was not a marriage introducer, I was just a young man of good character who was looking for a bride. Can you believe it, after a few days of good food and drink at his house, he agreed to me as his son-in-law." "You shameless scumbag," interrupted Heschel's wife. "How could you do something so shameless to your wife?" "Quiet, quiet," Heschel said. "Please be patient with my story." The date of the wedding was set very quickly. During this time, I lived a life of luxury and ate all the delicious food in the world. But when the wedding date came, I could only tell the truth. So I said to the father of the bride, "My dear father-in-law, today is my big day, and I think I should tell you all about my family so that you won't oppose me in the future." "I'm listening," he said. "I have a brother," I started to say. "What does that matter?" he replied calmly. "My sister-in-law was unfaithful to her husband." "Your brother can't provoke me, what can your sister-in-law do?" "I have 2 trash uncles. This is probably my biggest trouble. I also have a sister who has an illegitimate child." "What? An illegitimate child? That sucks. But what can we do? There are countless alcoholics, gamblers and dicks in my house." Hearing this, the father of the bride smiled. "What does this have to do with you?" he asked. "It's enough for us to graze our cows and fill our barns." I saw that I had nowhere to go, so I said, "Dear father-in-law, I have a wife." Hearing this, he got furious and threw me out while strangling me. I ask you, and you say it yourself, doesn't this prove that you are worse than my 10 rubbish relatives combined? Heschel's coat was breaking into pieces, and he was eager to get a new one. The ragged coat made him feel so ashamed that he couldn't stand in front of people. But what can he do? He had no money on him. Suddenly, he thought that his wife had saved some private money. Heschel began to plan, if I can get her money, he said to himself, I can make a new coat. Before long, he climbed the ladder to the top floor. For a moment his wife down below seemed to hear him talking to someone, and felt very strange. Who are you talking to, Heschel? She asked upward. I'm talking to the poor God, Heschel replied from the top floor. Why is he there? He said he was very ill and that he was tired of the shabby house and went upstairs to get some air. What does he want from you? He wants a new coat. He says if he gets a new coat, he'll be out of here forever. When Heschel came down from the top floor, his wife said to him, let's make him a coat and drive him away. You're so clever. Heschel sneered. If there was money growing on the trees, we could have made sweet pudding long ago. I saved some money, his wife confessed. You take it and buy a coat for the poor God, and then we'll tell him to go and never come back or break his hands and feet. Heschel had just left when his wife called him back. You forgot to measure the God of poverty. Heschel nodded and climbed up the top floor again. As he came down, he said, I hardly measure his size, he and I are like twin brothers, exactly the same. Heschel went to the tailor and bought a new dress according to his measurements. Once he put it on, he would never take it off again. Take off your clothes, Heschel, his wife pleaded. If poverty sees you in his clothes, he will choke us again in anger. You're right, said Heschel, and, undressing, went upstairs again. After a while, he came down with his clothes again. Why haven't you given him your coat yet? His wife asked reproachfully. It's no use, said Heschel, sadly. It doesn't fit him. Aren't you the exact same size? Yes, replied Heschel. But that was before we spent money to buy him new clothes. Now that we've spent our money, we're poorer, and the poor God is even bigger. You'll be sad too. One Sabbath afternoon, Heschel Osterbury was standing in the rabbi's study looking out of the window. Rabbi, he asked suddenly, if a man sees a cow fall into a river on the Sabbath, should he save her or let her drown? Of course not. It's not allowed. What did you see? I saw a cow fall into the lake. Then what can be done? The rabbi sighed. The law does not allow her to be saved. Look, cried Heschel. The water is over its head. What a pity. Then what can be done? You mean, Rabbi, nothing can be done about it? What are you talking about? Now I can't see that poor cow again. It sank. Drowned. What a misfortune. Heschel, why are you so sad? I tell you, you will be sad too, dear Rabbi. Why? In the name of God? That's your cow, Rabbi. Introduce her in the town. There lived a very rich man, but he was an ignorant and brutish fellow. He has only one daughter, who is nothing but inherited from her father's money. He would refuse anyone's idea of hitting his daughter. My daughter is only married to good people, he declared. One day, Heschel was desperately poor again, so he thought of a way to find the rich. I will introduce a young man to your daughter, and this young man is a rare gem, he told the rich man. He is handsome, well-versed in the law, and has a good character. Who is he? The rich man asked with an expectant smile. Shmuel, the cobbler's son, replied Heschel. Bastard, the rich man growled. How dare you introduce such a person to match my daughter? Get out now. Then he grabbed Heschel by the neck and threw him out on all fours. A few days later, Heschel came to visit the rich man again. Why are you here again? The rich man shouted angrily. I said you better not let me see your face again. Don't be offended, Heschel said. I have a first-class person to introduce to your daughter this time. The rich are getting curious. Really? He asked. Who is this time? The rabbi's son. The rich man jumped for joy. Excellent. I didn't expect it, he said, but tell me, dear friend, have you been to the rabbi's house and told him about it? Of course I have spoken to the rabbi. What did the rabbi say? The rich man asked eagerly. What did he say? He said the same thing you said to me the other day. Asshole. How dare you introduce someone like that to match my son? Get out of here now. Then he grabbed me by the neck and threw me on all fours. Out. Lie. Heschel, a wealthy man, said to the man known for his wisdom, if you can tell a lie without thinking, I'll give you a ruble. What does 1 ruble mean? You clearly mean 2 rubles. No, watch, Heschel was on the train and he was going to Long Island. He was tired after a busy day at the office and was about to go home. A handsome young man sat next to him, and when the young man asked him the time, he turned a deaf ear. The lad asked again in a low voice, still indifferent. The young man patted him on the shoulder and asked again. This time, Sichel told him. The lad was bewildered by this. Why didn't you answer me the first time I asked you? The young man asked. Why didn't I tell you? If I did, we'd have a chat. You seem like a nice young man, so I'll find out about you. I have 2 lovely daughters who are already married. Age. I will invite you to my house for dinner, and you will accept my invitation to my house. You have won the hearts of my family. So you are likely to be my son-in-law. However, I am absolutely not will accept a son-in-law without a watch. It's that simple. Laugh at. Heschel is a famous joke master, and like the jokes on his lips, he is alive and dead. Rabbi Brish and his followers stood at Heschel's bed, listening to him make fun of everything, and everyone was full of curiosity. You've satirized enough in your life. Do you want to do it when you're about to die? The rabbi sternly accused him. Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Never been afraid, replied the dying Heschel, and I laughed at me as well as I left this world. The rabbi asked him curiously for an explanation. If death asks me if I've studied the law day and night, I'll tell him, if you think I'm a scholar, don't make me your son-in-law. If he asks what my name is, I'll tell him, Getzel. He would definitely be angry. What did you say? Your name is Heschel. So I said, if you know, why do you ask? If he asked me, have you ever fixed a bug for the world? I replied, fixed? Of course I fixed my socks, my shirt, my pants. After a while, the undertaker came, and Heschel said to them, dying, my friends, please don't touch my armpits when you carry me into the coffin. I'm ticklish. Then, with a faint smile, Heschel took his last breath. The first wisdom of survival. There was a wealthy Jewish businessman who, on the occasion of his son's wedding, prepared a feast for guests, but did not accept any gifts. The son was stumped by how to arrange the seats, so he asked his father, Father, today is my big day. If the traditional way is that the rich sit at the head and the poor sit by the door, I and those poor people will both be hurt. You see, how about I assign honor to those poor people? Think about it, my son, it's not as easy as you think to change the traditions of this world. Every tradition has its own reason behind it. When the poor attend a banquet, they must be feasted. When the rich go to a banquet, it's for honor. The poor are at the head, and they are embarrassed to eat. The rich are by the door, and they feel insulted. Defend the maid Zabiah's wolf rabbi enforces the law very strictly. He is known for his integrity. One day his wife yelled that her maid had stolen a very valuable thing. The servant, an orphan, denied it tearfully. Then we have to pass the court. The housewife was very angry. When Rabbi Wolf saw his wife preparing to go to court, he immediately put on his robe. His wife is very strange. You go to court with me. I am very shameless. I can defend myself well by myself. I know you can, the rabbi replied. But who defends your maid, the poor orphan? I must see justice be done to her. Getting makes you happy. He stood on the high suspension bridge, watching the turbulent river under the bridge, and lit the last cigarette. He was about to go to another world. He used to be a rich man, but now he has no life. He has tried everything, indulging his senses, wandering around, looking for excitement, drinking, and even taking drugs. And now the failure of the marriage gave him a fatal blow. He always asks and never gives. Only the river is his best destination. At this moment, a man in ragged clothes walked past him and said, "Sir, give me a dime." He smiled wryly. "A dime? What can you do with a dime now?" "No problem, man, I have money." He took out his wallet. "I'll give it to you, take it." He shoved all the money to the homeless man. "What's this for?" the tramp asked. "Nothing, I don't need this anymore." He glanced at the river. The homeless man was stunned for a moment while holding the banknotes. Then he said, "No, sir. I'm poor, but I'm not a coward, and I won't ask for a coward's money. Take your broken money and jump into the river." He threw the bills over the railing, one by one, scattered all over the place. "Goodbye, coward." The tramp left without looking back. At this time, the rich man woke up like a dream. He suddenly hoped that the tramp would get the lost money, and he wanted to pay. Giving. Yes, it is giving. Giving makes you happy. He glanced at the river, then quickly chased after the tramp. Sarozexy, the great king of Persia, burst into tears when he saw the millions of troops under his command attack Greece. He asked his uncle how short life is. After 100 years, no one in this mighty army will be alive in this world. Thinking of this, a sudden sadness will hit my heart. The uncle replied, "Have you ever thought that there are more sad things in life than this? Although life is short, nowhere can you find a person who is truly happy and does not feel that it is better to die than to live. Disasters, diseases come in troubles, and short lives become long and hard." Last lesson. After a group of students roamed the world with the philosopher, all of them were full of philosophies. Before entering the city, the philosopher sat down on the grass on the outskirts and said to his students, "After a few years of travel, you are all well educated, and your studies are coming to an end. Now let's have the last lesson." The disciples sat around. "Where are we sitting now?" asked the philosopher. "In the wilderness." The disciples replied. The philosopher asked again, "What grows in the wilderness?" The disciples said, "Weeds." "Then who can tell me how to get rid of these weeds?" asked the philosopher. "Disciples, you speak, and I speak." Some said to use a shovel to shovel, some said to use fire, some said to use charcoal, and another disciple said that cutting grass requires rooting, so it is enough to dig the roots. At this time, the philosopher stood up and said, "Let's stop here for the class. After you go back, you can get rid of a weed according to your own method. If you can't get rid of it, you will come here next year to meet." A year later, the disciples all came, but the original wilderness has become a crop field full of millet. The disciples sat down in front of the valley and waited for the arrival of the philosopher, but the philosopher never came. A few years later, the philosopher died. When his disciples were sorting out his manuscripts, they found that a chapter was added at the end of the book. There is only one way to eradicate the weeds in the wilderness, and that is to plant crops. Likewise, the only way to keep the soul free is to occupy it with virtue. Traveler's Gift. A traveler was very tired from the journey and was spending a few hours alone in a train car to relax when a stranger came in and said, "Hello." The traveler did not return the salute, "Hello," but stood up and said wearily, "Please listen carefully, my friend. My name is Kex, and my last name is Mosher. I'm from Białystok, to Warsaw. I run a small food business. I have a son and 2 daughters, both lovely, one married and the other engaged. I don't smoke, drink, have no hobbies, stay out of politics. I wish I didn't forgot to say, please don't stand there so politely. Ask me now, because I'm dead tired and ready to sleep." Fantasy and Hope. A bachelor came to the mountain where God lived and asked God to give him a beautiful woman. The prophet told him that there is a girl named Fantasy who is very beautiful and will come to you as long as you close your eyes. So, the bachelor kept his eyes closed with the fantasy girl. One day, another young girl passed by the bachelor. Seeing his eyes closed, she asked him why. He said he was guarding his fantasy girl. The girl said, "I am the sister of fantasy. My name is Hope. If you are willing to open your eyes, I am willing to stay with you." The bachelor said, "No, if I open my eyes, the fantasy girl will be gone. I don't want to lose my beautiful fantasy." Hope can't convince him, so he sighs and leaves. The bachelor can't keep his eyes closed all the time. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw the moving figure of Hope, but Hope soon disappeared. The bachelor has been regretting it ever since. If only he had opened his eyes earlier. Extinguish the candle. Frame was a very shrewd Galician, and it was past midnight when he came home past his devout grandparents one evening. He was surprised to find that his grandparents hadn't slept. The Sabbath candle was burning brightly, and he went in. "It's already midnight. Why haven't you slept yet?" he asked. His grandparents looked depressed. "The candle is still on, so we can't sleep," his grandfather explained. "If it's been lit in the house, it's going to cause a fire. We can't blow it out on the holy Sabbath." Frame thought for a while. "Tell me, grandfather, when is Purim?" Frame asked, standing in front of a candle. He spoke very loudly, and he puffed out his cheeks when he said the word Purim. The candle went out immediately. Then he stood before another candle, and asked, "When is the Passover?" When Frame made the sound of Passover, he puffed out his cheeks again. The second candle also went out. Then, smiling to his grandparents, he said, "Now you can go to bed. Thank God, none of us offended the Sabbath." The secret of longevity. A Khazri-Levki traveled across the continent to Paris to meet the great and wealthy Baron de Rothschild. "I don't want honor and power," said the Khazri-Levki. "Then what do you want?" Rothschild asked. 300 rubles, replied the Khazri-Levki. "So much. Have you thought about it?" "Yes." What else can Rothschild say? One by one he paid the Khazri-Levki 300 rubles in order to buy the secret of immortality. "My advice about immortality," our Jew said to Rothschild, "is to leave the noisy Paris, take your things, and go with me to Khazri-Levki. There you will never be deaf. Because in our town, death doesn't know a single rich man. Do ants have a king? Lazy man, you can get wisdom by looking at the movements of the ants. Ants have no marshals, no officers, and no kings." Rabbi Simon ben Hereafter saw this and decided to find out if the ants really had no king. Under the scorching sun, he came to an ant hill and put his coat over it. An ant crawled out and saw the shadow, so it crawled back into the hole and told the other ants that it was shady outside, and that ants hated the poisonous sun. Immediately, all the other ants crawled out. Simon took off his coat immediately, and the sun mercilessly fell on the ants. All the ants jumped on the first ant angrily and killed it. "Obviously they don't have a king," Simon said. "If they had a king, they wouldn't have killed the ant without the king's permission, and the law would dictate how they behave with each other." Family allocation. A young Talmud researcher asked the rabbi curiously, "Is it fair why the wives of the most devout scholars are women of ordinary appearance?" "There is a story," replied the rabbi, "that a rich man invited some strangers to dinner. Unfortunately, part of the meal was burnt. As a courtesy, the housewife gave the good part of the meal to the guests, and the burnt part is shared with the family. Now, my child, the same is true for allocating women to scholars. The Lord created beautiful, gentle women and ordinary, irritable women. Beautiful, out of politeness, he distributed to strangers, pungent. The ordinary and ordinary ones are given to the devout scholars. After all, the devout scholars and the Lord are one family." A blanket. There was a rich man who trusted his son so much that he gave him all his property. It didn't take long, however, for his son to ignore his father, to abuse him and drive him into the company of beggars. One day, the ragged old man met his grandson and asked him to ask his father to give him a blanket to keep out the cold. The weather was frighteningly cold. The grandson begged for a long time before his father agreed to go to the attic to get a blanket. When the child got the blanket, he cut it in half with a knife. When his father saw that he hadn't come back for so long, he asked him what he was doing. The son told him that he was busy dividing the blanket in half and that he would give half of the blanket to his grandfather and leave the other half to his father to use when he was older. The father was very shocked when he heard this, and immediately realized that he was wrong, took the old father home and took good care of him. Share money with God. A rabbi, a priest, sitting on the same train. They are talking about their respective followers and destiny. The rabbi said the synagogue does not have a donation tray, but the church has an alms box for donations. The pastor said he always draws small circles on the floor of his office and takes the coins from the fundraising tray and tosses them in the air. What falls in the small circle is for God, the rest is for me. The priest said he did the same. The rabbi went on to say, "What I do is slightly different from what you do. I throw money into the air and God takes as much as he can, and the rest is mine." Wisdom and money. Rabbi A asked Rabbi B, which is more important, wisdom or money? Of course wisdom is more important than money. If that's the case, why do scholars and philosophers do things for the rich? Why don't the rich do things for scholars and philosophers? The problem is simple. Scholars and philosophers know the value of money, but the rich don't understand the importance of wisdom. The greatest is the smallest. In this world, Alexander's desires were never satisfied. He made up his mind, I must experience something very unusual that no one has ever experienced before. So he ordered the hunters to catch a lot of eagles and chose the biggest one to sit on. Then he cut a piece of flesh with a spear and held it high. As soon as he smelled the aroma of the meat, the eagle immediately rushed to the sky, trying to eat the meat as much as he could. Alexander deliberately lifted the meat out of the reach of the eagle, so the eagle flew higher and finally, the town below became a small point in the eyes of the king. Alexander's vanity was greatly satisfied. He looked at the world below him contentedly. Now, who else can compare with me? In my eyes, people look like insects. I am taller than them. But suddenly, a burst of fear came over him. He thought, I'm flying so high that my people can't see me. Maybe to them I'm like a mosquito, or maybe they can't see me at all. If they can't see me, what will they do? Will they be ruled by me? Then they will soon forget me. The eagle continued to fly upwards, gradually getting farther and farther from the ground. Alexander looked to the ground again. This time, the earth seemed to him like a small ball. Alexander was so frightened that he immediately lifted the meat hanging from the spear under the eagle. In order to eat the meat, the eagle began to fly down, and it flew lower and lower. Everything on the ground slowly became clearer and bigger, towns, trees, and passing pedestrians. Alexander was very happy and learned the right lesson from it. When he stepped on the ground again, he ordered a sculptor to make a statue of him, holding a small ball in his hand. I want people to know that even the great Alexander can sometimes seem as small as this little ball, he said. I can't afford my own painting. Picasso's paintings are recognized by the world, and in his lifetime, the paintings have been bought by collectors at high prices. The price is so high, it's amazing that even the author himself can't afford it. One day, when some friends came to Picasso's house in the south of France, they found that all the other people's works were hanging on the walls, and none of their own. Picasso, why is this? You don't like your own paintings, someone asked. No, on the contrary, I like it very much, but it's too expensive, I can't afford it, said the painter. Floor plan. During a trip, Stravinsky met Picasso, the great Spanish painter. After talking, the two quickly became close friends. When leaving, Picasso specially painted a portrait of Stravinsky as a souvenir. However, when Stravinsky was returning to Switzerland, customs officers checked his luggage and found this document in his suitcase that made him feel very strange. The customs officer took out the document and stared at Stravinsky with alert eyes. What is painted on this? Stravinsky replied very calmly and proudly, Picasso painted me. Impossible. How can it look like a floor plan? Nice. Here's a plan of my face. However, no matter how Stravinsky explained it, the serious and responsible customs officers decided that this was a disguised plan of a strategic fortification, or they confiscated the drawing. This matter spread to Picasso. Picasso said with a smile, "In this way, Picasso is not only a bad portrait painter, but also an excellent military strategist." So begging, a beggar came to the door of a house. He knocked on the door a few times, only to see the master open the door with a gloomy expression. The beggar asked him, "What happened?" "Don't you know, I'm bankrupt. My assets are only 10,000 yuan, and I owe a debt of 100,000 yuan. "I know that." "Then what do you want from me?" "According to your existing assets, give me 1 dime for every 1 yuan. Taboo, there were 3 people dining together, a Catholic priest, a Protestant priest, and a Jewish rabbi. They ordered a big fish. When the chef cooked the fish and served it in the hall, the 3 of them did their pre-dinner prayers. The Catholic priest said, 'The head of the church is the Pope, so the fish head belongs to me.' After speaking, he put the fish head on his plate. The Protestant pastor said, 'The pastor has the last truth, so I should eat the fish tail.' Then he put the fish tail into his plate. Now only the ingredients for the fish and a few vegetables are left, and the Jewish rabbi, not to be outdone, put the rest on his plate, and then said calmly, 'The most taboo thing in Judaism is to go to extremes.' A good horse. A Jewish farmer bought a horse from the market. As soon as he entered the house, he happily said to his wife, 'Today I bought a horse at the market for 50 yuan, and he was originally worth 100 yuan. That's great, a good horse for such a cheap price.' 'Not so good, though, because it's a pony.' 'What, a pony?' 'However, horses are strong.' 'Oh, small and strong, that's nice too. But the horse is lame.' 'What, lame horse? How could you buy such a horse?' 'The reason this horse was lame was because there was a nail in the hind hoof, and now I pulled the nail out and medicated it, and now it's not lame.' 'You are so lucky. I bought a good horse for 50 yuan. Father's troubles. Once upon a time, there was a Jew. After more than 20 years of struggle, he created a family property of his own. His hard work made him a lot of money, and he lived a prosperous life, but he found that his 20-year-old son didn't like work. When the father told his son about the meaning and value of work, the son replied that since his parents had prepared everything for him, there was no need for him to do anything. The father loves his son very much, and wants him to be a hard worker. So he sold all his family property, and donated the money to charities, and gave it to the poor. Then he told his wife and son that they were now very poor, because of the loss of business. The father thought his son would work hard now, but he was disappointed again. The son fantasizes about marrying a rich man's daughter so that he can get an engagement gift of 200,000 yuan. The father kicked his son out of the house in a fit of rage, but he found that he no longer had the drive and motivation he had when he started his business. Filled with guilt that he had deprived his wife and son of the comforts of life, he decided to commit suicide by jumping off a bridge and throwing himself into a river. As he crossed the railing of the bridge and was about to jump off, a homeless, tattered beggar came to him. The beggar said that since he had decided to commit suicide, the money on him and his watch would be useless to him, so it might be better to leave it to her. The man stopped and thought for a moment. He had reached the point of death, and there were still people who wanted to calculate the little wealth he had. At this time, he suddenly realized that he did not want to die. Later, he became friends with the beggar and began to tell her his story. Precepts. God has lobbied everywhere and then promulgated his Torah. When lobbying, God first showed the 613 commandments to the Germans. The Germans said, "Let's not kill. What does this mean? Forget it." So, God showed the precepts to the French, but unexpectedly made the French amused. "Don't be stupid. How could it be possible if we don't find a lover?" Just when God felt at a loss, the Jew Moses came over. He readily asked God for the price. God was very relieved to hear that and told him it was free. $2 then. Moses said simply. As a result, the 10 Commandments of Moses became a Jewish classic, written on 2 stone tablets. The Gospel of Prayer, the priest is praying long and fervently. His wife asked, "What are you praying for today?" The priest replied, "I pray that the rich will help the poor a little more." "Does God hear your prayers?" his wife asked again. "I believe he heard at least half of it, and the poor are willing to accept it," the priest said. Create a miracle. There are many legends that a priest traveled from his hometown to visit famous priests. "Can your priests perform miracles?" one asked. His followers replied, "They have performed many miracles. For example, if your priest's prayer is fulfilled by God, then people will consider it a miracle. That is to say, our priests can always pray as God wills, so we can see it as a miracle." Simple prayer. One day the priest, after his prayers, asked Herostratus, "Why do you pray so fast?" "I pray twice as long as you do. You don't take prayer seriously." "Sir, look with your pure eyes," said he. "You have a lot of gold and silver, a hall for horses and a car, and money in the bank. You must take the time to pray before God for them. Come and see me. I have only one filthy wife, 8 children, and an old, dirty goat. When I pray to God, all I can say is, wife, boy, goat. It doesn't take much time." Devil's inheritance. Satan is as cunning as a fisherman, casting his net of temptation on such people. Satan created an attractive female devil and let her seduce him with charming looks. Their sins produced offspring, and their offspring were forever tainted by the union of man and devil. If a person is closely united with Lilith or other female demons, then the righteous, omniscient God will punish him and their names will not remain in human memory. In a city, a very beautiful stone house stood on the side of the road. In the stone house lived the goldsmith, his wife and children. On the surface, the goldsmith is very pious, but in fact, he is doing evil deeds with the female devil behind his back. The female devil has a very charming beauty, and she bore him children. She was cunning, and with great skill, weaved a web of temptation around the goldsmith. Soon, he found himself falling into the trap of the female devil, unable to extricate himself. Several times, in the synagogue, he abruptly interrupted his service and rushed out of the church to see his female devil. Time flies, year after year. Once, on the first night of Passover, a goldsmith sitting in the midst of his family was about to sing the Exodus hymn that was popular among the Jews at the time. Suddenly, an irresistible temptation attracted him deeply, so he rushed out of the house quickly. The husband's anomaly surprised his wife, who looked out the window and watched the goldsmith enter the workshop. Driven by curiosity, she quietly followed him to the workshop, watching the movement in the room from the gap in the wall of the workshop. There were many tiny candles lit in the room, and there was a dining table in the middle of the room. Plates and cups filled with gold, silver, and food and wine were laid out on the table. The goldsmith's wife looked at the scene before her and trembled with surprise, because she saw a beautiful woman lying on a bench, and her husband was next to her. The sight in front of her struck a deep blow to the kind-hearted wife, who hurriedly turned around and returned to the room with a sad mood. When her husband returned to the house, she didn't say a word and looked away from him. At dawn, his wife got up early and came to the priest and told him her sins. After hearing all this, the priest sent someone to call the goldsmith. Under the constant questioning of the priest, the goldsmith finally began to repent and admitted that he had a female devil lover. Hearing this, the priest sympathized with the goldsmith and gave him an amulet, on which he wrote the name of the devil that the devil avoids. From today onwards, the female devil's tricks will not succeed, and she will no longer be able to manipulate you. You can go in peace, said the priest. In the days to come, as the priest said, the goldsmith escaped the temptation of the female devil and no longer felt guilty. Years later, when the goldsmith was dying, the female devil came to him again. This time, the female devil is more beautiful and charming than ever. The female devil wept sadly and covered her face with her hands. She bemoaned that his death would bring misfortune to her and the children, who would be left alone with no one to take care of them. The female devil, weaving the web of temptation with more skill than usual, looked into his eyes with affection. She kisses and hugs the goldsmith passionately. So, in the face of the temptation of the female devil, the dying goldsmith actually felt his old love rekindled. Although the goldsmith resisted the temptation of the female devil, in the end the female devil broke his will. The goldsmith promised the devil woman and her children an equal share of the property with the goldsmith's wife and children. The female devil was assigned to the cellar, where she lived with her children. After the goldsmith died, many years passed. A bloody war swept across the land. The sons of the goldsmiths lost their lives in these unfortunate war years. Later, the house passed on to a stranger. The cellar has been locked for a long time. The new owner never cared about the cellar, and had no interest in studying it at all. But, one day, a young man tried to open the cellar, but within an hour, the young man died there for no reason, and no one knew how the young man died. 2 years later, the devils came and went frequently in the kitchen of the house and made many farces. They often put dirt and ashes in pots and cook food on stoves, making it impossible for people to eat. Before long, the little devils broke into the back room, grabbing candlesticks and ornaments and smashing them on the floor. Although, they don't hurt the people in the house, but they are enough to scare people to move to other places. Before long, the whole city was in chaos by the devils, and people were tortured by the devils. The dire situation forced the elders of the city to get together to discuss countermeasures and study ways to get rid of the devil. A saint who is good at spells and magic, he has tried every means without success. In this regard, the devils play tricks on them and laugh at them even more confidently. Finally, the elders decided to find a well-known prophet. After the prophet arrived, he immediately started preparations. He recited a particularly secret incantation, and the incantation contained names that the devils avoided. From their hiding places, the devils rushed out, shouting in horror, and were soon subdued. Under the harsh questioning of the prophet, the devils told how they lived in the cellar. The prophets say that the devils have broken their promises, because they cannot live with people. The prophets warned them sternly, you can only live in ruins, in gloomy forests, or in desolate deserts. The devils protested that by law and biblical scriptures, they had the title to the house. In this case, we ask to go to an impartial court to accept the sentence, they said. Because all the devils have to agree, and the court will not be held until 2 days later. The prophets and judges began the trial. The voice of the devil who is the accuser is clearly heard, although the devil cannot be seen. The devils told the court how the last words of their father, the goldsmith, were on his deathbed, and that his descendants had all died in the war, so they had the right to inherit his house, and they were the only one of the goldsmiths. Inheritor. The devil's statement was opposed by the current owner of the house. We bought this house from the descendants of goldsmiths with a lot of money, and now it is the devil, not the man, who is asking to take it back. The devil is not the right of inheritance, because our human laws are valid only for men, not for the devil. The judges withdrew from the attendance, and after consultation, they finally pronounced the verdict. The little devils cannot inherit the goldsmith's house, they have no legal right of inheritance, and God's teaching also stipulates that the devil must live far away from people's residence, and live in a remote place. Then the prophet got up and chanted the spell in a stern voice. The panicked devils fled into the dark forest and wilderness. Since then, the devils never dared to harass people. Gentiles, a man came to Jerusalem and claimed to be a Jew. The local Israelis received him warmly. Just in time for the Passover, he celebrated the feast with everyone. At the dinner, he and everyone ate lamb, the staple of Passover. When he finished eating the lamb, he proposed to the owner to eat the internal organs of the lamb. The owner was taken aback and concluded that he was not a Jew. Because true Jews never eat the entrails of a sheep, it is offered as a sacrifice to God. This behavior violated the commandment of no Gentile shall eat this lamb in chapter 12, verse 43 of the Bible Exodus, so they sent the man to a religious institution to be dealt with. Where is heaven? A rabbi dreamed that he was in heaven. To his surprise, he found that the saints there were still discussing the thorny issues of the Talmud as he had been alive. This is heaven, exclaimed the rabbi. Why do they do the same things as they do on earth? Then he heard a voice berating him, you fool. You think the saints are in heaven, but the opposite is true. Heaven is in the saints. Captain before he got rich, he had always been a simple and humble man. After making a fortune, he saw that the rich people around him had their own yachts. In that case, why doesn't he have a yacht of his own to show his wealth? So he bought himself a yacht and dressed himself up in a dazzling captain uniform. On his first trip, he brought his parents over from the Bronx. It looked as if they were impressed, but not so sure of his new glory. "Mom, what do you think of me now? I'm an official captain now," her son exclaimed proudly, pointing to his new uniform. His old mother smiled lovingly and said softly, "That's good, that's good. But Mom, you don't seem very interested in it." Her son looked a little upset. "Listen, dear Penny," his mother said, "you're a captain to me, you're a captain to your dad, you're a captain to you, but, believe me, in the captains in your eyes, you are no longer the captain." Pastor's advice: there was a man who kept 100 geese. In one day, 20 died. So he hurried to the Jewish priest and asked him for his experience in herding geese. After listening to the man's account, the Jewish priest asked, "When did you herd?" "Morning." "Oh. How can you graze in the morning? This time is not suitable for grazing. If you want me to say, the most suitable time is in the afternoon." After thanking the pastor, the man went home happily. After 3 days, he ran to the Jewish priest. "Pastor, I've killed another 20 geese." "Where did you graze?" "The right bank of the creek." "Oops, you're wrong again. How can you graze on the right bank? It should be on the left bank." "Thank you, Pastor, I know what to do, God bless you." After 3 days, the man came to the Jewish priest again. "Pastor, 20 more geese died yesterday." "Oh, really? I'm sorry to hear that. By the way, what did you feed them?" "Feed the buns, the buns." The Jewish priest sat in deep thought for a long time and began to express his opinion. "This time you did it wrong again, you should have ground the corn and fed it to the geese." "Thank you so much, Pastor. God will reward you for your advice." On the 3rd day, the man knocked on the Jewish priest's door, somewhat unhappily, but hopefully. "Son, what's wrong with you? What's the problem?" the Jewish priest asked with concern. "Very unfortunate that another 20 geese died last night." "It doesn't matter, as long as you never give up and come to me often. Tell me, where do your geese drink?" "Oh, they drink in that little river." "It's a big mistake, and it's a mistake. You can't let them drink water from a river. You have to give them well water. That's the right thing to do." "Thank you, Pastor. You always use your wisdom to save others when they are in trouble." The man went out respectfully. But 3 days later, he came to the pastor's house again. Entering through the open door, the Jewish priest was engrossed in reading a thick old book. "Hello, Pastor," said the man with great respect. "Oh boy, you're here again, thank you for your greetings. By the way, how is your goose now?" 20 more geese dead, Pastor. Now I have no more geese." After hearing this, the Jewish priest fell silent. After thinking for a long time, he sighed, "What a pity, I still have a few words of advice that I didn't tell you. The charm of clothes." Jacques Carrots, a Dublin minister, was once asked why parables have so much consoling power. The pastor replied, "Let me explain it to you with a parable. One time, Truth was walking around the street naked, as if she had just come out of her mother's womb. Obviously, anyone who sees him like this will shy away and keep him thousands of miles away. Anyone who saw him ran away in fear. Facing this situation, the Truth was very bored. He walked aimlessly. When he came to a street, he came across the Fable. Fable came over happily, dressed in beautiful clothes, bright and dazzling. Seeing the appearance of the Truth, he felt very strange, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you? Why are you wandering naked on the street with a sad face?" The Truth looked very sad, shook his head and said, "My good brother, I am old, and my life has become so fragile, like the sun setting in the west, people will run away at a very fast speed when they see me." People ignore you because you're old? That shouldn't be the case, says Fable. Try to bring me, you won't be as old as me. You know, the older I get, the more attractive I get. Let me tell you. You're too explicit, too bland in some things. That's what people don't like. They prefer a little more decoration and fun. I've got a few nice dresses here, I'll lend you first wear it, and I'm sure you'll be accepted by people very quickly. Truth listened to his advice, and dressed himself up in the beautiful clothes of the Fable. Oh, things have finally turned around. People no longer avoided him, but warmly welcomed him. Since then, Truth and Fables have become a pair of inseparable good partners, loving each other forever. Smart fish Roman officials issued a decree prohibiting Jews from studying the Torah. So Akabalabi risked his life to teach from town to town. He himself gave many lectures full of knowledge to the people. One day, Akabalabi met a saint and a patriot, Pappus of bin Yahudarabi. Pappus asked, "Aren't you afraid of those officials? So many people think you're smart and you talk like a fool," said Achabarabi. "Let me tell a parable, there is a deep meaning hidden in it." One day, a fox was walking by the lake. He saw small fish swimming fast in the lake. He wanted to eat them. It asked, "Little silly fish, why are you swimming so fast?" The fish replied, "We have just escaped from the fisherman's net." "In that case, why don't you come ashore, like your parents, and let us live together like brothers," said the sly fox. Soya laughed, "Oh, you cunning thing. You talk like a fool, even though so many people think you are smart. What stupid advice did you give us? If we're afraid of where we live now, do you think we can get to a land where we can't live? Well, just wait till you die." Achabarabi concluded, "These little fish are like us Jews. We are afraid of the enemy when we study the law, but the law is our backbone and our life. How can you give up learning because of fear?" Full theory, a student studying the Talmud, half understood, and speaking with a rabbi, expresses heretical views on the nature of prophets and prophecy. Rabbi was angry. "You should be humiliated. How could you say that to God?" he said. The student said apologetically, "Rabbi, that's just my personal opinion, I just quoted Wakamoto." This was written during the difficulties of guidance. The rabbi smiled wryly. He said, "Listen to me tell a parable. A businessman buys something at the wholesale market. Suddenly, a piece of glass in the display case was broken by him. This made him very sorry. "I beg your pardon," he said. "Oh, a trifle, nothing," the owner minimized the damage. "God forbid you let the broken glass hurt you. No greater misfortune. Come on, let's go get a gin." So the two of them went to drink very affectionately, as if nothing unpleasant had happened. Then a fool saw all this. "The customer gets a glass of gin if he just smashes a glass. What if I smash his big front window glass? Maybe he sees me so upset about it and makes me drink a big bucket of gin wine." He muttered to himself, feeling deeply. So he picked up a rock and smashed the front window glass with all his might. At this time, the clerk saw it and ran out and beat him. "Stop, stop. Why are you hitting me? You idiots," cried the fool. "Your boss treats that guy with gin to comfort him, and you hit me?" The shopkeeper replied, "Fool. That man is my best customer. What if he shatters a piece of glass? But you fool, what will I gain from breaking my glass?" The rabbi concluded, "My child, this is the same as you and your Wakamoto. There is this saying about Mos Ben Maim Rabbi, from our teacher Mos to Mos Ben. Ma'am, Mos is unique. He's the Prince of Israel. Wrote a lot of eloquent writings. It's perfect for him to express a little heresy, that is, to break a piece of glass. But you, don't ignorant people smash the whole big front pane of our faith?" The fate of the pig. Once upon a time, there was a pagan farmer who kept a pig, a female donkey and a baby donkey. Every day, he fed the pigs a lot of food, while the donkey and her cubs received little. "How stupid is our master," said the little donkey to his mother. "Don't you think it's too unfair, mother? We work for him all day, pulling such a heavy cart, and he only gives us so much pity what to eat. The pig is lazy all day and does nothing. Why is the farmer still so kind to him? Be patient, my child, the mother donkey comforted him. You will see the misfortune of the pig. You must know that the farmer gave him so much delicious food. Not only did he not love him, but he accelerated his disaster. The festival came and the pagans slaughtered the pig. Since then, every time he eats, the little donkey is always careful, because it always remembers the tragic fate of the pig. Seeing this, the mother corrected her thinking. The pig didn't die from eating too much, my child. If you do nothing like a pig, you won't live long. Miracle, there was a rabbi who was engaged in theology giving an erudite speech. He told them a story from a biblical commentary. Once a mother left her newborn baby in the forest because she was too poor to support it. The baby was crying and crying in the big forest. A woodcutter heard it and ran over to see what was going on. When he saw a small child, he picked it up and coaxed him not to cry. The woodcutter was a good-hearted man, and like the child's mother, he was very poor. He could not earn a ruble a day. How could he buy milk to feed the child? Woolen cloth? Then do you know how God solved this problem? He made a miracle happen that has not happened since Genesis. He made the woodcutter grow a cockroach. That kind man suddenly understood God's intentional. So he went home and fed the child himself without spending a penny. When the rabbi finished telling the story, he looked around. Everyone had all written on their faces, except for one who looked confused. Don't you like the story? The rabbi asked him. No, I love it, he said, I just don't get it. It's perfectly possible for God to show mercy in other ways without violating the laws of nature, instead of giving that person a pair of fucks. For example, it's easy to drop a big bag of money from the sky. Then that person can hire a wet nurse to raise the baby. The rabbi said thoughtfully, my friend, you are a sensible man. But in fact it is not at all. Think for yourself, since God has the power to give that woodcutter a pair of cocks, why should he spend a big bag of money? A fool goes to the rabbi to ask questions. Rabbi, I know I'm a fool, but I don't know what to do. Please give me some advice. Oh, my boy, said the rabbi in a tone of admiration. You know you're a fool, and you're not a fool at all. But everyone says I'm stupid, the man complained. The rabbi looked at him and thought for a moment. You don't think you're a fool, he reprimanded, but you're a real fool, just to hear people say it. Excellent fool, a Jew goes to the rabbi to complain about the others. Rabbi, he said sadly, you think they call me a fool? The rabbi listened sympathetically. There is absolutely no need for you to grieve over such a small thing, he reassured him. Do you think fools are very different from everyone else? Trust me, no, I've met a lot of really good people and they're all fools. Of course, a good, smart person like you is one too. Pipe, a respected rabbi, has died. All his followers long for his relics as a memorial. There is a student who has been fascinated by a pipe for a long time, and the pipe is still engraved with beautiful patterns. It costs 100 rupees, the rabbi's wife told him. For me, this is a lot of money. The believer said hesitantly, but please show me first, and then I will make a decision. So the rabbi's wife gave him the pipe and he lit it. Can you imagine what happened? As soon as he took his first breath, it was as if he saw that all the gates of heaven were opened for him, and the scenery inside was really charming. The student was overjoyed, and excitedly counted 100 rupees to the rabbi's wife, and then went home excitedly with a pipe. When he got home, he lit his pipe again and took a deep breath. Can you imagine what happened this time? Nothing at all. Nothing at all? The student was dazed. Hasten to find the new rabbi and tell him the whole story. My boy, said the new rabbi, smiling, it's very simple. When the pipe was still the rabbi's, you saw what he saw when you smoked it. When it became yours, it became just an ordinary pipe, then you can only see what you usually see. God sent marriage. It is said that King Solomon had a beautiful daughter who was as beautiful as a flower. There is no one more beautiful than her in the world. The king studied the horoscope and wanted to know what kind of person would marry his daughter. He found out that a poor and simple-minded young man would marry his daughter. To reverse his fate, Solomon built a tower in the sea and built a high wall around it. He sent his daughter in and sent 70 elderly eunuchs to monitor and take care of her. The tower is filled with all kinds of food and drinks, everything you need. Then all doors were locked, isolating her from contact with outsiders. Now, look at the astrological prophecy, and I will see what God will do, said the king. A poor boy lives in Acre. One night, he was far from home to explore the outside world. Along the way he was starving, dressed in rags, using the earth as his bed and stones as his pillow. On a cold rainy night, he saw a dead cow on the ground, so he got in to hide from the rain. While he was sleeping, an eagle flew over, grabbed the dead cow, and flew to the top of the tower where the princess was locked. The eagle started tearing at the beef, and the boy chased it away. In the morning, the princess came to the top of the tower and saw the young man. "Who are you? Who brought you here?" she asked. The boy told her his story. The princess took him to her room and let him eat, bathe, and change. When she saw him again, she found that he was a very handsome man. Soon his wit and cleverness were vividly displayed in front of the princess. The boy hid in the princess' room, and the eunuchs didn't know it at all. Soon, the two fell in love. One day they decided to get married. The boy cut his arm and wrote a blood letter that said, "God testify, God's messengers Michel and Gabriel testify." They lived together as husband and wife, and soon the girl became pregnant. When the eunuchs found the child, they were very scared. But no matter how much they asked, they couldn't come up with anything. The eunuchs sent men to the king to plead guilty and ask his forgiveness. The enraged king called his daughter to inquire about the matter. "God has given me a good and handsome young man," she said. "We are married." The king ordered the boy to be brought over, and the young man showed him the marriage certificate sealed in blood, which was their love. Witness. The king inquired about some of his specific circumstances in detail. After listening to the young man's answer, Solomon knew that he was the one predicted by the horoscope. Then the king's anger subsided, and he said happily, "God bless those who give to men." Love and suffering. There was a rich man in Jerusalem. His name was Koba Saber. He has only one daughter, beautiful and intelligent, whose name is Rueche. The wealthy sons and brothers in the city all wanted to marry her, but they were all rejected by her one by one. "Wealth and birth are not the things that attract me," she said. "I need a husband with great qualities and a good heart." There was a young man named Akiba who tended sheep for Rueche's father. Richie fell in love with him. One day she told her father, "I want Akiba to be my husband." "Are you crazy?" his father exclaimed. "How can I be the servant's father-in-law? Never mention it again." "Father, let Akiba be my husband." Rueche pleaded, "I won't marry anyone but him. If you insist on marrying him, don't come back to this family again," his father threatened. Rueche didn't say anything. She made up her mind. She left home in luxury and fled with Akiba. When Koba Saber found out about it, he made a poisonous oath, "My daughter won't get any of my property." Akiba and his wife fled outside the city, where they pitched a tent as their home. They were almost penniless and lived on dry bread. But Rueche is happy. She is the spiritual pillar of Akiba. "I don't want a rich life without you, even if it's poor, it's enough to have you," she told him. Their beds were made of some straw, and if the wind was strong at night, the straw would be blown all over the place. Rueche found that Akiba did not sleep, but was in sorrow. "My dear, why are you sad?" she asked. "You have to put up with it all because of me." "I'm sad about it." At this time, someone called outside the tent. "What's the matter?" Rueche asked. "Have pity on me," replied the voice. "My wife is ill, and I have no straw to make her bed. If you have, please give me some." Rueche gave him some straws, without hesitation. Then she said to Akiba, "Look, you think we are unfortunate, and some people are poorer than us. God bless you and your words, they comfort me, said Akiba. Akiba often wished to study at the academy in Jerusalem. One day Radishes said to him, you should realize your plan and become a knowledgeable person. It may be difficult for you, but I will not implicate you. I will wait patiently for you to come back. So Akiba cheered up and prepared to go to Jerusalem to study. His wife sent him a long way. I gave him good wishes, and then went back silently. On the way he said to himself, I'm going to be 40, is it too late to learn God's language? God knows when I'll get there. Suddenly, he saw several shepherds sitting around a fountain. There is a stone with dents on the edge of the nozzle of the fountain. What's with these dents? He asked the shepherds. It's formed by water droplets falling on it for years and months. Hearing this, Akiba cheered up. He said to himself, if a stone can be softened, then my determination will be fulfilled. So he continued his journey. First he went to a children's school, where he studied with the children and learned to read and write. Then he entered the academy and became a student of Nahum Ashkenaz Rabbi. He then studied with Rabbi Eliezer ben Hakkoth and Rabbi Choshu ben Hannah Rabbi. Before going to the academy every day, Akiba had to go to the woods to chop some wood to make ends meet. Radishes heard that his life was very difficult, so he cut off his hair and sold him the money. Despite his poverty, Akiba studied without sleep or food. Soon his knowledge and wisdom far surpassed that of his classmates, and as a result he became a problem-solving teacher for his classmates. Once, Akiba was standing outside the academy and overheard his classmates discussing a difficult legal issue. Suddenly he heard someone say, the answer is outside. Akiba knew they were referring to him, and he was the one truly capable of answering the question. Akiba didn't move when he heard his words. The students went on to discuss another chapter of the law, but soon found that they couldn't understand it. The law is out, cried another. Akiba heard it, but still pretended not to understand and did not enter the academy. Soon the students once again encountered difficult problems. Is Akiba outside? Shouted one. Come in, Akiba. This time, Akiba thought that since he was called by his name, he would go in and sit at Rabbi Eliezer's feet, his face full of divine light. It has been 12 years since Akiba left his wife. One day he said to himself, it's time to go back to her and give her happiness. As soon as he arrived at the door of the house, he heard a woman's voice, look at what you have encountered, Radishes. This is the consequence of disobedience. Your husband has left you for 12 years and has given you nothing, and he has been living in loneliness and poverty. Who knows when he will come back? If you listen to your father, you are now a lady who is everything. If my husband was here, he would accept my advice, Radishes replied. He would continue to study for another 12 years without interruption. Akiba heard her words, tried to suppress her thoughts, and left again. He left Jerusalem and continued his studies for another 12 years. He was already famous so far that he had as many as 2,400 students. When the second 12 years was over, Akiba decided to go to Jerusalem, where thousands of students accompanied him. News of his return soon spread throughout Jerusalem, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem flocked to the streets to welcome him back. Among them were Koba Saber and Radishes, who had not known each other for 24 years. Radishes' clothes were too tattered, and her neighbor said to her, let's lend you some good clothes. How can you dress like a beggar to see the great Akiba? Akiba doesn't mind what people wear. Radishes replied. When Akiba appeared, Radishes hurriedly pushed the crowd away, fell at his feet, and kissed the corner of his robe with tears in his eyes. Akiba's students wanted to drive away the intruder. Don't touch her, she is my wife, cried Akiba. Know that without her, I would not be where I am today. It was she who urged me to dedicate myself and my studies that made me your teacher. She has waited for me for 24 years. As he spoke, he lifted her up, kissed her, and went back with her to their poor, but once happy log cabin. Meanwhile, Koba Sabe, unaware of the most famous holy man in Israel, Akiba, his former shepherd and son-in-law, decides to visit him. Hope asks the saint to free him from the poisonous oath to disinherit his daughter. He came to Akiba's residence and told him the matter. "Why did you reject that shepherd as your son-in-law?" the saint asked him, without revealing his identity. "He's an illiterate man." "Where are your daughter and her husband now?" "I don't know, master. I haven't seen them in 24 years. If you can help me break my oath, I'll find them anyway." Ruiche, who was in the next room, heard all this, and could no longer control her feelings. She rushed into the room, crying to her father, and said, "I am your daughter Ruiche, and Akiba is your son-in-law." Koba Saber was amazed, and he looked at his children. Then he embraced them and said, "My daughter, you were right when you married Akiba against my wishes. God will bless you both." Age gap: a 40-year-old man married a 20-year-old girl, thus causing a lot of criticism in their circles. One person implicitly pointed out the difference in their age. He said, "There's nothing too bad about it. When she sees me, she thinks she's 10 years older, and when I look at her, I think I'm 10 years younger. So there's no difference between us, we are all 30. Bragging courtship: one day, the wise King Solomon overheard a male bird talking to a female bird. "If you wish," said the male bird, "let me destroy the throne of the mighty King Solomon, and I can do it." Its arrogance angered King Solomon, and it was brought before King Solomon. "How dare you boast that you can destroy my throne?" the king rebuked it. "Oh, Solomon," replied the male bird, "use your famous wisdom. Don't you know that men often exaggerate their powers and brag about their amazing abilities in order to win women's favor?" God's arrangement: a wise rabbi endured years of nagging from his shrewd wife, and everyone marveled at his restraint and endurance. One day, a friend said to him, "Your temper is so good. If I were you, I would have long since abandoned her. Her nagging is unbearable to anyone." "It was God's will," the rabbi whispered with a sigh. "I don't believe it. You wouldn't say that this is God's intention to punish a saint like you?" His friend retorted. The rabbi seemed calm and said softly, "I have no right to doubt the justice of God. What if my wife marries a bad-tempered man? He will surely divorce her, and it will ruin her life's happiness. So, you know, God gave her to someone like me who can endure her nagging. He must know it." Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie Channel, you are welcome to click subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. See you next time.